Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Sports Guide, Amy, and I'm here again with Paperthin.
What's up, guys?
So PCS6 APAC in America has finally finished last weekend. Yay!
Yeah.
Congratulations for Daytrade Gaming and Sonics for winning PCS6 APAC in Americas. So today, it's time to talk about the remaining two regions, Asia and Europe.
Yeah, I mean, 32 incredible teams across both regions. I mean, sure to be absolutely stacked, insane PUBG Esports action.
So first to go is Asia region. Asia was always known to be the very strong region, and this time in PCS6 we have very simple distribution. 8 Chinese teams from PCL and 8 teams from PWS East Asia. So from PCS6, Chinese team have 2 more seats than before.
Yeah, I mean, they're undefeated in PCSs so far, so, you know, having them have a few more seeds seems to make a lot of sense, and of course we know this is probably the most dominant region in the world right now. So coming out of the PCL again this year, our top 2 teams shouldn't surprise anybody. First is New Happy, they won again, barely. It was very, very close, but our PGC winners continue to look very impressive, even with the stacked competition, but staying with the same roster, kind of going with what's working, you know, these 3x barrel sprays and these kind of things they do. New Happy is insane. Right behind them, 17. Now 17 is also sticking with the same roster, and they continue to look very, very strong.
I know they have contended for the champion in that last match, but New Happy was a little better at the last match. And I'm quite curious who is going to contend 17 Gaming over the Picado and Chinky.
So this time around, it doesn't look like anybody will. Underdog to try to fight for that position will not be there. So I think it should be open territory for 17.
It's going to be much more comfortable for 17 Gaming to compete in PCS6 Asia, I think. The next 2 teams I want to talk about is the teams that have won the PCS events before. So Tianba Esports have won the PCS Charity Showdown, and Pero won 2 consecutive championships in PCS Asia last year.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many good teams here in China and so many good players. So Tianba in particular has had quite a bit of change up in their roster, not too surprising with the way the results went last year. So you still have Lin Shun as kind of the leader of this team. Then you got Kui, who's actually a Korean-born player, but he's been playing in the PCL. Also 77 was on LGE with him at some point, who was also on Vici Gaming a long time ago, back in like 2019, which was also a team Lin Shun was on. So there's like all these little connections here with this team now. And then last but not least is Tang, who used to be on LYG. So this is a good roster of players who've played with each other in the past, but not for quite some time.
Yeah, in Pero, they almost did not make it to the PCS6 Asia because they were 11th in the 4th day, but they won the 2 consecutive chickens and earned 86 points in that day, and they ended up 4th in that day.
I mean, you wouldn't expect anything less out of them. This is still a strong team. Now, they've had a bit of a change. They did bring AZ and Ming over from Next, so it is kind of an interesting roster. Mill and Aches left still stand, but it's going to look a little bit different to fans of this team.
So 5th was Tailu. Can you explain more about this team?
Yeah, sure. This is kind of an interesting squad. You're going to see some members from the old TSG team. They took Shan Dian, put him into the coaching role. I Am Shia still here. They also traded for Zhao Yang from Infantry. So this is a really, really good team. Historically, a great Miramar team. So I'm pretty curious to see how they're going to perform at a PCS.
So another familiar name, 4 Angry Men coming in 6th in PCL spring season. They were not really good in the regular season, but they placed 6th and managed to advance to the PCS6 Asia. Godvi,
aka Wayless, is so good as a leader of this team for so long. You know, a bit surprising at the end of the year that they fell off a little bit, but now Forever is taking a step back. So that's kind of interesting. A guy who put up unbelievable plays last year at times. But now you have Xiaohai, you have Longzi, aka LZ now. Still looking really good. And of course, Lu. Lu is absolutely nuts. He was the most kills of any player in the PCL here during the playoffs. So still a very good team.
And Jufu, this is the only team that we don't really have a lot of information about among other Chinese teams. Do you have any information?
I mean, other than a few other players used to be subs for a few other teams. So, I mean, good teams that they've been underneath, but they've never really competed at that high level themselves. Plus, they bring in 2 completely new rookie players, and all of a sudden, they're in PCS.
Yeah, let's see how they perform in upcoming PCS6 Asia. And last but not least, it's Infantry. They was this close to disqualifying to PCS6 Asia, that last match in PCL playoff was not only the match to decide the champion, but was the last chance for this team Infantry.
Yeah, exactly. There was so much going on in that one. And they take the victory in the last game, and they're here again. And I am so excited to have Infantry back. An explosive team, so fun to watch. You know, everybody loves long skirts. Is so thrilled to have them back in PCS.
And the rest of 8 teams come from PWS East Asia, 6 Korean teams, and 1 each from Chinese Taipei and Japan. First to go is Guangdong Freaks, which was one of the most consistent team of all in PWS East Asia recently.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like every spring, you know, the cherry blossoms bloom and then the Freaks win in the PWS. So this is a really good team, but a very different team than what we saw last year. The only holdover is Hikari, a COD, who of course everybody knows has a lot of talent mechanically. You bring on Lash as your IGL now. Lash is so smart, and he looks to have these guys in really good shape. And last but not least, the best player in Korea right now, in my opinion, Ian. Unbelievable talent, just can get it done in every phase of the game. This is a guy you got to watch out for. So while the Freaks did end up pretty far ahead in the overall standings in the grand finals, behind them was Danawa, again continuing to show strong performances with a dynamic duo of Seoul and Salute. Even I think Seoul taking over the IGL role from what I understand. So this is still a very, very formidable team in Korea. And of course Rex is there as well, but then they also brought in Rex's former teammate Helen from T1, who kind of comes out of a semi-retirement there. I'm really excited about Danawa again.
Yeah, Danawa Esports was the best performing Korean team in last PGC 2021, so I'm kind of expecting a lot from them this year. And we have Ghibli Esports. I heard that they've changed their roster a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. You still have Adder and Lambu on there, a very powerful duo in and of themselves, and then Yumin and Heaven. Heaven been playing very well the last couple years actually, so really excited to see him on a team like this where he can really shine. I think they're really good. Another team, of course, that kind of took some Ghibli remnants and made a big change was Gen G. Of course, with Pio retiring, we all know about that. Anonix still there. Spear and Renba move over, plus Max Zora. They look really good, and they only got better throughout, frankly, throughout the entire thing. So expect big things from Gen G.
Yeah, I'm also very curious about this team, new Gen G, without Pio, so I'll have to see how they perform in PCS6 Asia. And we have 2 left for Korea. Mario Gaming is a new organization coming into PUBG Esports in Korea, and Veronica 7 is consist of amateur players who barely got their last ticket.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting to see Veronica 7. Now they bring back a completely different roster, and they look really, really good. Jonggu in particular looked absolutely phenomenal throughout this, so keep your eyes out for him. Maru is a group of mostly veterans, as well as Sung Young, who used to be on Veronica 7, and D-Lax Gok looking really good, you know, old school players. And of course, the legend himself, Yacha, is still on this team. So I'm excited about Maru. They're solid, and they had a really great final day where they put up some huge games, won back-to-back games. They look pretty good.
Yeah, this team reminds me of the old DPG Danawa they used to play with in Onyx. Now we have 1 each left from Chinese Taipei and Japan, and I have to talk about Global Esports exit. They leveled up so much after placing 7th in PGC 2021. They were excellent in the grand finals in PWS.
Yeah, I mean, this is surprising team, and I mean that in a very good way. And this team can fight. They're not aggressive. I will say that. They fight well, but they're not going to push the issue very often. They're very passive, but when they take fights and when fights are taken to them, they can hold their own for sure.
So last is this Japanese team. I remember that this spot was always to E36 last year, but this time there were a lot of new Japanese team performing very well in PWS.
Yeah, exactly, right? We had Sun Sister in there, and then we had the team that qualified, the USG Donuts, who bring Americano and Corn. A lot of people are going to remember them from GNL. They are unbelievably mechanically gifted players right now. And then you have Kane on there and Shiva. And Kane in particular has really impressed me this year, kind of coming out of the woodwork, really a top tier talent in the PWS.
They even won the weekly final, right?
Yes, they did, exactly. That's a really good point. The first non-Korean team to win a PWS weekly finals.
So in all previous PCS events, 6 PCS events, Chinese teams have dominated. And even after winning the PGC 2021, Chinese teams seem better than ever. And this roster for PCS6 is really scary. But let's see which team from PWS could be the biggest contender against these Chinese teams. Last but not least always is Europe. Europe is the only region with the invited teams. Here we have 8 invited teams and 4 each from Europe West qualifier and MEA qualifier.
Yeah, some really, really good teams here. And first, I think, of course, I want to highlight Northern Lights, team that's dominating already this year, winning G-Loot, winning PSL. Of course, Big Brain Batulins is leading the squad, just an absolutely brilliant mind for PUBG. And, Perfectic, Spyro, Lou, these guys behind him are absolutely insane. So this is a team you got to watch out for. And then after that, I think Heroic. I think Heroic is a team that I really have my eyes on. Of course, they're insanely good PGC performance, almost winning. T-Bone has been playing really, really well. He's picked it up lately. Corexy, these guys, Beamy, they're so, so good. They're so aggressive.
Next, Team Liquid has quite interesting stories in roster-wise. Ibiza have left the team after playing in the Team Liquid for more than 3 years, and Fuzzface from FaZe Clan have came as a coach.
Big changes on the Liquid, big changes. And so, of course, I think Ibiza, he's been on the team for so long. It's hard to see him go for sure for fans. Fuzzface, is a very, very seasoned player. I expect big things out of this Liquid squad. And so we should mention the new player filling in for Ibiza is going to be Vard. The hard fragging Vard. He is really, really good. They've gotten 4th in both events they played in the PSL and G-Loot so far. So to me, it's looking pretty good. I think these guys can really compete.
FaZe Clan also had a roster change. Diggory came into the FaZe Clan.
Yeah, the former ENCE player, I think kind of taking up the support role similar to what Fuzz used to do. Curious to see how that all works out. A couple 6th place finishes for this squad so far. Again, kind of like Team Liquid where it seems like, they change one player. They're still pretty good, but they're trying to kind of, even out the wrinkles. But, Effects team, he's unbelievable. AT's so consistent. Gustav's so smart. So I think this team absolutely will continue to excel.
And another big team coming, Na'Vi, has the same roster this year.
You got to look out for these guys. At G-Loot, they got 2nd place. Coming into this, they absolutely have to be on everyone's mind as a favorite. Example, Alia, Melman, these guys, Quizzy, these guys are absolutely insane, top to bottom. One of my favorite teams to watch personally. So next up is our Finnish team, and still pretty much the same, but of course with Diggory going over to FaZe, they do bring Nuki over, and still I think this should be a force to be reckoned with. A very consistent team, a team that isn't going to blow the doors off of you, but man oh man, are they smart. They play well. I think this team is always just kind of in the mix no matter what happens, so I'm always excited for ENCE.
So last 2 teams are from Turkey. BBL, the Esports, were always the biggest contender from Turkey, and they have changed their roster this year.
Yeah, I think BBL still has a statement to make here. I mean, you saw at G-Loot, they got 3rd place. I think defying expectations a bit. We know Code Marco and Smash are quite good. We've seen them perform on the big stages at international levels. But then they brought in 2 members from Galacticos with Ketpa and Thunderlost, and it looked really good. To be honest, these guys were fragging out.
And the next team, Football, is quite new. It's a big organization from Turkey. Most of the players are very unknown in this scene, so we have to see how they perform in their first PCS6 Europe.
Good luck.
Let's move on to the 8 teams that have qualified from the regional playoffs. Let's start with the Euro West qualifier. So the first rank goes to Skade, and I see Ibiza from Team Liquid is here.
Yeah, really happy to see Ibiza back here, joining Jempty again. So, kind of getting the band back together a little bit. And this is a squad full of just veteran, smart PUBG players. Not too surprising to see them come through. Noik and Pixel as well on here. So these are 2 guys who have been around for a while. I wouldn't be surprised to see them finish top 5. Seriously, I think this team is really quite good from top to bottom. And then I guess it is spring, so next up was Sakura Zenzen coming in 2nd place. I think surprising a lot of people here. A couple players from the old Tempest team. I'm really kind of curious about these guys.
Next is Entropique. They even placed 2nd in recent PSL, which means they are doing well these days. Can you tell us more about this team?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, your eyes go to Nailip on this squad, a very, very good player for a long time. With that 2nd place finish at PSL, anything's possible. The Entropic name carries a lot of weight with it too. Last but not least, coming out of West, we have Thunder. Then Hyrzen is probably the player that you're gonna have your eyes on the most, a longtime veteran of PUBG Esports.
So last 4 teams are from MEA regional playoffs, and most of them are Turkish teams.
Yeah, we have a lot of players here that, at least at the global level, we're not going to be super familiar with. A few like Howl Esports, but they won, right? And that's a tough region, so really curious to see what they're going to look like. But in second place was Team Rage, a team where we definitely know some of these names. Merton Matrelius, of course, are household names in PUBG Esports.
And coming third, Road to Glory is an only non-Turkish team, and 2 players are from Lebanon, and Salik from Road to Glory won the most kills in MEA Regional Playoff. Coming up last is Stardust. Now the big Turkish organization have picked up, the Regnum Karya Esports picked up this team, so I think they could become better in actual PCS6 Europe Grand Finals. So these 32 teams are going to be competing in upcoming PCS6 Asia and Europe, which will kick off in April 29th. So don't miss out and pick 'em. Did you get right for the PCS6 APAC and Americas? Pick'em challenge for PCS6 Europe and Asia is already open, so don't miss out that. And this is our pick for this time.
So good luck with all your picks and good luck to all the players competing, and to the fans out there, really pay attention to this because obviously they want to win these events. They want to get those PGC points. A lot of the favorites to win PGC are going to be playing here in Europe and Asia. And of course, they want to get to PNC. Everybody's trying to prove that they deserve to be on their country spot. So make sure you guys are tuning in.
Yeah, I'm really excited with the upcoming PUBG Nations Cup, and I know all of you guys are too. So we'll be back with the PUBG Nations Cup next time. Bye-bye! And don't forget to like and subscribe.
Donuts, that's kind of a different situation. Your Rex is getting punched down.
Oh no.
They're trying to get guns here. And Ming Ming is trying to just chase him down. So got the double.
Double barrel lands both shots.
Oh my god, but Zibian has the Tommy on the outside now. They're gonna finish it off.
New Happy is immediately eliminated.
Yeah, you can see there are other members of Tianba trying to set up in rotation paths, but
yeah,
you got to be careful as a 1v4.
Right. Three guns in a DOS.
One.
He gets corn.
Good timing. Oh, they get another. He gets two out of that three. Ming, if that bounces outside, it doesn't. I thought maybe that might get through the door. Mill's going to look around the corner. They know that they've got, they know somebody's in there. But they definitely sense that they forced at least one player outside. Tom's going to push around the corner. That's one. Holds it down and gets all three. They barely escaped that because it was double grenades, but around the corner, Lil Ghost is ready with the fire. Can they get another one? Yes, he can. Look at the way he works that corner.
Fantastic shooting out of Ghibli is, you see Gomp struggling to stay alive right now. He will pop the kit, but it's just a matter of time. Little Ghost is hunting him. Over there in the corner. Oh, he gets caught there by Long Skirt. Could be 1v2 right now. 1v1. Renba, he's taking damage though. Oh, this is so close right now. Volibear trying to pre-fire just a little bit on the peaks. Can't believe he didn't get taken out there. My goodness.
How did he get away with that? He has 4 HP. The Volibear knows he lit him up. And he. Oh, did he win that?
I think Genji got that one.
What? How did he win that?
Medibay is on the other side, and now they know he's on the roof.
Okay, so at least they have someone watching, which is going to be so important.
One.
We've also got a DBS, though. It's a DBS. Don't do this. Oh, guys, we were talking about this. Oh, my God.
3, he finds all of them, and Medibay is on the other side.
계속해서 던져주는 것도 좋아요.
레시와 빅터리.
자, 받았어요. 자, 빅터리.
발 앞에서. 빅 그 자체.
한 번 더. 자, 김동환이.
바로.
자, 좋아요. 좋아요. 넥스.
자, 끊어서.
자,
액션.
수류탄 두 개.
자,
아직까지 남았거든요.
하나 바로 앞에.
언더스로우로 잡아주고.
박혀내고. 저 살리 움직임인데 여기 엑셀 선수가
자, 살리는 거
자,
보자.
기가 막힙니다. 이거.
Big problem now for Northern Lights. They were in a position where they might have been able to gatekeep Ents, I think it was there. But really, it's BBL and Entropic.
Are they gonna deny?
I think they might have to. I think they're denying and maybe pooling meds to see how long they can survive, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, there's still 25 alive. They're not giving this away. I mean, it's a 30-game tournament. You know how much those want.
3个人就打完以后还有3个人通过。
哎，这车怎么还翻这样了？
啊！
好险！
哎呦，
大卫生引路给了 Pero， 被 Pero 和司机夹在中间，旁边还有一个 Genji。兄弟们，谁有雷，往那个点丢。
5 seconds, that's for sure. A couple of
More
gunshots.
stuff wraps up.
They start shooting before they see Thunderlost.
Oh, the timing!
That is huge.
Absolutely massive. Gustav did not trap all the way around, and sometimes when you flank, you get outflanked, and Dendalos did exactly what he had to there. Unfortunately for him, faced it. If they're lucky, then Entropic is going to engage and Team Rage from behind as well. Let's see now, Dempsey, the impossible transition. Does he get to cross the road or not?
The impossible transition. Does he get to cross the road
or not? My money's on no with that nade. When they make the molly coming in as well. It's looking ever that much harder. Half the server is shooting at Dempsey. Now he's in the molly too. Blue is going to tank him up as well. Not going to have it. Down he goes.
打下去，开始丢雷了，一颗没有效果，第2颗、第3颗都没有。前把也有烟雾弹呀，也对的，混得越来越近了。哇！逍遥2打1打1，唯一一个。
我天哪！
哇！前把2打1，
了，这打1了，是不是熬出他，兄弟们！
哎，但是不要着急，已经来了，想野。
打一个下来，有掩体，不着急。往后走
丢雷了，漂亮的补枪，
对，
还在顶着。小鹿的侧身马上就位，对手再扶人，一颗雷直接塞脚下。
来了，这个雷。
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
이번 PWS는 좀 저희 팀에 적수가 없었다고 생각하고 이번 PCS6 때 중국 팀을 짓밟고 트로피를 꼭 가져오도록 하겠습니다.
对于本次 PCS6，我们的目标还是只有一个，那就是冠军。如果拿下这个 PCS6的冠军的话，可能对于我们队伍的队史荣誉的话，就是一个大满贯的一个荣誉。
지금 PCS, PVC를 싹 다 중국한테 뺏기고 모두가 이제 약간 승부욕에 불타오르고 있어서 PCS6만큼은 다나와가 가져오도록 하겠습니다.
PCS4 和 PCS5的冠军都拿了，PCS6也不差这一个了吧？如果遇到他们了，小心被我们一波带走。
PCL 是亚洲最强的赛区，韩国赛区的兄弟们，你们能不能拿一个冠军啊？
중국 팀들이 잘한다기보단 그냥 NH 팀만 잘한다고 생각해서 다른 팀들은 별로 잘한다고 생각하지 않아요. UFP 내가 잡으러 갈게.
多分今まで出た日本チームの中で一番フィジカルが強いし、日本チームへのリスペクトってあんまりないと思うんですけど、バカにしてると痛い目に遭います。
这次 PCS6中没有意料之外的队伍，感觉大家都挺强的。然后这一次 PCS6我们也会全力以赴。
마청을 해본 적은 없어가지고 이 리더에 대한 책임감 그리고 부담감이 상당하다는 걸 많이 느꼈습니다. 뉴 젠지 기대 많이 해주세요.
PCS6 是一个很大的舞台，我们 GES 感到非常兴奋。无论是任何对手遇到我们都无所畏惧。放马过来吧，我们赛场上见。
希望他们努力吧，争取把亚军拿下。
UFP 너네들 언해피하게 만들어줄게 우리가.
And welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 Asia. That's more PCSs than you can count on one hand, and I'm. I don't know where that came from. I don't know where that came from. All right, I'm paper thin. This is State. I'm feeling good today, man. It's good to be back.
It is very good to be back. We had an excellent week 1. Here we are in week 2. We got 3 days left, 15 matches. I can't wait, man. I want to see if one of these Korean teams can bring it out. It's been 5 PCSs, all won by China right now. Gen G and the Kwangdong Freaks, they're trying to fight for that spot, but it's been a struggle.
I think that's the story on everyone's minds right now is, can someone stop China here at Asia? Not just Asia, globally, potentially as well. I mean, they just won PGC at the end of last year, so does that mean coming into PNC this year, are they going to be the favorite region? I think they are. As good as Team Australia is, I think China's got a pretty good chance here, but regardless, let's focus on the here and now, and right now it's Tyloo on top, a team that maybe surprises a little bit, but it shouldn't if you're kind of a student of PCS Asia. These are players and teams who have been around for a while.
Yeah, pretty much any team that comes out of Champions League is fantastic. And as you see on the board here, we're wrapping up the schedule here for PCS6. We got 3 days more of action starting with Asia. And then, of course, after this broadcast ends, a few hours later, you have Europe starting. So maybe take a quick break, take a nap after this one, and go watch Europe. And today we're going to be playing 3 maps on Miramar and then 3 maps on Erangel. And we'll be switching that up tomorrow and the day following that, but feeling good about this, man.
I'm excited. I like the Miramar heavy days personally. I think Tai Lu is going to like these days.
Oh,
yes. This is the map where they really do a lot of their damage. And you can see in our overview that an $80,000 prize pool for, well, not a prize pool for first place. The prize pool is $230,000 plus the incentives for some of the prizes you can win, like Insane Squad. You could be on the all PCS team, and of course the crowdfunding, right?
Yep. If you guys want to go ahead and contribute to the prize pool, you can do that by purchasing the PCS6 items in game. 30% of those proceeds will go to the winners of this tournament, and of course, you want to support your PUBG Esports. And actually, we have a new Pick'em Challenge result right now. Tai Lu on top, and rightfully so. They've been absolutely killing it, racking up kill after kill after kill. I believe at the end of like day 2, I don't think they even won a map, but they were still winning. Like, they were on top. They had so many kills. They got so many placement points. It was like they didn't even need wins to be at the top of the leaderboard, and now they're racking up wins on top of that. New Happy, of course, the reigning champions up there at 25%, and some Korean hopefuls as well. 15% rooting for Gen G.
This is pretty much how I expected it. I mean, New Happy has fallen off a cliff this week because, well, you know, they're mired in that fight for Yasnaya with Danawa. And, you know, the more I think about it, and the more I kind of talk to some people behind the scene about that fight, I mean, I know it frustrates us in some ways, right, as viewers or fans of these teams, or as us as casters as well, but in some ways I'm starting to understand why Danawa in particular isn't giving up on this, and it's because the Korean teams every time have ceded their drop spots pretty much to the Chinese teams, and I think they're kind of sick of it. And I think this is kind of like a, you know, kind of putting your foot down here and really saying that we aren't going to back down off these fights as much anymore. You know, they're holding their own against New Happy, but we'll see. I'm almost 100% sure it's going to continue today.
Yeah, there is a big regional rivalry here between China and Korea. PCS6 Asia, as you see here on the board, Tai Lu, Tianba, and Jufu, 3 Chinese teams leading the pack right now. Tai Lu with a pretty massive lead, 147. I mean, Tianba and Jufu, they only need a couple good games to bridge that gap, but Tai Lu very happy with their position coming into this weekend. And Gen G, the Korean hope right now at 116.
Doable, but it's a big mountain to climb.
It is.
It has to start almost today. You have to have a decent day here today if you're Gen G or the Freaks if you're going to make a run at this. I don't think there's any world where any other Korean team has a hope, if I'm being brutally honest. I mean, there are planets where, you know, there are multiverses where, you know, Doctor Strange is moving all of his arms around and he sees the one and he's like, yes, you know, this is the one where Danawa or Ghibli comes through and gets the win. But man, those are really unlikely.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think if it's going to be a Korean team walking away with this one, it's going to be Gen G. And one thing that's been a little bit concerning about them is even on day 1 and day 2 when they were racking up wins, I mean, they won 2 of the first 3 maps we played at this event. They weren't building too big of a gap, too big of a lead, because their wins aren't very high kill. They've been playing more of a placement style, and although that is a viable strategy, you have to be crazy consistent to make that work, whereas Tai Lu have just been racking up kill after kill. I mean, you see it right here. Sia, he's been completely on point, and pretty much the entire team has been performing out of their mind.
Yeah, they play off of each other so well. I mean, you can see they're just, you know, brute forcing their way through 17 gaming up here. You know, good pushes together. Again, what really makes these Chinese teams so particularly effective in PCS Asia is that there's great communication and they play off of each other so well. Somebody's always there to back up the other player or be in a position to, you know, play off of the moves of their teammates.
Yeah, they trade out kills if they need to, and oftentimes when they take gunfights, it's the Korean teams that are getting outgunned. We've seen a lot of Korean teams, specifically in this PCS, play more of a fanned-out style where they try to control space either with 2-2 splits or 1-3 splits. You don't see that too much from China. Usually it's all 4 of them barreling down on one position and executing it masterfully. And that has been a winning formula, especially in the super format. They're racking up kills.
Exactly. You might see splits early from Chinese teams, but they don't waste any time to get together when they feel like they have a good read on a good position in like the phase 3 or 4 circle and they need to take control. And you can see here right on your screen, Tianba, all 4 of them together here, pushing out of this compound at the end. And the Freaks try a 3-1 split. You know, they try to put 3 at the edge to hold Tianba in and then try to kind of hedge their bets, you know, with, I believe this was Hansia, or not Hansia, excuse me, he doesn't play with us anymore. Might have been Hikari or Ian. I think it was Ian.
Maybe Hansia is hiding in a US somewhere in this lobby.
in our hearts, he's always hiding upside down in a US. Dacia.
Yeah.
But anyway, you know, you can see that there's kind of we talked about this a lot last week. There's like a picture-perfect way that the Korean teams want to play this. And they're like, if everybody on the team does their role perfectly, we have a 100% chance to win this game because we're taking territory control and we're doing all the right things. The problem is the Chinese teams are so good, they're going to pick you apart.
Yeah, it's one of those things that works really well on paper, but once you actually get to practice, it's really tough to pull off. I mean, Gen G, they were the best in the world at playing this kind of style for years when they had Pio on the team. I mean, you set up a 1-3 split with Pio, and it's almost like you got 5 mans on your squad. He brought the firepower of 2 players. You know, he was absolutely out of his mind. But this is a new Gen G now, and Nonyx is leading the pack, and they're still trying to play kind of the Korea meta style of having these splits, but it is really tough to play off, as you said.
Yeah, when it works, it looks amazing. And like you said, Pio was kind of so unusually talented that for a long time Gen G was able to get away with that. But you know, as good as a lot of these Korean players are, you know, you can see it with the way that the Freaks and Gen G still play. Anonix still great. Renba still putting up big numbers coming in today. I think he had like 20 kills last week. So he's averaging, you know, more than a kill per game, and that's pretty good. But there just isn't that firepower coordination that the Chinese teams have that makes things so darn difficult for other teams to deal with, because it's never your Chinese teams are rarely putting themselves in a situation where they need to like win a 1v1 or something.
Right. Yeah. Very good teamwork out of the Chinese teams. They move very well as a unit. And also, I want to give props really quick before we get into this weekend. Jufu kind of making their international debut here. They're 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken. They've been racking up kills. They've been getting so many placement points. It feels like every single map they're gunning for a chance to win. And it's been really incredible to see.
Exactly. I mean, again, this is why we said at the beginning of the event that any team from China can win this, because the talent level is so deep. We've seen it time and time again where a team will make their first PCS and then win it.
Yeah.
Because they're just so good. I mean, there's so many good players out there. Jufu has been super impressive. They tried to swap in Gray on Sunday last week, the last day, and it didn't go so hot. So I kind of wonder if they're going to switch back to XYZ today.
Yeah, we'll see what the roster is. Of course, we got Sia right there on the left. He's been doing quite well, man. 300 damage per game average. That's absolutely nuts. 30% of his team's kills, and when you're leading the charge as Tai Lu at rank 1 right now, that's some accomplishment. He is really carrying the weight.
Him and CC have been incredible. I mean, just absolutely nuts, the numbers they're putting up right now. And, you know, Tai Lu is just barnstorming everybody. It's phenomenal to watch. I mean, it's so fun because these 2 players in particular are just out-dueling, you know, not even out-dueling. That's not part of what they do. They're just so good at what they do. They put themselves in great positions. For me, Tai Lu, and again, in particular on Miramar, put themselves in such better positions than most other teams that they make it almost look easy.
Yeah, the way that they rotate on the map is absolutely fantastic. Their play calling is just phenomenal. You see them make rotations, and the way that they execute, it's just superb. Like, you'll see other teams take a fight in some quadrant of the map, and Tai Lu will just roll up on them after securing their position, and they'll 3P it. And they'll usually do it so cleanly and so quickly that nobody else has a chance to get in on the action and, you know, ruin Tai Lu's day. They just go from one target to the next, and then finally when you get to the later circles in like phase 5, phase 6, etc., they just kind of converge on one position, just absolutely dominate it. It's really a treat to see.
That's really well said. I fully agree, and this is what makes Tai Lu so fun to watch. And again, like I've said, from the beginning of this tournament until now, if you want to learn how to play Miramar, watch the way Tai Lu approaches this map, because they really, really understand it. And, you know, there's a few games that they even came close to winning that they didn't, like that, you know, 4v4 one player of Tianba.
Yeah.
That was like kind of a coin flip almost, you know, who would have won that. And they just barely came up short. You know, they're just always there at the end of the games, especially on Miramar, and they are putting up big-time kill numbers on top of it.
Yeah, if that nade fight goes differently in the smoke, maybe they're pushing 150-plus points right now. You never know.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, just fantastic play, and they're going to be really happy with 3 Miramar maps to start things out today. It's been their bread and butter.
Well, if you're one of the other teams here today, you can't have Tai Lu have a big day on Miramar today. That, like, if that happens, if Tai Lu puts up a big day, like if they win one game and they put up 25 kills across the 3 games, forget it. Forget it. This tournament might just be done. I mean, today's a day where you have to kind of shut them down. You have to, frankly, some teams that are up there might want to kind of find ways to mess with them a little bit. If you see them in the kill feed, is something like that, you might want to just kind of say, we might need to take a little bit of an extra risk to try to eliminate them first, to make sure they are kind of being put down a little bit while the rest of us are climbing up to catch them.
Yeah, we saw this a little bit on day 1. I mean, going into this tournament, of course, New Happy, the reigning champs, people thought they were going to be potentially the ones running away with it. Like, the pick'em challenge was like 50 or 60% or something crazy for New Happy.
It's insane.
And on map 1 on Erangel, I think it was the Freaks. They bridge camped Western Yaz because they knew that New Happy would be landing there with Danawa, and when New Happy or Danawa made the rotation out, they would just obliterate them, and that's exactly what happened. So maybe we'll see some teams try to take those kind of risks, as you said, to try and put a damper on Tai Lu, although it is tough. They've been very savvy with their positioning, with their rotations. It seems like their situational awareness is kind of top shelf right now. So I'm not really sure what you do if you're any of these teams to try and, you know, like throw a wrench in the Tai Lu engine.
Yeah.
But certainly that's going to be at the forefront of a lot of these players' minds.
Absolutely. I mean, it's tough, especially on Miramar. It's hard to like camp a position like that.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of bottlenecks necessarily. Now there are on some spots of the map, but they come out of El Azahar, for example, and even though that Death Star Trench that leads out of the west part of El Azahar is kind of campable, it's still not that easy, and it's still pretty wide, and so there's quite a bit of space in there to work with, and there's a lot of those dirt paths that kind of shoot off it. And also, Tai Lu's just not going to give you the chance. They're going to take their time. They're very smart in the beginning of the game. They do their reconnaissance. They touch, they make sure that no one's going to be in their way for the most part, and they play it very quiet early, and then they start striking when they find that they've got like you said, a real good opportunity to third-party stuff.
Yeah, it seems like most of their rotations, especially on Miramar, are pretty much based on 3P. Like, they're just listening in for the action. They're watching their kill feeds. They have kind of a good feel for where other teams are in the location. And, like, you never see them going for those kind of fights or those kind of engagements unless they feel confident that their area is secure and that if they go for this, they're not putting themselves at risk. And, I mean, we even saw, I can't remember what compound it was on Miramar, I believe, on day 3, but the way that they executed it, like, they had, I want to say like 30 seconds to take a shot on these two teams that were duking it out at these houses on Miramar, and they just waited to take their shot. They didn't want to show up on the kill feed and have another team run in and crash their party. They wanted to wait until they could absolutely eliminate everybody. It was like a SEAL team coming in to like execute a target, It's like wait until everybody has their shot lined up and then pounce.
Yeah.
Like, it's just really beautiful to see. I think these other teams, they have their work cut out for them, but we have seen some talent. We have seen some really big flashes of skill. Like, Jufu's been playing out of their minds recently. 17 Gaming coming into this. They won like 40% of their last like 10 maps or something on Champions League. Some crazy number like that. They were red hot, hottest team coming out of China. So there's chances
Absolutely.
For a lot of these other teams. We have 5 teams right now with more than 100 points. And I mean, like you said, a couple wins, a couple high kill games, and you can bridge that gap.
Well, 17 in particular can just go toe-to-toe with anybody at any time. I've seen them just be in bad positions and turn fights on their head in a heartbeat, where all of a sudden, like, Xiaobei just starts popping off, or, Shou in particular is the best player on that team, in my opinion, and he'll go nuts. Suju has been performing very, very, very well this tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lil Ghost as well has some big-time highlight moments. The whole team is so stacked top to bottom on 17. Like, even good teams like Tai Lu and others struggle against them at times because they're so talented.
Yeah, this lobby in general is just absolutely stacked. I mean, we've joked about it a little bit. It's been a little bit of teasing, but I genuinely think that PCS6 Asia is the strongest region in the world right now. I mean, these teams are just absolutely phenomenal. Like, the talent that's coming out of Champions League in China is just absurd. I mean, we all know how good these Korean teams are, like Danawa and the Freaks and Gen G, and they're struggling to stay in top 5 right now. I mean, I think only Gen G right now is in top 5. The Freaks are ranked 6th, and then Danawa, I mean, they've been having those fights on Erangel. But that's neither here nor there, because we're starting out the first 3 maps on Miramar. Tai Lu, man, they want to continue this roll. Let's see what they got in store for us. Game starting now.
I think they've got it.
Match 16.
Tai Lu looking good, yeah. Miramar time. 3 games of Miramar, guys. Buckle up. It's we get into the playing path here. Our first one of the day. 5 matches today. Of course, right over Impala to start, so right down the middle of the map state. And this one's pretty fair. I mean, in some ways, it's not super ideal if you're edge dropping, but it's Miramar, so usually the north to south roads, for example, have enough like driving opportunities that you can. There usually isn't too much trouble that's found at the beginning.
Yeah, as you said, there aren't really that many bottlenecks on this map. So even in a circle like this or a plane path like this, it's easy for these teams to make the rotations. And one thing that's been kind of interesting and to start things off here on Miramar is we've seen a lot of little tiny skirmishes happening. Not really the straight up fights like we saw like Danawa and New Happy do on Yasnaya, but we've seen a lot of teams try to go for like 1 or 2 easy picks to start things off. It's been kind of an interesting development in terms of gameplay.
Yeah, you'll see the teams kind of get good reads on like kind of the trash loot, quote unquote, locations outside of their main drop locations. You know what I mean? Like for example, Danawa will usually drop 2 or 3 inside of Chumasera proper, and then 1 or 2 will go outside of the city. Here you can see Salute and Rex are doing that. So sometimes other teams will be like, we think they're going to drop here. Let's drop 2 guys pretty close to that and see if we can pick on them a little bit. And we get a southwest circle. We haven't really gotten one of these that's been too hot and heavy to the southwest.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. Not really what I anticipated with this plane path, but I'll take it, man. That's an interesting way to start the day.
Yeah, we'll take wins that aren't like the same circles over and over again.
Yeah, I love the diversity.
Yeah.
One of my favorite parts about PUBG Esports is you can play a tournament like this that spans 6 days, 30 maps, and every game's going to develop differently, not just because of the drop locations and the skirmishes, but the way the circles go. It's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah, here's the end of the last game on Sunday, day 3 here, and 17 just has the outside of New Happy and Genji barricaded on the other side of the road. The circle's favorable to them, and they've got to Groza to make things even more difficult for the other 2 teams trying to come out of that's La Cobreri up in the north. So yeah, I mean, a great finish for 17 here. They're in 5th place, and again, these guys, they're like you were talking about, they had been just red hot in the PCL coming into this.
Anytime you give a little ghost to Groza, you're going to be really happy. 17, and see the Freaks trying to start making their rotation now. I believe this is actually them going up to Cruz de Valle. Is that right?
Yes, they're spreading out a bit. They were trying to go north. They typically drop somewhere up in the north, like La Cobreri or something like that. But here they are going to go for Cruz de Valle. It's the closest kind of that they're able to really get to. I don't see anything too out of the ordinary. Tianba is Puerto Pariso. New Happy is Los Leones. Tailu is El Azahar every time. Nobody messes with them there. Yep. Things are pretty stock standard.
Yep. Nice slow start here to the weekend.
I do notice something a little bit different, and that's that GEX is where? Where is GEX?
I'm looking at the map right now, actually.
Oh, here they are. They're Junkyard. They're the Junkyard split. So that's a little bit of a change because they got bullied out of Impala by infantry, and then now V7's over in the trailer park split where they used to go. So
yeah, west of El Pozo.
That's the only one that's out of the ordinary.
Yeah. I think we saw a little bit of action between the Donuts and Maru as well before around the San Martin area.
Yeah.
We would often have like some little secret agent missions where one player will try to snipe the other from the get-go, but not too much of that action coming off. I mean, this is maybe a little bit of a different meta that we saw on the first weekend. Like we said to start this off, there was a lot of little tiny skirmishes, little tiny trades that were happening on in the early game. But for now, these teams just kind of content to loot up, get inside the circle, and kind of enter in with their full manpower. And that's kind of a breath of fresh air, especially considering all of the fights that we've had, not maybe on Miramar, but on Erangel to start things out.
Erangel is probably just going to go back to the fight. And yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's going to happen again, based on things I'm hearing in the background. But maybe not. Maybe they change their mind. You never know. And yeah, I think here, especially on Miramar, like you said, we saw a lot of like teams kind of picking on each other a little bit,
nibbling.
Nibbling on each other. And my guess is that a lot of kind of tightening of the screws was done during this past week to make sure those kind of things don't happen again to teams that like to drop far outside of their main drop zone, like a Danawa, for example, that has players who like to leave Chumasera early to gather loot, and then they kind of maneuver from there based on where the first circle goes.
Yeah, we see Renba trying to scope things out right now with his 8X Mini. That's a nice little pickup, but won't have an angle on that crate that's dropping. Pair are going to be pretty happy about this, but actually Gen G, they're all getting in their vehicles. They might be trying to pick this off. For a second, I thought Renbo was just content to scope the place out, but looks like he was gathering intel, and we see a pretty big rotation coming out of him.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G hasn't seen anything on their side of things on that hill. Now, Ixleft is going to get a Groza out of this, and I think he is safe as far as that's concerned. It doesn't look like 17 or Jufu can really do much about it, and that's one of those guns that you put in the hands of a player like Ixleft, and he can really get heated up off of it. Like, he is, we saw it last year, one of the best in the business. They won both PCSs last year, his team. So, look, we know that guy is capable of magic.
Yeah, Ixleft, when he gets hot, he gets red hot. He will take down teams all by himself. It is impressive to see. In the meantime, we got New Happy kind of centering up over here in the southeastern side. This is kind of been a tough performance for them so far this PCS. They're really just getting bogged down in that fight on Erangel with Donawa. I mean, when they have their full force up like Ming Bing, he's absolutely out of his mind. HS, of course, another great fragger. This team they play fantastic. They have great mechanical skill. If you get them up in their full manpower in late game fights, you put them up against any team and they have a good odds of taking that fight, but hasn't really been the story so far in this PCS. And as you said, probably likely that they'll go back to fighting with Donawa over there in West Yaz, but we'll have to see. There is a lot of pride on the line between these two regions in PCS, but at the end of the day, you also want the prize money.
Absolutely. So, well, in the PGC points as well, right? And so I'm really trying to temper my. Last year there was a fight between 4AM and Ghibli that was just absolutely just bloody. Even worse than the Donawa and the New Happy one because it was for apps, and so usually it would be like one person would come out of the fight, out of the two teams, and it would drive me absolutely insane.
Just brutal.
There's videos of me slowly descending into madness over the course of the event. But this time I'm much more reasoned and measured with it because I get why Donawa is doing it in a bigger picture sense. It is frustrating because, of course, I think Donawa could win this event if they were left, unfettered a bit, and I think it's also affecting their mentality on Miramar as well, where they don't seem as confident. They don't seem to kind of have that usual swagger that they do. They're a very good Miramar team. In fact, they're typically very good on both maps. So to see them, outside of Erangel last week not have success is kind of, I think it really affected their mentality, that fight for Yasnaya. I think they really poured all their heart and soul into that.
I think the same thing happened for New Happy because we would see them go on Miramar after they got cleaned up by the Freaks at the start on map number 1 and then had really bad fights with Donawa on map 2 and map 3. It just kind of, I guess the best way to put this is that PUBG at the top level is very often a game of momentum in addition to play calling, decision making, and gunfighting. It's confidence and momentum that carries these teams through these week-long or 2-week-long events and to victory. And if you get those early fights bogging you down and you don't find any success, it's really hard to get into a rhythm where you can just continuously repeat success on Erangel and on Miramar. If you start cold, it's so hard to pick up heat.
Yeah, you got to have that confidence mentality for a lot of reasons. You make better decisions just as an individual, and your IGLs will make better decisions because they feel confident to put your team into winning positions, maybe a little bit faster, maybe 2 seconds faster than they normally would. Those little things, those little kind of things matter a ton in a game like PUBG.
It also matters when you don't have a huge gap to kind of close between you and the top teams, because when you feel that pressure, it's almost like you have to play perfectly to try and close that gap, and then you start second-guessing yourself. But you get off to a hot start, or even a middling start, you don't get bogged down early, and suddenly you have a chance where, okay, we can take a risk on this map, we can try and go for this one position. Even if it doesn't work out, on average, it'll be better for us, but...
That's true. Yeah, that's true. You also, you feel more comfortable to take those risks because you're already ahead. That's a really good point. So a lot of interesting kind of mental games that come into play, and Maru's going to lose some tires for this little maneuver they made to get pretty deep, though. I will say, if this shifts to the north, Maru's in a, if this goes north center, Maru is in a really, really good spot, though. So even though that move is a bit risky, they are going to have their vehicles very beat up. It's not going to pay off. That's unfortunate. There's very little chance that circle's going that way.
Yeah, man, Tiamba feels like they're getting a little bit lucky with these circles the last 2 games, if I'm not mistaken. That's kind of nice, man. They got a little bit of vibe going for them right now. They're getting nice and centered up as we're going to be over on the west side of Los Leones. Of course, New Happy, of course, happy with this as well. Donowa's going to be making their rotation, trying to take some better compounds over here in this position, and see a lot of teams rotating in. No players have fallen just yet, but we might see that change right now as Longsker with a great spray gets Xenon on the first couple of shots.
Yeah, Xenon.
Oh man, the heady.
Oh, Savior. Xenon's done. Savior's leaving. It's been a struggle for GEX in 13th place. Yan Li in particular, I think, has 1 kill coming into today. It has been really rough sledding for them. You know, Donowa trying to, again, turn things around. I think if they have a good start on Miramar, they might be able to get it going. There's a big fight breaking out here between USG and Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road so far has a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, getting a good engagement right now with Kane going down as well. Parrot's a 3v2 right now as Akeslef is going to get the flush there with a Groza. That's Kane, or that's Americano down, excuse me. So USG Donuts kind of on their last legs as Shiva's going to try and get out of there, but nope, that's it for them. And man, you get Pero, Groza, and a good initiation in the gunfight, it's a lot of trouble.
Yeah, exactly. I think Pero there just, you know, Americano made a bit of a mistake. He tried to peek when he had no ammo. I think he thought he reloaded and didn't. I'm not sure what happened there. Vehicle explosions. As again, Maru is going to have a tough time. They made a gamble for what could have been a good position early on. It is not going to pay off, and Tiamba is going to absolutely make them pay. Donowa trying to take some shots. Gen.G cutting through the madness. Trying to see if they can find some room to squeak through, or maybe they just might like take these points off of Maru. If they got out and threw a grenade, they could maybe end the round.
Would be a risky maneuver for sure, but one that might net 3 points. And no, they're just going to be content to try and finish this rotation. They still have the 4-man up, all battered and bruised. I mean, everyone's at pretty much half HP here, but they're going to be content to take this dip, try to heal up, reconsolidate. I mean, these vehicles themselves are even taking some damage. I think we saw like a couple missing tires. Really tough spot. It's always hard to make these rotations through these really dense circles, especially when there's no action early, because you know everyone's just hungry for a kill.
Yeah, I mean everyone wants to get warmed up. They want to get heated up. They want to get those mechanics in shape for the rest of the day. So you're going to start popping these mini and SLR shots really early, especially like get headies like that from Lin Shun. He's going to take there's another one from him, and it is going to be the vehicle explosion. Actually, well, technically, he getting out of the car knocked him. The vehicle explosion was quick to follow there onto Sungyung. He is going to be taken down by 2-star, but yeah, Maru here, just there isn't. The circle probably had 2 things it was likely to do at the beginning of this after phase 1. Is either going to go north or east, and it went east, and that Maru gambled. Basically, they flipped the coin and they said, well, let's hope it goes north. And had it done that, they probably would have got deep into this game and had a very good one, but because they did that, their vehicles got beat up early and they're stuck.
Yeah, but props to them for taking that kind of risk.
Sure.
I mean, we talked about it. When you're kind of at the bottom of the barrel right now, like Maru now sitting at 15th place.
Why not?
It can be tough to, you might think you want to play perfectly and play conservatively and try and not take too many risks, but really nice for them to go for that gamble. Did not work out for them this time. Maybe it will next time as we see the circle kind of centering up to the west. Nothing too crazy. And Tiamba, again, man, holding down 2 critical compounds.
Yeah, so Tiamba has a decision to make. If I'm them, I'm going to the southwest of their 2 options. I'm going to the one that Chui and 7-7 are at. Circles just really like that compound. And I don't know exactly, I do know exactly what it is. It's because of the land ratio terrain. But the Circles really like that compound in particular. And it is very defendable. It has great sight lines, especially to your west and your south, that you can really harass the crap out of people, get a lot of kills. So, but I can see that they're still unsure. They got to be careful with that because somebody, if they identify that there's only 2 players in one of those compounds, somebody's crashing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And GEX now trying to make the rotation. They are very close to V7 and 4AM, so might have a little bit of action over there as we see Tyloo, the leaders right now at 147 points, kind of posting up at this compound on the edge, probably trying to gather some intel. They're really smart about the way they rotate into these late circles. They do not want to go in blind and get picked off in their vehicles. They want to try and figure out what everyone's position are. If there are compounds that have maybe only 2 players or 1 player, there's some kind of split. So look to see them try and reconsolidate, gather intel, then make their move. In the meantime, Petrichor Road AZ trying to find an angle in V7, making the rotation out. Actually, reconsolidating to the south side. This is close to GEX.
Yeah, V7 is trying to kind of bolster their defenses, trying to keep their edge clear, and I think this is actually a pretty wise play because nothing in the center of that circle is doable and more just problems for GEX State. They just can't seem to find space. That's a really good grenade on Apparel, though. They took a whole bunch of damage, but the follow-up just comes up short from Hong Hong. The next one, too far here for Jufu. It was almost disaster for Pero.
Yeah, those follow-up nades had a potential to completely wipe Pero off the board, but instead they're going to heal up, and Jufu Gray, he's back on the roster, coming in with a big flank right now as we see Tai Lu. They got the knock there on Savior. Now they're coming in to clean up. This is what they do. They play very carefully and calculated. They're moving in on GEX now with only 2 men up, and you see Tongs take a great angle there. That's Yanli going down. GEX on their last legs right now as SSR tries to salvage the situation with a frag. But Tongs is going to get the flush. The frag is not connecting, and man, Tai Lu playing out of their minds right now, even getting some help from 4 AM as Xiao Lu's going to clean him up. And Gray, beautiful play right there trying to go for the flank, but he does get spotted out.
Yeah, this is what makes Tai Lu good. They know they have enough space to their east that they can fall back a bit, keep themselves out of the sight lines of any other teams that were maybe in the area. Meanwhile, Pero trying to deal with a couple different teams. Now they're getting a little bit of relief from Donawa up on the Chumasera area. From that northernmost compound that's kind of keeping people at bay. And Aches left with that Groza, man. We said at the beginning, you give this guy a good gun. Oh, he's going to get knocked by Salute, though. Salute can just, I think, barely see his head through that smoke.
Oh, that could be an insane frag if it connects. Such a tough angle. It looks pretty good, but just a little bit short. Just hitting the side of that house. Oh, they're really trying to get Aches left out of that position. It is precarious, to say the least.
They have to move the vehicle because it's cutting off the angle to get around the corner.
I mean, that's some quick thinking by AZ, man. You know, he wants to pick up Aches left and get him around the edge of that house, and they're going to succeed. They really want Aches left to be up there with that Groza. He's their main fragger right now, because we see V7 trying to come up on Maru right now. Maru only with 1 man up. Gok is going to try and hold down this position, but it's tough. That is a very smart nade that he's throwing down. He actually gets a great initiation here. That's 2-star out, but he's getting just didn't really understand that the other player, Pudding, was coming in from the window instead of that. Thought it was going to be a trade from the front. Instead, that's got getting cleaned up, but valiant little effort right there from him.
Good recognition of the space being available for V7. You know, only 1 player left on Maru. If they're keeping track of their kill feeds well, you know, they probably figured that out. You know, that was a lone player there. That was open space for them to take. Now they do have Tai Lu and infantry looming to their east and to their south, so that's a scary prospect for any team, no doubt about it right now. 17 trying to push the Chumasera Church, and I think it's actually open. Although, I take it back. The Freaks are trying to make a rotation to it. They actually are going to get there just ahead of 17.
Oh, and there's so many teams converging in this position right now as the Freaks try to rotate into that church. 17, Little Ghost, he's pushing up on the compound right now. He's already got the M4 out trying to clear the side, but his teammates right now, they're a little bit bogged down. Pero is closing in on their heels. Donawa's over there on the side as we see Little Ghost with a nice spray there on the initiation. Doesn't get the knock there on Lash. Tough position though right now is the kind of the lone soldier, but the reinforcements are arriving.
Oh, that was such a good spray there. Actually, Sho got the knock, but still, Lash is able to respond, gets the flush on the Xiaobei. Hikari gonna go down for the Freaks. A 3v2 now. E-end again with that AK. Gonna get Suju. Gonna go right for the grenade. Now, Lil Ghost knows he's in here, trying to see if he can fish a bit with a grenade of his own. E-end is gonna clean up the point for the Freaks. He's gonna have to go for the heal as that grenade did connect. Not fully, but solidly.
Yeah, pretty good defense here by the Freaks to start things out. And right now, both those players are down to 2-2 as we see Helen with a great spray transfer, just barely missing the knock there on AZ. But Soul cleaning it up right now. Pero in a world of trouble. Donawa just really defending this position. You see the nades coming in. That's it on Aches left, barely out of range. Follow up. Oh, 1 HP!
Oh, you gotta be kidding. Only Aches left can get away with this. Helen keeps trying to push the issue as, you know, Donawa knows they have Pero dead to rights here. Finally, they are going to wipe them out, but it was a valiant stand for Pero. They pick up some kills along the way. Not a bad little round.
Yeah, really tough moving in from that northern position uphill into a fortified spot that Donawa was holding down. And you see right here, everyone's still trying to kind of fight over this compound on the northwest side, but the circle, it is centering up. There aren't too many compounds that are in right now. New Happy, of course, they still have their 4 men up on the side. They're really hungry for points.
I see Ghibli rotating in this direction as well. So I'm kind of curious what is going to be. I think they're going past this. There's going to be a three-way fight here. It feels like I would suspect that maybe Danoa might want to just drive around this. It looks like they're trying to load up and change directions, change gears a bit. But, you know, 17 and the Freaks, they're fully up in each other's faces. So they have no choice but kind of to fight this out right now. Now, EN trying to reposition. How did Show just kind of figure out the timing on that? That is so good. I mean, I'm sure he understood. Like, you know, somebody was probably coming out before that grenade started to dissipate and went for the pre-grenade. Didn't connect with it, though.
Yeah, you see the Freaks right now trying to get out of this kind of entrenched position, but it's really tough, even difficult to move the vehicles. And Danoa, they're just going to piece out of this. They do not want to get bogged down, but man, they're fish in a barrel right now. There's so many teams in these compounds. It's a miracle they haven't gotten knocked yet, as we see EN coming in, gets a great initiation there on Little Ghost. That is Little Ghost going down. 2-1 right now for the Freaks, but Ghibli is still watching this from the hills. Really tough position for these teams here on the northwest side. I'm not sure how they're going to get out of this. It's always tough when you get in these fortified positions, these long, protracted battles to try and get out of them alive.
Yeah, it really, really is. You know, especially when you're using all your utility, you're using smokes, you're using frags, everything you're going to need for the follow-up when you're finally done with that. Now, EN has been absolutely magical for the Freaks this year. He was great last year with Mad Clan and others. I mean, the best player in Korea, in my opinion, right now. And he's showing you why in that little fight with 17. Even though it's been a rough one, a very, very good team in 17, no doubt about it. A very tough nut to crack here and Show as well, the final player. Now, V7, you know, has to kind of start inching ahead. And Janggu tries to take some space, but, you know, in a circle like this state, there is quite a bit of, you know, still high ground left in it that people are going to be able to harass you from.
Yeah, and you see that right here with 4 AM. They're just trying to struggle to find any position at all, but they're getting shots taken on them from New Happy at like, what, 200-300 meters? They're getting shots taken on them from infantry. It's a really tough position as we see this battle continuing over here. Show actually in the blue just trying to make some kind of nade connect. He will be able to get the kit off, I think. Very close to ticking down.
But for, oh my god, he got the headshot on EN.
Yeah, we didn't get a shot of that. That's going to be Show cleaned up, but he did get EN. EN actually goes down to the blue as well, so man, Lash is going to be the lone survivor of that fight if he's even able to get out of there right now. You see the blue closing in on him, but in the meantime, Tiamba, they've had a great run here on Miramar lately as Lindstrom tries to get another point, and that's Lash just probably succumbing to the blue, doesn't want to surrender the point. He's dead to rights.
Yeah, there's no way. There's nothing Lash can do. I mean, truly, he is dead. So no reason to not just sit in the blue and wait this one out. Now, Infantry is still making their way through the high ground on the east side of the circle. And, you know, relatively quiet. Just that one kill from Longsker on a GEX at the beginning. Other than that, they're taking their time. They're, you know, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and figuring out what lays ahead. 4 AM did lose Xiao Hai. We saw that earlier very briefly on the screen, and Genji is sitting underneath them. Now Genji safe for now, as now Tianba's gonna get the kill onto Helen, so Danoa down to just 2. Or no, 3, excuse me.
Yeah, and it's really tough for all of these teams playing dips right now. Danoa, Genji, 4 AM. You just see all of these long angles and even nading spots as Chewy's going to be going for one right now on Max Aura and Renba. That's a really nice looking nade. Miraculously, Renba doesn't get knocked there. He's at almost 1H. Follow-up nade is going to connect on him, and that's Renba going down for Genji as they're trying to close in on this position. In the meantime, though, Chewy gets taken out.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe 4 AM get involved in this fight. Here they come right down the hill. They've got a really good opportunity to maybe take both these teams out, but it's going to be Tong again, who has been momentous for Tianba this event. Going to get the knock onto Lu. He had a grenade in hand, so he goes down. Wayless going to let one fly into Genji territory. Genji just scurrying, trying to avoid death to see if they can make this work.
Yeah, it's just so tough to take these fights in this position on the map, man. There are so many angles, so many hills, so many slopes you have to work with. You see Genji try to make some magic happen, trying to survive between these two vestiges of defense, but there's really very little left for them. It's tough.
Yeah, man, it is really, really hard. Infantry now has to crash tie Lu. Good start here for them. Volibear has 2 free kills to pick up for his team. And it is just CC. He has been incredible this event. Let's see if he's got any more magic in store. Tongs is knocked, but probably unresable at this point. 2 Stars trying to get involved in this to see if he can maybe scoop up a few free points of his own. Wang Zai trying to find an angle around the corner. Longsker was out on the flank covering for them. He's going to come back down the hill. They really want to make sure that they're able to win this fight as cleanly as possible. CC, they know he's in the corner, but they don't hit any of those shots.
Yeah, they try to spray to see if they can get him, but they can't see him through the smoke. They're not sure if he's there yet. They will hear this smoke pop, but man, CC, a true friend, going to try and go for the res there in the blues. You see this really cute fight right here. LT, he's going through the... That seat hopping so quick, such great mechanics. He's going to clean up Gen G. They're getting knocked out in 8th here in this lobby. We see Tyloo, they actually got the res during all of that.
Spear never saw him the second time. When he went through the doors again, just what a play there. He does fall for his efforts. Well, he's about to. Ghibli's bearing down on him. CC, though, trying to hold it down, is going to get Lin killed. So, bit of a misstep here for Infantry. They don't cleanly get this done. Now, they are going to push through. Longsker is going to finish Tyloo out, but that's a big point there for Tyloo. You know, it was a point they probably shouldn't have got.
Yeah, anything you can do to pad that lead, man. 21 points now between Tyloo and 2nd place. They're going to continue to try and build that gap. In the meantime, Lambu, nice shots there on 2-star. V7 still trying to make something happen in this position, but no, it's not gonna work for them. And it's, again, these dips, they are just absolutely brutal on this side of the map.
Timing's been really good for Ghibli in this game, showing up to that three-way fight between 4AM, Gen G, and Tianba as the last team to be there, and they rake in a lot of kills and a great position out of it. Now, Infantry is going to send Longsker in towards the middle of this circle. Soul trying to crawl in here, seeing if he can be rezzed by his teammate Rex. Ghibli has a bit of a weird one in front of them. They're going to have to load up in the Broncos and try to push forward. Now, Longsker's already here, and he is nuts. We've seen it before. He's going to get Gumin. Easy does it, and more trying to pile in, but there's a pretty good angle for Adder, and Longsker is going to get knocked.
Yep, Longsker's going to go down there. He was holding down the front there for Infantry, but getting taken out. And Ghibli now, they're trying to take this position, but already 2 knocked. In the meantime, New Happy, they want to flush out Danawa. They do not want them to be a thorn in their side. And you can see the heads. He knows they're in. They're going to go in with one more flash and then peek this, and that should be Danawa getting taken out. But the smoke, you can't see him.
Oh, Soul trying to do something. Soul gets CP on. He's going to go for the flash. He's going to get it. Okay, there's still a world where Soul pulls this out. There's enough smoke here that things are a little bit wonky. There isn't a lot of space outside of that door. Because of that, they cut through. Soul's going to do the same. He wraps around. He's got him in the back, but they can't see each other because of the smoke. He throws the molly just out into no man's land. What is happening here? Nobody knows. Ready for the They both get the vehicle at the same time. Finally, Nan wins it. What?
I think Mingming, I don't know if the smoke was still up. I think Mingming might have seen what seat he was in the vehicle because they were in there at the same time and knew where he came out on the side, but that was such a quirky little engagement there. New Happy now, they've got 3 men up to the 1 of Infantry. This might be their first win to start the 2nd week, and it is. New Happy, they're coming alive now here on Miramar, moving all the way up to 8th place with a 5-kill win, 97 points, about to break trip digits. You know they want to come alive here.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure they are focused up and ready, especially for Miramar. You know, a map where they're not going to be involved in a hot drop, so absolutely New Happy, you know, finding the right time there at the end to just come in and sweep through. I mean, it was almost disaster. Soul there doing everything he could. You know, you cue Yakety Sack for that moment there at the end. Just everybody just running around each other, seat swapping all over the place. What a fun little fight.
Yeah, we had a couple of those engagements with seat swaps happening willy-nilly all over the place.
That was weird.
It was fun, man. I think it was Soul, I think in the pre-roll video before we started the broadcast today, was saying that he wants to turn New Happy into Unhappy, and he almost did it with some really clean play there, but always just agents of chaos, man. Like, it's tough to handle those situations, but New Happy does it. I mean, we didn't get a lot of camera footage on them there at the end. It was a lot of other fights, but that's because New Happy, they were playing their sites, they were controlling their spaces, they had these nice compounds, played it slow and steady, and they're going to come up with a win for it.
Yep, this is kind of the New Happy game. You know, probably 8 times out of 10, that fight with Donna was a little bit cleaner there, but the smoke started to cause some chaos, and there was just not enough room between that door and the car that you could get through it cleanly. So it kind of made everything a little bit weird as well for that fight. So really funny stuff happening there at the end. And here's Gok. He is at least, you know, able to get a few points out of it. Lil Ghost, and that's actually Sho who got that knock. Doing a good job combining fire. Again, it's this combined fire stuff. Yes, individually you can see plays like this from Volibear are so good, but you know, at times these guys are absolutely nuts. Ghibli must have got taken out in the back here.
Yeah, Longsker had a really good initiation there. He did eventually get taken out, but he made enough of a problem for Ghibli that his teammates were able to swoop in from the side, take that long angle, and wipe him out. And wow, what an engagement here. I think that was the moment, yeah, because they're still in the smoke. They're still in the smoke, so Ming just read the situation from him getting out on the left side of that car, and that's going to be it for New Happy. Really smart, clean win there, conservative play, not taking risks. They just knew what they had to do.
Wang Zai must have had a 1v2 in there on Ghibli, because I saw at one point on the kill feed that there was only one player standing for infantry, and there were two for Ghibli. But you can see still a lot of kills for Ghibli. Infantry there as well, doing a pretty good job. Distance traveled pretty far for Ifty and Ghibli. New Happy didn't have super far to go. I mean, they are Los Leones team, but at the end of the game, they were pretty active on the map. It wasn't like they were gifted a circle or anything.
Oh, yeah,
like that.
yeah. They just had a compound and that was safe for a long time, and then they just used that as a fortified little staging point, bode their time, waited to strike, and then dove on a position, and you saw it right there at the end, absolutely dominated it. And I think this is one of the first times we haven't seen Tai Lu in like the top 4 of movement on a leaderboard. It feels like almost every game they're just like racking up insane distance.
That's true. That's actually true. And also, like, they're just putting up big numbers on this map. And
yeah.
You know, that fight against infantry just, you know, took a great angle there. Volibear found a really tough one for Tai Lu and was able to pick up 2 and kind of break the ranks of the top team right now in the lobby coming into this game. So we'll see what the scoreboard and all that looks like going into the second game. Another Miramar is where we find ourselves, and we're not taking a break. We're going right into it, guys. So, you know, just hang on. We'll look at some screens, look at some stats, look at some interesting stuff, and then you know, maybe State and I will make some crayon drawings, and then
Donowa actually threw 21 smokes. I did not realize this. That's more than every other team on this. It's more than every other team on this board combined. That is nuts.
That's an insane amount of smokes.
I felt like we had a lot of really strange smoke fights in that game, and I guess that's kind of what happens when you have these fights in close quarters dips on Miramar, is you have to try and create some kind of soft cover, and the way they do that is by eliminating vision and just complete chaos.
Well, think about the way this game went for Donowa. Was they start out by Chumasera, they kind of fan out on the northeast side of it on phase 2.
Yeah.
Then it starts hard shifting away from them, so they kind of have to fight a little bit, and then they just avoid the church fight between infantry and Kwangdong, and they wrap into the middle of the circle, and that's probably where they had to use a lot of smokes.
Yeah.
Kind of keep themselves safe in the middle of everything.
Everybody that was on that side of the road had such a tough time because there were so many angles from New Happy and these other teams to the northeast that were able to just barrel down on them, and it's just absolutely brutal. I mean, you run out of smokes and you're pretty much dead in those positions, and we're going to see infantry actually walking away with the most points. We did say that was a little bit of a quiet game for New Happy. They did rack up 15 points, 10 for the placement and the win, but a lot of teams coming up big, and these aren't teams that are, you know, the very tip top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, these are huge games for all 4 of these teams on the left-hand side because they are all on the right-hand side of the leaderboard. So, you know, these are really, really big, important moments for them. Well, maybe not infantry, but I think that I know the other 3 were down there. But regardless, you know, still a really nice round here for infantry, just kind of, you know, taking their time, waiting things out. Again, all of this was timing for these top teams. Ghibli, Infantry, Donowa, finding good times to make New Happy as well. Finding the right times to make their moves, to make their plays, and making the most out of their situations.
Yeah, just fantastic play. I mean, if Donowa got bogged down in that fight in the northwest at that church, probably a completely different game. Probably they're dead to rights right there. It's always smart knowing, I shouldn't say that, it's very critical for these teams to know when to take fights because we've seen so many times 2 or 3 teams get locked in one position in a protracted battle and then you just get 3-peat on the rotation out. And it's just deadly, and Nan's going to be your MVP. Only 2 kills, but clutch play.
He's nuts. I mean, the whole team is nuts top to bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Happy guys. Like, if you don't know these names, you absolutely should. Because they are the best in the world. They won PGC, so they are absolutely able to claim that right. And yeah, Nan is just, you know, solid game there. Not a ton of kills for New Happy overall. But again, the right moves at the right time. A little bit of a weird fight with Donowa that, you know, again, who knows? But there's also a world where Seoul wins that fight.
Oh, yeah.
But it didn't happen. You know, they're able to, you know, stay alive enough with enough players. I think only ZP Yan went down. I think he was the only one taken out.
Yeah, it was 3-on-1 at the end there.
Yeah.
So Always nice when you finish a game with 3 or 4 players up. That means that you worked really well as a unit, you controlled your space, everyone did their jobs perfectly, and here you see total leaderboard. Of course, Tyloo still at the front now with a 21-point lead, but a lot of these other teams closing the gap. We now have a 6th team, the Freaks, with 100 points. Petrichor Road, New Happy, and Infantry all very close to trip digits as well.
I was right. They were all on the right-hand side.
You were. I never doubt yourself again.
I shouldn't. I should know better. I'm just like... I don't know, man, you know, but no, seriously, I think this is a really good game for a lot of the other teams because Tyloo didn't really do much, and that's kind of where everybody was looking at in this, is to just keep Jufu kind of at bay and allow everyone else to start gaining ground, to make this really interesting. You don't want something like, frankly, we saw in the PWS with the Guangdong Freaks where they just ran away with it so hard in the first couple days. It was like, well, they've won. And now we see who's second.
Yeah. As a viewer and a commentator, always better to have a close race, you know?
We all want that.
And you know these teams, they want to have a chance at winning this thing as well. So everybody kind of patting their backs right there, keeping Tyloo in check, but still 21-point lead in first place. That's tough. That's a tough nut to crack. I mean, we do have, what, 14 matches left?
It's enough.
It is enough.
You could put up 140 points in 14 games, and you really change your destiny. I mean, I would say this right now, that anybody in this lobby is still theoretically in it in terms of just mathematical possibility.
Yeah.
Probability is not great, but possibility it's there. So, I mean, again, if you can, I've seen teams put up probably more than that, probably 150, 160 points.
17 did something pretty close to that at the end of Champions League recently, and they came in second, only like 4 points behind New Happy or something like that. And I mean, USG, another fantastic team. These guys are our team representing Japan. Of course, Americano and Korn are from Korea, but they play with a Japanese team. And Kane and Shiva, 2 of the best Japanese players in PUBG in the world. I mean, like...
Yeah, in my opinion, I think Kane is maybe the best player from Japan right now. I think he's really, really strong. A lot of people would say maybe somebody from Sun Sister or something like that, and I would disagree. I think there's really good players on there as well, like, you know, Polly and RunAXP, the other 2 members that are going to be attending PNC with Kane and Shiva. But... I mean, from what I've seen from Kane, he's got some pretty nutty stuff inside of him. He's got a big smile on his face there.
Yeah.
Too, so
morale is high, it seems, and that's always a good feeling.
Of course,
rank
you have
12.
a map of South America over there. Is that the edge of Brazil that I see on his map on the left-hand side?
You might be right.
Man, look at that.
We had like a little bit. If we had like 1 degree to the left, I'd be able to tell you.
Yeah.
Yes
I know,
or no.
right? I don't recognize any of the flags. I could be wrong. Maybe it's Southeast Asia or something. Maybe it's like the edge of like Thailand or Vietnam or something. I don't know.
Of course, Jufu, really incredible performance so far in this tournament. I mean, this is a team that no one really, unless you follow Champions League, is probably very new to you. It's certainly new to me, but they've been putting up some great performances. I mean, Gray is kind of a known name, but this team working together as a new unit, top 4 so far, already halfway through the tournament, and they were killing it in that first week.
Yeah, I mean, Gray is kind of the most veteran player on Jufu as far as those things go. He was the sub, or, you know, kind of a switch-in player for Pero at times. So he's got some experience being on big orgs. But this whole team is mostly either, again, subs on other teams or just brand new players for this year. You know, look at Hagong there. Look at all that. He's got all that water. He's got all that hydration. He's ready to go, man. That's a gamer.
If you're at home, make sure you're staying hydrated.
Yeah.
Always important.
It is very, very important, people. Even, you know, State and I here, we have to drink quite a bit of water.
Oh my goodness, we have so many water bottles on our desk that you can't see.
Yeah, they're all hidden. They're all laying down underneath the edge, and it is very necessary to keep, you know, just keep us energized, keep our voices good. But anyway, the Freaks, I mean, look, dude, if they start putting up some big games, they can do this. We've seen it. We know they're capable. We know these guys are nuts, but we need to see a bit more from Akkad in particular. Like, if you look at the kills right now, like, coming into today, Hikari's playing very, very good. End is just always good. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Lash is playing fine. It's actually Akkad that's kind of the weak link right now.
Yeah, and this is a team that really needs all 4 of their players to be playing at their top level to try and bridge this gap. They are in top 6 right now, but the difference between rank 1 and rank 6 is, what, 50 points or something at this stage? It's a really big gap to try and close, but they're going to be happy finally breaking into 100 points.
You need big days. You need a big day. Like, if you're one of the teams that's, yeah, like you're talking about 50 points outside of the top right now. You need a big day. You need like a 50-point, 60-point day where you're getting a win or two and you're, really putting the pedal to the metal. So, look, Kakata hasn't been terrible. He was averaging 0.7 kills coming into today, but his damage numbers are trailing just a bit behind the rest of the team. So, need to see him step it up a bit. V7, well...
Yeah, not having a good go of it so far, but I mean, it happens. Everyone has off tournaments. V7,
they're young.
They're young. Yeah. Not so much veteran players. I mean, it's always tough kind of as the underdog coming into these extremely stacked lobbies. Like you have like the reigning world champs, you have 17 Gaming, which was playing out of their mind in Champions League. You have the best teams in Korea, the best teams in China. This is the most stacked region in my opinion. V7 coming in here, not the best performance from them, but I mean, the potential is there.
Sure. I mean, they're young, they have a lot of confidence. They, came through, they played well for their first time together in the PWS to get here. But like you're saying, this is a nuts lobby. And teams like this are part of the equation for sure. 7th place for Petrichor Road right now. Ix left, got that Groza, and he got heated up a bit. Just couldn't quite kind of keep themselves propelled with the way the circle was working against them. They did a really good job to make the most of a bad situation.
Yeah, the position they were in at the northwest by that church, trying to rotate in, is just a death trap. I mean, you got Donawa right there basically gatekeeping them out. You have the other teams in the church that might try and get an angle on you because they're already locked down. But that's it for the last game. We're about to go into our second map. We have Miramar again. 2 more Miramar ahead of you. Let's get to it.
Miramar, baby. Let's go. Sand, cactuses, weird-looking trees.
I hate sand.
Maybe scorpions, I don't know. All right, let's go. Game number 2 on the day. We got 5 to go. Or excuse me, well, we've got 4 to go if you include this one, but 5 games on the day total.
Gonna give you some of my crayons, man.
Yeah, please. I need them. I'm gonna draw myself a dinosaur.
This playing path is kind of interesting, huh?
It's not good. It's
good for us.
It's good. It is. We'll see if this wants to go southeast, maybe north. We've had a lot of northeast circles, so I'm kind of like, I'm okay on that.
I would like a little bit of a Puerto Paraiso action,
Okay.
A little bit of vacation by the coast.
That hard southeast shifted circle.
Oh yeah,
like
get
half
some battles
water.
to the field.
Okay, I'm in. I think those are fun circles near Puerto. I think those are good. I'm not a fan of like that area by Cruz de Valle. That can be a difficult one. Yeah. we can bypass that, please. PUBG Circle Gods, if you're listening. I have drank my coffee today. I have done my penance. So please listen to my prayers and give me the circle I want.
Is that a part of the PUBG Circle Faith is coffee?
It is for me.
Is there a religious drink?
So the PUBG gods reward me with bad circles when I drink a lot of coffee. That's the way it works. That is the lore.
Let's get you some more coffee then.
No.
No more energy drinks.
I'm trying.
For you.
I know. I'm trying to ease up on the caffeine, but that's not actually happening.
That is a losing
Dang
battle.
it!
And yep, we are not going to get anything to the southeast. We'll have another one all the way up here in the north. And
I didn't drink enough coffee, State.
Yeah, I want to say this is the 3rd circle we've had here on Miramar in this region of the map. I might be mistaken, but I definitely remember one near water treatment.
We've had at least 2.
Yeah, at least 2 for sure. And I think we're looking to see not too much action again. Looks like Maru, once again, they've rotated off St. Martin. They're going to be a little bit to the north side, as you see Donuts right now have that all to themselves. 4 a.m. over there at the mansion to the east side. And not really any hot drops, not really any teams going for the early picks, it seems. I mean, Jufu Hong right now, we don't have a shot on him, but he's a little bit close to the Freaks.
Yeah, he's pretty far away from the rest of Jufu as they went for a 2-1-1 drop with their looting split. You can see our players from the previous match. Gubian having a really good one for Ghibli. Ghibli having a great game in general, that last one, making a lot of really good timed moves, playing their edge very, very well. Honestly, most of these teams here that you're seeing on this board are playing edge. Not many teams other than Tiamba took a really early set. And I mean, Tiamba was just given the early center position. They weren't particularly necessarily playing for it. They were just given it. Although I would say Tiamba probably plays middle a little bit more than some.
Oh, yeah.
In China. In China, it's all edge.
I mean, the game that they won on the last match on day 3 was one that they were pretty much playing dead center on. And it just kept centering up, and then they won that smoke battle with the nades.
And Lin Shun knows how to navigate, you know, everything so well. He's been around for so long as a veteran of PUBG Esports for this Tiamba team that I'm so impressed with him. He's able to, again, kind of pull together this ragtag, you know, team. Like, you know, they're going to make an 80s, like, action movie about this team because it's just this ragtag group of, you know, misfits who they put together. You know, Tong, Chui, these guys have been around, but they haven't been on, like, star-studded superstar teams that have been winning events and tournaments and stuff. They were on, like, Vici Gaming back in, like, 2018. A good team, but, you know, still kind of journeyman as far as things are concerned.
It reminds me a little bit of the Korean team Boyajulke that's not playing in this event and has been disbanded. Boyajulke, of course, in Korean translates pretty much to we will show you.
Yeah.
We will show you what we got, which was another ragtag group of veterans that kind of conversion, made their own team.
Helen was on that team.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That was a fun team.
What a fun team that was. They were really, really fun. Geekin, I think, was on that team, and I'm not sure who else, but a lot of really good players are on that team.
Yeah, and the PWS fans in the chat will know.
Yeah.
They will remember.
Yeah, they'll know. And that was kind of these things that you see sometimes now in PUBG Esports where players kind of, you know, the slog to be a true top-tier PUBG team is nuts. Like, the amount of hours and practice and preparation you have to put in. Like, if you watched the retirement videos from Pio and him talking about when Gen G was at its peak during 2019, you know, he was sleeping 3-4 hours a night and staying up until, you know, the ungodly early hours of the morning and, you know, just to do prep. Now, Wayless is on his own, and if they pop the tire, he's done so. Look at you love to see that adder there, goes right for the tire first, then Ghibli, you know, fans out, guarantees themselves a kill, and you can see Lou up on the north part of the map is just driving away from this. There's no response here for 4 AM yet.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
Not yet. We'll see.
Dead in the water. Oh man, that was like something out of a nature documentary. All these cars just like rolling in on the hunt. You know, like 4 AM's like they're trying to rotate over here to the north, like the gazelles in like the savannah, and then these like the lions and the lioness, they just they band together.
Here we see the dangerous Ghibli. I was trying to go for like an Australian accent and I whiffed.
Oh, I can't do it. I hang out with Australians all the time from the AoE Force scene, and I cannot do an Australian accent.
Nope, I'm out. I don't have time to practice your weird people accents.
Oh, Lambu actually at 1H. It's a really nice connection right there by the Freaks. That's a tough angle too to spray from.
They're gonna have to settle for South Cruz de Valle, it looks like, and yeah. That's going to be it. Not the end of the world. Look, if the circles end up around Cruz de Valle and they go south, like just south of Cruz de Valle, that's a pretty good spot. I've seen circles end in that area, but look, this is Circle 1. There's just way too many options for what this circle can do. It's likely to, again, circles like this are likely to start centering up around that road by Cruz de Valle. They don't have to, but that's the most likely kind of area they like to drift towards.
Yeah, and Ghibli, they're going to be happy just to hold down that position. I mean, it's not... Whenever you're in these big cities, it's always dangerous because compounds are nice when you can kind of have, like, a gun in every house and just fortify it. But these cities they can get really tricky. You can get some rats in there, you know?
Oh, yeah. And there's just so many angles sometimes you're not ready for. It's all kind of madness.
Here we go. Maru and USG, man, these guys have a little bit of a rivalry.
What is this?
They're fighting for this compound. Where is this on the map?
It's the northeast of water treatment here, and so they're kind of fighting over high ground, which I get. But I think the Donut should just back off this fight. I don't think there's any real reason to try to breach this compound. You know, you do have the Freaks on the backside as well, kind of harassing this. So if I'm USG, but the problem is you've kicked the beehive, and the bees are mad, and Soongyang is going to try to flank them. Soongyang's got to be real careful, though. This is a fine line he's going to have to walk if he's going to make this work.
Yeah, you do not want to overpeak here on these slopes, especially if USG decides to go for a trade. So be really careful for him. He does have a red dot barrel, which is exactly what you want in these close quarter situations. And in the meantime, GDX Savior, he sees Longsker, right? Is he just waiting to take
revenge?
Oh, he doesn't. He just hears the footsteps. He's barely out of vision.
He wants
Steps
revenge.
Over. There it is. Longster going down. I mean, just getting caught unaware like that, that's a freebie.
All right, here we go. Sungyung in a position to pounce on top of USG. Americano out in the open. Kane as well, trying to go up the stairs, going to get caught mid-stairwell, and he might get taken down for that. You can see they're trying to spray him down here. Actually, it's the Freaks from afar, I think, who are peppering him from the back, or somebody is.
Oh, and you said it. I mean, you got to be careful with peeking that angle, because if they're going to connect with you, they're going to connect with your head, and you're going to get knocked really quick. Gotcha's going to try and fortify the position, but no!
Korn.
With a mini, actually, Korn's going to take him down with a headshot, and that's 2 players down here for Maru. Gok and Delax, they got to try and find some way to salvage this position in the donuts. They know it. They're taking point.
Yeah, these old farm PC boys can ball.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely turn this fight on its head. You know, Maru goes for kind of a weird one. With Delax and Gok not really in a position to help him, they're going to pay the price. This is a really kind of ambitious maneuver that Maru went for. Very high risk.
I think Ian actually got the finish on Sungyung there, too, so they're going to be happy to pick up a point.
Ian, I think, picked up at least 1, if not 2 kills, because he got Kane on that stairwell as well. And look at this, USG is just running Gok down, and he is gone. And Maru pays the price for a very aggressive, kind of risky maneuver, only sending 2 into the front lines of that fight.
Yeah, interesting decision. I mean, these are 2 teams that, for pretty much the entire first weekend, we're fighting it out at San Martin. So a little bit of maybe not bad blood, but a little bit of rivalry going on right there between these 2. So might have factored in just a little into the equation here for fighting for that compound. But meantime, Gen.G, they're going to be happy to square up over here on the southwest side.
I think that blood's pretty bad, man. It's like in the movie The Thing. You know, when they have the hot poker and there's like the blood in the petri dish, they poke it and like this like alien shoots up out of it. It's because I think we're getting there.
Maybe.
I don't know.
It's always hard to say.
It is really actually hard to say how personal. Usually they don't take it very personally, the teams. But wow, really north on this ship.
Huh.
So this is kind of interesting because the mountain northeast of water treatment, last I checked, had some land ratio stuff. So this is pretty likely to start going northeast or east or southeast. East. It's going to go east eventually.
Yeah.
It's just how much. Because a lot of that mountain that USG is on is still in.
All these teams rotating in right now. Gen.G not going to take this fight with Pero on the road, just going to be passing by, trying to get some intel, find out exactly where to head off to. And got a lot of these teams making their rotations. We see 17 going to post up. They're going to go for a 2-2 split, I believe, on these compounds to the east. And you got to wonder where Gen.G is going to run off to, because it's really, I mean, like, take a look at this shot right here. There's so many teams that are occupying the compounds. There's not really any available space. You got to go for a dip, I want to say.
I think you're right.
That or the high ground.
I think dip has been the name of the game for Gen.G in their 2022 campaigns. So I suspect that that's what they're thinking. They're going to kind of use Pero as sort of a shield to get information and take some shots. And then Gen.G will kind of find whatever behind this. You know, Anonix is, as far as we know, IGLing for Gen.G. Pero has to crash Donawa, but Donawa only has 2 here. They weren't expecting this.
Yeah, Rex and Salute, they're already on their horses coming to reinforce, and Helen and Sol, they have to hold down the fort right now against Pero, but Pero, they're trying to bide their time. They're not pushing this too aggressively. They don't really know the full situation, but Ake's left with a great initiation. He's going to get Helen. He has been playing out of his mind, and AZ with a great flank takes down Sol. They know that there's only 2 here now as Salute and Rex are coming in. Salute's going to get taken down by Mill, and Pero with a resounding victory coming in here and taking this position. Fantastic.
Yeah, Donawa gets greedy. Not expecting that a team would try to break this 2-2 split. They have a ton of information. They know no one's up there in the north. I mean, if you look at the map feed right now, there's nobody up there except for Pero. Pero pushed way ahead of most teams. I guess GEX is kind of over there, but, you know, Pero pushed so far ahead. You know, Donawa's got to realize that these are the Chinese teams. They don't play by the same rules. They play by, if we smell weakness or we sense a compound that is open in the middle of the circle, because it looked open because Donna was on the north side, and there's stuff on the south side that's free. So they're going to take that space.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of these Korean teams like Donawa right there still kind of playing the PWS meta, which is more splits, more fan out, more controlling territory. But like you said, these Chinese teams, they like to ball, they like to fight hard, they like to fight as a unit. And that was just a beautiful cleanup there by Pero. In the meantime, speaking of units, we got New Happy posting up over here. Going to try and gather some intel. This is not quite in the circle. This is all the way to the east of Cruz de Valle. They just really want to figure out what the smart rotation is going to be. That's kind of been their approach so far on Miramar today. Yeah. And besides that, everyone's kind of found their own little nook of the map. Not too much action going on now.
Yeah, I mean, Northeast has some open space, and I suspect that's where New Happy is going to end up. The Freaks, pretty well center, although this compound, if it shifts to the south, there's a world where this compound's in the circle for a while, but it's probably going to have to start now. And we'll see if that is going to be the case. Again, this is probably going to go east. It doesn't have to yet, because we're not into phase 3, and it doesn't. So this is super close. So eventually this is going to go east. It's just, I think, again, it doesn't have to.
East of that ridgeline, right?
It should.
Yeah, because there's a lot of unplayable terrain, I think, to the west of that. So it's kind of interesting if you're V7 or USG because, I mean, the high ground advantage is absolutely huge, but like you said, the circle's probably not going to go there. So how do you prioritize points and position now versus potential replacement points later? It's really tough. Whoa, what? Was that just a single headshot?
I'm sure there was other damage done already, but
Yeah,
we saw the one tap. Ian is out of his mind. Tai Lu under pressure here. A good grenade from Anonix finds Zhao Yang for the opening knock. Now let's see how much Gen G wants to commit because Anonix is beat up and they're going to let GEX do some of the work for him here. Tai Lu already losing 2. And Gen G, I think, very wisely backing off that fight.
Yeah, that was a really smart move there by Gen G, especially Anonix hopping in the vehicle and getting back to his teammates to cover him with a smoke. I mean, they know they want to take down Tai Lu. Tai Lu right now at 152 points. They have a 20-point lead over every other team. They are the team to beat right now, and Gen G at 3rd. They want to bring this home for Korea. They want to win this fight with Tai Lu, but they got to consolidate. They got to work together as a unit. They're not going to make the same mistake that Donawa did, and for right now, they're just trying to survive.
Exactly. They need to regroup. Get everybody healed, get everybody back up to full, set up their defenses, fortify their position, and then, let other teams beat Tai Lu up. This position's pretty vulnerable, and you can see a lot of teams have angles on it, so let them do the hard work for you, clear that space, and then you can kind of control this middle ground territory that's very likely to be in the next couple circles.
But if you're Tai Lu and you have 2 players up, man, you want Sia and CC to be the 2 players, and they're going to be pretty content with that split as it is right now. And in the meantime, we got the Freaks kind of rolling in on this position. You can see the smoke there for Tai Lu right behind that rock, and the Freaks, they're hunting it.
Can he get that there? I think he just barely can. Oh my God.
What a nade!
Unbelievable. The judgment of distance here by the Freaks is perfect. They bombard Tai Lu, and it's just CC left. He is battered and battered. I just made a new word, brudered. Give me the crayons.
1 HP. Ian going for the kill right now. He knows he's somewhere in the smoke. I don't know if they have a molly or another frag to throw in there, but man, excellent nading there by the Freaks. And it wasn't just Ian or Hikari that were doing it.
Uh-oh.
What?
Hikari doesn't know. Oh, it didn't go off the time. Wasn't cooked at all.
Did not cook it.
Oh.
That was a couple seconds of pure stress.
I don't think he saw it or heard it maybe, because there's so much going on there.
Yeah.
Oh.
But man, beautiful nades.
Yes.
Beautiful nades. It wasn't just Hikari or Ian. Both of them landed absolutely nutty nades. Fantastic judgment of distance. That's going to be Tai Lu going out. Once again, second team in the lobby out.
That just shows you map awareness for that team. They knew the distance at which they needed to get to throw those grenades and where they could do it from relatively safely. Just unbelievably well calculated there by the Freaks as they're now on the bad side of Gen G. And there's quite a few teams stacked up on the east and west. And like I said, this was likely to start going east, and it is going to go northeast as Phase 4 hits. We'll see how close this wants to end next to that cliff face, though.
Yeah, we'll have to keep a tab on that. In the meantime, Lin and Lambu just kind of throwing nades at each other. I think this is the second pair of them to go off, but no one quite getting big connections. Lambu is on half HP, so if Lin has a good throw with this one, not quite. That rock cover is hard to get through with a nade.
It's a bit tricky, yeah, because you have to kind of time it right. You're not really going to bounce one in there very easily.
Yeah, you almost want like an air nade.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, Ghibli is kind of on the backside of infantry now. And they're putting the pressure pretty thoroughly in the faces of infantry. Wang Zai Takes quite a bit of damage, but hasn't been knocked yet. A Molly as well to kind of keep him pinned down, but Adder's going to get knocked on the push forward. They're just shutting this push down.
Yeah, and look at the map though. Jufu, they're closing in. That's going to be Ghibli going down really quick, and that will give Infantry a chance to fight back because Jufu, they smelt blood in the water. They wanted a 3P that so bad, but actually it's them that's getting 3P'd is New Happy and the Freaks. I believe that was Ian that was taking shots earlier as well. That's going to be Hong Hong going down for Jufu. See, apac also has an angle on this, so Jufu maybe a little bit too hungry for blood, leaving their compound, trying to clean that up, and now all the way down to what, 2 players? 3 players there for Infantry.
Yeah, Infantry's in an awkward position. If they have vehicles behind there, they've got an opportunity to make an escape. Suju is going to push into USG. They're still up on this hill. They're still up on this compound. They haven't left after they wiped out.
Was
Maru.
Yeah,
early.
thank you.
God, I know.
I was also blanking.
What
on
team?
It. The team that always lands in San Martin.
Yeah. The other team lands in San Martin. All right, Infantry does have vehicles, so they're going to make a rotation. You can see New Happy is trying to inch their way forward, but that northeastern side of the circle is really sparse.
Yeah, Xiao Yunid, that was a really close fight right there. He's going to be happy to get away from that one without a knock. And right now, Infantry, like you said, Wang Zai is trying to close the distance on this position, but it's a really tough one to break. Jufu, they've been really good with their defense, their crisis management so far in this tournament. And Gray coming in for the nades on the side, but he might be overexposing himself. That's a lot of damage coming in from Wang Zai. Wang Zai again with his spray, trying to make connections, but no knocks just yet. And now he's kind of cornered.
Well, if he can get a little bit of help, but it's not going to be there in time at least. Xiao Didi is going to take him down. Gray here over the top is good enough to outduel Volibear. And now Jufu, 1 kill away from knocking out Infantry. But look who showed up. The Kwangdong Freaks are happy to try to third party this, to blockade whoever wins this fight.
Yeah, Hikari just trying to find some kind of angle there on that hill. In the meantime, apac with his DMR also getting an angle. And the circle's actually going to go all the way to the west, so it's been staying on this ridgeline way longer than we expected.
It's going to end really close to that ridgeline is what this means.
Pero must be so happy with this circle, too. I mean, it's not the best compound in the world, but any compound's better than no compound, especially here on Miramar on this section of the map.
All right, Hikari still watching Jufu as Infantry's Lin does go down. That means Infantry follows with him. Oh, God, though. Trying to get an angle over. EN is on Genji duty. This is scary. This is so scary. And actually, it's going to be Genji who opens up, finds the opener, takes down apac. And that, you know, Kwangdong Freaks, I appreciate the idea here to go for the entrapment, but you got to be super careful about it. Look at the senses here from Genji. They got their kill, and now they're like, all right, good enough. We caused enough problems that we can start pushing, and now this opens a door for Jufu. Oh, boy.
Gray's been playing fantastic today, man. You mentioned that he had a slow day yesterday. The final on Sunday, I should say, but he's really been picking it up for Jufu. He's stepping up his game. That's going to be a good knock there on KDF, and they're consolidating the southeastern side of this map really well.
This all just fell apart. They just bit off more than they could chew. You know, they thought they could third party that fight. There was just enough of an angle that Genji was able to get apac. EN wasn't able to respond to Genji's aggression in any meaningful way. And that means Jufu is able to break out. They're able to bust through. Now, how much further they can get is a big question with Genji, you know, able to stay ahead of everybody in terms of this circle.
But Genji's actually taking a pretty bold rotation right now. As you see, they want to take this dip on the ridgeline. That's actually a really nice position LZ's in. If you look at the terrain there, it's a nice little defilade he's got for himself. And Genji, they want to push him out of it and take that position for themselves. A lot of utility coming out for LZ, trying to buy time, but Genji, I don't know if they're going to be able to broach this position right now. There's a lot of guns from Pero just kind of wailing in on this position.
Yeah, it's going to take some smokes to buy some time. I mean, the good news is for Genji is that everybody up on top of this hill is probably just going to just meat grinder each other out of this lobby. You can see only Show left for 17. He doesn't really have much hope of getting to the rest of his teammates. Korn holding down the angle, going to get Pudding, and he's the only one left for USG. Now, he takes a grenade right in the back as he tries to get outside and prone, but maybe V7 comes out of this relatively unscathed. We'll see, as 2star is going to try to lead with the grenade. Show continues his march forward.
Yeah, Show just struggling to stay alive right now as we see 4AM and Genji continue to fight on the kill feed. But note, 2star, really good spray right there. That's going to be it for Show. Show gets taken out, and V7 doing a really good job holding that compound, and maybe they'll try and go for this 3P.
Now, Genji here tried to go deep, and they are just, like you were talking about, under the gun sights of way too many teams in that position, and it is a miscalculation on how safe that spot would be. I think maybe there might have been you know, basically taking Jufu's position. They had this and they gave this up.
Right.
And now, you know, I know Jufu's under pressure as well. There's no great position in this southwestern part of the circle.
Yeah, and the circle's finally going to go all the way to the east. That ridgeline is getting pushed out, and now Pero just with gun lines on pretty much everybody. But Gen.G, they're still kind of staying alive, and LZ actually giving them a little bit of breathing room right there. He's going to get Xiaoyang down. It's just UDD up for Jufu, and I'm not sure he'll be able to get the res on Xiaoyang without a lot of smokes.
Pudding just watching GEX, you know, just popping a shot here and there, seeing if he can maybe get a little bit extra damage, and is pretty careful about this, waiting for them to stop up, gets the heady, almost gets the knock here, as I think GEX just able to get behind to safety well enough. So they did get a knock on a New Happy as well, so New Happy's kind of getting cut down between GEX and Tianba.
Yeah, we're seeing this problem for all these edge teams where they need to get into the next circle, but there's no safe place. Anywhere that you go that's inside is going to have a sightline from somebody else. It's kind of like a standoff. If all these teams move in from the edge, they might be able to play some of the defilade, but until that point, it's just like this. They're just, like you said, it's a meat grinder. They're just shooting each other from these long distances.
Oh no!
Oh, that...
Adnan tried to get in and wasn't able to before he gets hit. SSR looking to get that bolt finish, and I think that's, you know, that it was hard to see exactly what was going on in that smoke, and you can't really fault your teammate for that one. ZPyons probably feels bad, but them's the break sometimes. You try to get close enough to those vehicles, and when you're that low health, you know, they can run you over pretty quick.
Oh, ZPyons taking a big shot to the head right now. He's going to try and get in, but man, these edges, GEX, credit to them. They fought off these other edge teams. They pushed back New Happy with their bolts and their DMRs, and they're finally going to be able to get into this, and they now have a little bit of playable area. We see the same for Tianba over here. This is the west side of the map, just the last remaining vestiges of this ridgeline, and you see there really isn't a lot of more. There's not a lot more terrain for them to play with after this.
Yeah, and Tong also is almost out of bullets. That's a problem. I don't know if somebody else is sitting on more 5.5 for him for that mini. Oh yeah, there's plenty here for 7.7. Okay, they're fine. That's plenty of ammo there in the bag. But I was a little bit worried. Tiamba's just been kind of hanging out on that northwestern side, just, you know, just blasting away, and that might deplete their bullets.
Yep, Zepion now out of kits. He's spraying a little bit in frustration. The circle not quite going New Happy's way, and that's going to be it for them.
Gen.G did get eliminated as well there, so you know, neither of those teams able to really hang on through the long run. And Tianba has an opportunity, because this circle now can pretty much go anywhere inside of itself. So there is no guaranteed position. I mean, definitely Pero's in the next circle, probably the next two, at least part of the compound. We'll see how much of it is the real question. But it is a very defensible compound. It does go, yeah, hard west of Tianba.
Very lucky for Tianba. I mean, they're in such a precarious position on that ridgeline because the space in front of them is so limited. They really needed a circle like this to have any kind of chance. And now GEX, they're going to have to kind of find some way to salvage this position. The rotation here is going to be really tough. I think B7 Pudding might be the only player with any kind of vestige of cover, as you see UDD try and get an angle on that position. But there is a little bit of a ridgeline there to play for.
GEX is fanning out, trying to find something. Maybe they'll try to push Savior towards Pero, and I don't know if there's any vehicles left back there that are in any kind of shape to make a move. You know, if you can hit some banger headshots, ooh, that's not good. Yan Lee gets knocked. If they could hit some banger headshots with that bolt, they could maybe open up some space somewhere, but Xiao UDD is his name. 5 kills, what a round, but I don't know if he can hang on for too much longer.
Yeah, this is a really tough circle for a lot of these edge teams. There just isn't a lot of playable area. It gets very flat near that compound, and GEX, maybe they'll try something with smokes to get in, but Pero is such a big concave that I don't know what they can make happen. And Tianba, I think they know that V7 Pudding is the only player up here on this side, and yeah, they do. They're going to take him out. And GEX, they did find a little bit, but they're still not in the circle. They're quite a ways away, and like you see this gap between them and Pero. Like, how do you cover this? You need to get some headshots on Pero, maybe even 2 knocks, to be able to close that distance. It's such a deadly position.
Or maybe get a little help from Tianba on the backside.
Maybe.
But you see Tianba's just getting vehicles in position in case they need to make a move. off of this hillside for the next circle, but GEX, the blue is here now.
Yeah, what do you do?
I mean, you just can't, if you don't have enough smokes to get around the corner, again, they needed to get some big headshots or something to open up space, but it just isn't going to happen.
Yeah, they're just going to surrender this one, and I mean, you can't blame them. You don't want to get 4 points of pair right there. You're battling for position right now, and GEX, they had no utility to really make that, no vehicles, no way to dive Pero. Would have been fish in a barrel if they decided to try and close that distance, and now it's up to Tiamba. What is the play here? They are rotating this vehicle, and they're going to try and set up some kind of concave. Maybe going for the compound, and yeah, the north side of this compound actually doesn't have too much cover. Mill going in with a spray, but no connections just yet, and actually Tong getting some good damage in. Mill's at half HP.
Oh, that was close. Good grenade. Oh, never mind. It just went a bit too far there. Follow-ups are splashing for touches of damage, but nothing significant. 7-7 trying to get one around the corner in this fight. Full on around the saloon. We have a shootout at a saloon. This is like every Western movie fan's dream right now. Is Pero in a bit of a 2-2 split trying to hold this down.
Yeah, Tiamba has done a fantastic job of working this advantage. And right now, Chewy with a great spray there on Ming. That's going to be Ming going down. It's no 4-on-3, and they even have Linchin on the hill trying to get information for them, even get an angle on players moving in between these buildings. Chewy's going to take a little bit of damage right there. I'm not sure if that was from a nade or from some gunfire, but he's going to try and flush out this building. In the meantime, look at this angle that Linchin has. He's gathering so much intel. And he even has a motorbike to make the rotation. That's Mill going down. And Pero, the dominoes are falling for them right now as Tiamba is just making perfect positional play.
That's really well said. I agree. I think Tiamba just, was able to get enough position that they're able to fan out, kind of surround Pero, and just pick them apart one by one by one. And now the push is on around the outside. Tong is going to get AZ here. Ming is res, so Aches left at him. Still inside of the saloon, but there is Tiamba. Danger close up top. Chui again. Gets some pretty good damage, but has to back off to heal.
Yeah, they didn't know Chewy was there, and he's able to get big damage, and that's going to help Tong get the knock there on Mill. And right now, Pero's on their last legs. Aches left, and one player up for them. That is a really good spray there on 7-7.
I mean, if anybody could do it, it's Aches left.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I jinxed it. My bad. He got caught trying to get up on the roof, and now Ming, all on his own with the blue right next to him. He has to try to hide his way through this. Look at Tong. He's grabbed a shotgun off the ground. This is all but over for Ming, trying to pull off some kind of miracle. Now, reses are being attempted on the backside of this, giving him just enough breathing room to push forward, but when he comes around this corner, he gets the timing just right!
Beautiful play there by Ming. He read it perfectly. Now Tiamba will be able to get the res off, and Linchin is going to try and maybe peek through the smoke. Ming going to secure the points, actually. Oh, very risky play. He got the points, but I don't know, man. 1 HP. This is a really dangerous position right now. He doesn't even have a K. He only has bandages. Oh, what a disaster.
Oh, he was able to escape at the very least. I mean, I think you take those points. I think that's his best option in some ways. I mean, he maybe didn't realize how close he was to actually winning that game necessarily. I think he might have thought that res happened a lot sooner, that there was not going to be enough time for him to do much else. But in fact, he actually had a ton of time now. Going to just, everything in the kitchen sink here for Ming as he loads up on literally every heal he basically has, except for a few more bandies. A couple smokes in the bag, no frags, no mollies. So he's going to have to get this done with gunplay.
Yeah, not a lot of utility here, but if he gets one good headshot, he might be able to control this. It's really tough right now. Tiamba, in the meantime, they're just biding their time. 7-7 and Linchin happy to hold these angles, hopefully go for a trade if Ming does come out, and he is going to throw a smoke.
Yeah, they've got the better side of the middle of the circle.
Oh, he did have a flash.
He did have a flash. Yeah, we can't see those in their bags, so I guess I should say, I don't know if he has flashes or not. What did he grab? He's grabbing a health kit there.
That's smart. I like that play by Ming.
Oh, he's going to try to go to the outside of the fence, but there's nobody. Oh, they're going to counter move this.
Yeah.
They sense this, and they're going to catch him. The spray is decent, but not good enough. He's down to 16 health.
Oh, the blue.
Oh, the blue almost gets him. Oh, my God, how is he still alive?
This is such a dangerous position. They're going to try and spray through there, but he does have some cover. Ming now. He did get spotted there by Linchin. Linchin is going to cook the flash and throw it.
This is unbelievably tense here. Ming able to still avoid death by the narrowest of margins. Gets back inside. Trying to look outside around the corner. Wants to see if he can isolate Lin Shun. But 7-7 waits himself. Trying to wait out just a bit. Oh. He sees the shoulder. It's going to be a really tight moment here. He's going to have to get one. Transfer right over. Can he find the second? Lin Shun trying to bait him out around the peak, and they've got such a tight angle. Lin Shun finds the perfect timing. Smoke is out. Ming not able to do it.
What a brilliant effort there by Ming, but actually it's going to be Tiamba closing it out with some really great teamwork. Man, that was a heroic effort there by Ming. He almost clutched it out by the skin of his teeth. No mez to his name, but Tiamba finally coming through right there. Gotta be happy about that. That was quite the stressful situation.
I mean, Lin Chun just, I mean, that's that veteran presence you're looking for on a team like Tiamba, a player who can hold it down, keep his nerve, and win those close games like that when a player like Ming is popping off, you know, just kind of working his angles really, really well, changing his angles, changing his timings to near masterful effect. But it is going to be Tiamba that's able to take our second game of the day.
Yeah, and I love that positional move by Ming. He knew that if he took a fight where they're able to trade it out, he's just dead to rights. So you could see like the way he was moving, he was trying to actually get closer to one player on the wall so they would have a much tighter angle, harder to peek, and then he could get the one fight on the other guy on the other side. Really smart play. Love to see it. Tiamba, though, coming through in the clutch. Huge. Winning that 1v1 was critical. I mean, moving on over there on the side by that wall, getting in the peak with that little tiny crack.
And think about how this game started in some ways was that it was Perro crashing this compound that Donawa had taken, but in a very loose split. You know, Perro just does not care. They took it, you know, right away, and then they locked it down. So we are going to take a short break, guys. We'll be right back here with PCS6 Asia. Don't go anywhere. Donuts, you know, that's kind of a different situation here. Rex is getting punched down.
Oh, no.
They're trying to get guns here. And Ming is trying to just chase him down. So
got
the double.
Double barrel lands both shots.
Oh, my God. But Zibian has the Tommy on the outside now. They're going to finish it off.
New Happy is immediately eliminated.
Yeah, you can see there are other members of Tiamba trying to set up in rotation paths, but
yeah,
you got to be careful as a 1v4.
Right. Three guns in a DOS.
Oh,
he gets corn.
Good timing. Oh, they get another. He gets two out of that. Great. Ming, if that bounces outside, it doesn't. Thought maybe that might get through the door. Mill's going to look around the corner. They know that they've got, they know somebody's in there. But they definitely sense that they forced at least one player outside. Tom's going to push around the corner. That's one. Holds it down and gets all three. They barely escaped that because it was double grenades, but around the corner, Lil Ghost is ready with the fire. Can they get another one? Yes, he can. Look at the way he works that corner.
Fantastic shooting out of Ghibli is, you see Gomp struggling to stay alive right now. He will pop the kit, but it's just a matter of time. Little Ghost is hunting him. King over there in the corner. Oh, he gets caught there by Longskirt. Could be 1v2 right now. 1v1. Renba, he's taking damage though. Oh, this is so close right now. Volibear trying to pre-fire just a little bit on the peaks. Can't believe he didn't get taken out there. My goodness.
How did he get away with that? He has 4 HP. The Volibear knows he lit him up. And he. Oh, did he win that?
I think Genji got that one.
What? How did he win that?
I know what you really want. Turn it up and give it down. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
We're back here at PCS6 Asia. Half a dozen PCSs and, you know, a couple good games here so far on Miramar today. We have one more on Miramar, and then it's 2 Erangels. So 3 more games total. And Tianba there, oh boy, Ming. I mean, we were talking about this during the break. You almost like start getting biased for Ming, just because you want to see him pull off the impossible there.
Yeah, but Tianba clutching out the win there at the end, and they have closed the gap. The gap between Tianba and Tyloo for first place is only a couple of points now. So, man, a lot on the line in these next few maps. We only have like, what, 12 or 13 maps left in this tournament? A lot of things can happen right now as we see Tianba and Juvu both put up 16 points. These are 2 teams that are very high ranked already. And Petrichor Road starting to come to life here. They're getting quite a bit of points on the leaderboard these first 2 games this week.
Yeah, exactly. Big moves here for some of these teams. You know, we saw in the first game it was kind of the rise of the have-nots, but right here we're back to the rich getting richer. So, you know, this guy has to be player of the match as he is able to clutch the game for Tianba, on top of, you know, having a good portion of their kills and damage. You know, Lin Chun, again, we talk about him, the leader of this team, the IGL of this team, the longtime veteran of PUBG Esports, a former PCS champion. This guy's got it all, man.
And here you see the leaderboard right now. Tyloo still in the lead at 152, although a little bit precarious now. They haven't had the best start to week 2 yet, especially on Miramar, which has been their best map. And Tianba right on their heels, 147. Rounding it out, we got Jufu at 134, Genji 122. The last hope for Korea, it feels like. I mean, the Freaks, they've had some good showings, but they're not really... They're not getting the kills. They're not getting the placement points, you know? Like, they're kind of middling every single game. They're not getting that deep.
They're making good decisions at times, and then the follow-up, like in that last game, was just not the right move, right? They get those good grenades, they get some kills, and then they try to blockade Jufu's compound, and they pay the price for it as everybody else tunnels in on them. So we are going to move over to the 3rd game of the day, last Miramar of the day here for PCS6 Asia. Match number 18 on the event, if you're keeping track at home, which if you are, nerd!
I actually had to write it down in front of me because I keep losing track. I don't want any more
really?
crayons.
Here, yeah, I was going to say, I gave you the crayon so you could keep track of it.
Number 60 through
here's
20.
your Grand Slam from Denny's.
I'm using a Sharpie. I'm a professional.
Yeah, that's what makes you a professional, is the Sharpie. That's everybody who has Sharpies is instantly a professional at what they do.
I'm telling you, man.
Turtlenecks and Sharpies. That's makes you
turtlenecks, ties, and Sharpies.
You look good in turtlenecks, though. I will say that.
I haven't worn one in a while.
You look good in them.
It's too hot already.
I know, that's the problem, right? It's too hot in Korea already.
All right. Nice little split going on here. Once again, have the Donuts. Actually, the Donuts are landing pretty close to Maru, if I'm not mistaken. They're all the way in the north side of San Martin, so we might see a little bit of action. These 2 teams.
Is Maru, or USG, excuse me, is like bullying them?
Yeah, that's actually what's happening here, because Maru, I mean, they were landing with San Martin on week 1, and they were battling it out there with Donuts, but now Donuts, I mean, they rotated back off to the north side as their new drop spot in week 2, and now the Donuts are just bullying them. Like you said, they're just coming here. They're looking for D-Lax. He's going to drive away, of course, and I mean, even Kane, is Kane like driving him down?
I like what USG did here, though, because they angled their parachute so that Maru felt the pressure. They felt them hot on their heels, because the Donuts are like probably seeing Maru kind of inch closer and closer to San Martin, and they're probably like, nah, enough of this. We're done with this. You guys, look, we've drawn the line in the sand. It is Miramar, so we can do that, literally, and we're just keeping you at bay. I think that's what that was more than anything.
Really smart move there by the Donuts. In the meantime, infantry going to be landing right now, and this circle is really far to the west. And dude, man, they are actually hunting.
They actually have their Sharpies. Like, they brought their Sharpies with them to this game. They're ready for this, man.
I would have loved for one of those shots to connect.
I know, me too. I love the Winnie. There's Winnie skins now, and it makes me so happy. It's okay, so here's the truth of it. The Winnie's garbage, but man, is it fun to use.
I love the sight on it. The sight is
really
nice.
Yeah, the sight's really good. Yeah.
Especially if you're not playing in a pro lobby where like the loot is a little bit more sparse, you know, if you're just like playing a ranked match, if you're playing like...
I used to love to get it on Karakin because like they're, you know, on Karakin before the newer patch, now it's like the loot's pretty good on Karakin because they raised the loot tables. But before, you oftentimes like couldn't find better than like a 2x scope or something.
Yeah.
So you're like, wow, just use the Winnie. It's got a good enough scope on it already anyway.
I love the scope.
Yeah.
The aesthetic on it's really nice.
Yeah.
Feels great.
And you feel like you're like in an old West shootout. Like it feels like it belongs on the map with the bolt with the lever action rifle. Ah, it's beautiful.
And for now, Jufu's going to be pretty happy with Monte Nuevo. They do have
I like the way you
2-1-1.
said and there, like you were just done with this conversation. Like, shut up, paper thin. Just God, stop talking about the winning.
We've casted together too much.
We've seen a lot of each other in the last couple weeks. This is
like
true.
A book.
That's okay. That's okay, though. I appreciate it. That's what makes us good. Look at Salute, though. He was just outside of that compound.
Oh, was he?
By Hong Hong. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
We talked about this earlier, right? Like how teams last week were doing a lot of this kind of cheeky stuff where they try to, nibble at the other teams.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing here from Salute.
Look, he's on his tippy toes. He's coming in over here. I don't think Hong Kong has any idea, does he?
Got to take those shoes off so you're a little bit quieter on most surfaces. That's why he doesn't have shoes, in case you're curious. Not just because the sand feels good between his toes. He's a little bit quieter that way.
I think he hears Hong Kong. Hong Kong, it seems like he knows something is up.
Oh, he's got to be so careful with this angle, though. If Hong Kong, looks the right way through here, now he definitely knows. Okay, he hit himself. What do you think of this? Is Salute going to be ready if Hong Kong, just comes behind him?
There's no way he's not. I mean, Hong Kong is, fat-footing this. He's just...
Oh,
yeah, look at this. He's dead. He's dead. Salute does not miss those shots.
No, that was well played. But look at this right away. There was Xiao Yang looking to kind of drive in here and I think pick him up. And then he's just like, oh, you're dead. All right,
Uber canceled.
Yeah.
No refunds.
0 stars for that Uber driver. Oh, man.
Poor Jufu. Yeah, that's a nice little pickup right there. I mean, that's kind of what you like to see. We saw that a lot in week number 1. It hasn't been a lot of, as you said, screw tightening here in week 2 where players haven't been so exposed. But Danawa kind of finding a free point right there. And you love to see it, especially when you know Jufu is in the circle next to you because it will make your rotations easier in the mid game. And marginally.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's good for so many reasons for Danawa. Like what you said, messing with Jufu, who's one of the top teams, you're gaining space, you're getting a point, kind of giving yourself a little bit of confidence. All those things are so crucial for Danawa, who's at the bottom of the leaderboard. And then you got to potentially, I assume, fight New Happy again for 2 games in Yasnaya. And that's just, it's so mentally taxing to fight in those battles because there's so much at stake in those hot drops.
There really is. There really is. And it's such a tough position to fight to because it's so hard to push positions. The fight just lasts forever if one team wants it to last forever,
Yeah.
But yeah, 2 guys with shotguns in a house, and unless you have crazy amount of utility, you're not really flushing them out.
Nobody wants to push on the other person who's got a shotgun. You're it's so much danger trying to do something like that. So absolutely. All right, well, Pero doing pretty good in that first couple games. Let's see if they can keep it going. They've got a 2-2 split, though, and Ghibli is kind of peppering some shots into their southeasternmost compound. It's Veronica 7, at the bottom towards the leaderboard right now, but...
Not off to a bad start, though, in week 2. I mean, they've
looked a little bit better, yeah. I agree. But last week was... Ooh,
it was brutal.
Not the best.
It happens, though. I mean,
especially
for one of these teams that's kind of trying to establish themselves within the region, There's a lot at stake. There's a lot to prove. They're hungry for it, but it's just... It's tough to get the ball rolling,
It's true. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, rarely, out of the Korea region at least, do we see, the rookie teams really just kind of take off. I mean, you see it in China, but that's
because the rookie teams in China.
Yeah.
The rookie teams in China are would be top teams in most other regions. It's absolutely nuts, the skill in that region.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Tyloo is taking their time on the east side, angling a bit towards Power Grid, but no, I don't think that's at all where they're thinking about going. They're going to use these rocks to gain some info around the corner here. That's feels bad, man. Yeah, that vehicle's done, and you're going to have to go find a replacement.
Driving has been better this week than last week.
Yeah, so far.
Things off.
That's true.
I think it's maybe the first vehicle flip that we've seen in a while.
Yeah, maybe we're getting close to handing out some driver's licenses this week. Last week we were still in the permits.
You know what? I want a prize for worst driver now. You know how we have like $20,000. He's like thinking about it. Maybe we got like a
Well,
truck.
he was looking at it to see if there was any hope of like
no
ramming it out of there, but
I want like a conciliatory prize, like $500 for the worst driver in the league. You know?
Oh, dude.
Like we got like a 20K split. It's like 230,000 for like the placement from like 1st to 16th, and then you have like 20,000 for like the most exciting team, like best player, et cetera, et cetera. I want a worst driver award.
dude, okay, you're onto something here. Like, we give out just these wonky prizes, like worst grenade. Worst
grenade.
It's like you blow up half your team with one frag, or like I don't know, stuff like that would be absolutely hilarious. Like there used to be in America. In the Americas region, they would keep track of tires popped.
Oh,
so like,
that's a nice one.
Well, it is, except what it ended up encouraging was all of the players to just go ham trying to pop literally every tire they could find. So the whole thing just became a madhouse, you know, like a house of just absolute insanity of people just popping tires because they wanted that like pride of having that stat. Just because someone was keeping track of it. There was no money involved.
That's really fun. Xiaolu getting caught a little bit unawares, but luckily gets out on the other side of his vehicle and is able to make it to this rock. Ian, though, with a nade, he is really good with these, as we saw in the last game. That's a nice bounce. Just on the other side of the rock, though, I mean, Xiaolu does have some position to play here, and Waylas trying to come in for cover, but Lash is also coming in to back up E-End, and 4AM kind of on the back foot here.
Well, they do get a knock onto Hikari at kind of the middle of all of this chaos. The Freaks had laid a trap, but the shooting was just not quite there. Now Ian takes his own teammate out. I mean, I think he was trying to cook that grenade for Lou, and it just went a bit too far. So speaking of worst grenades, we might be able to hand it out for that one, but now Lou is very, very weak. Ian knows it. He lost track of him.
Doesn't know where he is. He seems like he has actually no idea.
He doesn't know.
Oh,
what
a flick! What a flick! Ian just turns around and bops him anyway. He doesn't even need to know where you are to kill you. That's how good this guy is.
It's just absolutely wild that he flicks on that. He is going to pay the price, though, in the long run. His Waylas is going to take him down.
Oh my God, look at this circle.
Yeah, the Freaks, though, are going to lose a lot of players for this attempted kind of encampment of the crater fields.
Look at this mass migration down to the south as everyone's going to try and go as quickly as they can to get in the south circle. I don't think people really expected it to shift this hard. As Lash is going to try and get out of the situation. He's one of 2 remaining players there for the Freaks, as Akkad is kind of all off on his own. And now kind of the journey begins into this next circle. It's a long way to go for these guys.
Oh man, SSR there. Kind of in a potentially bad spot, but able to turn on the Xiaobei. Xiaobei never really able to get the handle onto that spray well enough to do significant damage. The rest of 17 is going to back off the fight a bit. Yanli's got to be so careful. He's driving pretty close to 17 territory. Ghibli on the northeast side, just driving out of Picado and trying to, you know, push through Tai Lu, who's a little bit disjointed, but I think they are okay. Ooh, this is going to be a tough angle.
Zhao Yang is in a little bit of trouble. I think he might have popped tires, and yeah, he's going to get knocked.
Yeah, and now Ghibli's going to try to maybe take the fight to Tai Lu here?
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there with Zhao Yang, but that's really unfortunate getting killed on this rotation, because right now it's just Tongs and CC trying to hold down the fort. They do get vision on Adder as the reinforcements come in here for Ghibli. Adder on 1H. Those nades did a lot of damage, and Heaven actually going to get CC down, so really things falling apart right now for Tai Lu. As Sia does get a re-knock. He gets Heaven. They will be able to trade that out, but oh man.
Lambu didn't know who to shoot.
What?
Lambu is like looking back and forth. He's like, oh, you're knocked. Oh, you're knocked. Oh, okay. It was just kind of comical to watch him try to like help his teammates, but they had already gotten the knock. So good job there by Ghibli actually taking the fight to Tai Lu. Hey, I said it, that if you see Tai Lu in the kill feed, you should be clamping down on top of him, trying to wipe him out, and that's what's going to happen here.
They've gotten like no points in these first 3 games. They've gotten, I want to say, less than 10. It's been a really rough start here on week 2, because I think by the end of this, we might see Tiamba on top heading against Erangel. It would not surprise me with the way they've been playing today.
No, you're absolutely right. I think Tiamba is next. Next in line of teams you should be like looking on the kill feed for to try to mess with. But they play a pretty safe edge style, so.
Right.
See, oh, the donuts. Oh, no. Oh, that is not good.
Yeah, it's not a position you want to be in.
Oh, God. Oh no.
Very good analytical commentary from me.
This is
You do
bad.
not wanna, this is a bad spot. You never want to be knocked into a flaming
Getting
vehicle.
shot is bad. Who knew?
Poor USG. Yeah, that's I mean, trying to find some kind of terrain to take. Maybe should have just bode their time over here on these eastern compounds, but instead it's going to be 2 players getting knocked. Looks like they are going to try and salvage the situation a little bit, but no, that is not going to happen. It's Adder even coming in to get the finish. They want to secure that point. They do not want to get that 3-peed. Ghibli happy to pick up another one, and they're slowly kind of clawing back in this. They didn't have the best start in week number 1, but kind of climbing the ranks now in week 2.
A little bit. See if they can keep it up. 4 a.m. after that kind of long fight with the Freaks is slowly but surely making their way in, but it's phase 2 blue, not the end of the world. And there's a little bit of space there still on the northeast side. We're going to shift back up towards Monte Nuevo, so we ping pong back and forth. But
Ping pong's really the way to say it.
It's but it makes sense just because of the hills down in the south corner, or the south. There's like a lot of unplayable stuff down there. So yeah, it kind of eventually was probably going to go this way.
Yeah, well, it seems like a lot of teams had this idea too, as you saw them post up over here near Monte Nuevo, especially Genji, Danoa, Maru, GEX, all in, as well as a lot of the other Chinese teams. And as it is right now, Jufu just kind of posting up in this compound. They're going to be really happy. They're probably the most centered, but these warehouses, not the easiest to hold, especially if you have a split with only, what, 2 or 3 players up?
Well, that's pretty good shooting by Max Zora. That's a point for Genji as Lash, the last one alive for Kwangdong, has V7 right up close and personal. Gomp just needs to buy a little bit of time here, but ooh, what a maneuver by Lash. Gonna get him around the corner. A stun does come in, and that has Lash worried. Somebody's gonna try to come from behind, and it was actually in his front.
Yeah, that was a nice effort right there, spotting where Jonggu was, but not really able to connect. That's going to be it for the Freaks. They are knocked out, and 7-7 with a really good spray. But Korn actually dealt more damage there, going both blow for blow there with 7-7. And Korn, last player up for USG. Seeing all the Lone Wolves fall right now as he's fighting Tiamba all by himself.
Wow.
He wants this point.
Wow. I mean, this is ambitious. You know, there is the frag here for 7-7 if it's timed right. Could see Korn fall, but Korn able to keep himself away from the stairs enough. He really, really wants to push up into here before the rest of Tiamba comes. So now has to be the opportunity, but they've already arrived, State, and I think he might have just missed the window on the timing.
Yeah, this is tough. 7-7 just kind of biding his time, but no, Korn's actually going to get it. He's going to get the point. That's a nice little pickup there for the Donuts. Tiamba not going to be happy with that, and Korn kind of just flailing with his M4 there, trying to get something done, and he's actually going to kill himself with his own nade.
He had a grenade. I didn't even see the grenade come out, but
I think he tried to throw it like down the stairs to like stop the next player from coming up, but he
yeah.
got caught off guard by the guy. He was too quick, and then
he shut
maybe
the door
lost
on
the
it.
track
And
on
yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah, but nice picking up that point. I mean, especially against Tiamba, they're one of the guns to beat right now.
Yeah, 7-7 there. I thought 7-7 was going to leave the window. That's why I thought like Korn had missed his timing. Because 7-7 could have just vaulted out the window and left that fight. Now Tiamba has Danawa. Just salute, though. He's so far out there.
These Korean teams are loving their splits here at PCS6, man.
It's as our British friends would say, that's squeaky bum time. That is like, oh my gosh, just like absolutely just clenching.
Yeah,
you know, that's
dangerous.
Very
dangerous.
Sweaty palms, man.
But Tiamba, I mean, you never know how many people are up on that hill. You got to bide your time. You got to play safe. They've been making this rotation. Man, we ping pong again. These are a lot of really hard shifts, not really just squaring up in the center on any of these right now, as this one's going to shift to the southeast. Soul coming through with a really nice spray there, but tough angle to connect with, and Tiamba is going to be looking to gun for Danawa's position. Maybe they think this is a bigger split than it is, but actually Danawa's kind of converging over here as we see 17 trying to defend this compound against Ghibli right now. Saber's going to get Heaven to kick things off.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Ghibli. Oh, it's not even 17 that has to do much about this. It's GEX who has phenomenal sight lines onto the backside. Now, Lambu has gotten inside. He's show on the outside. Finally, that last bullet's going to catch him. He's going to go right for the flush. Just wants those points. Knows that this is a not great position, and a grenade in the back. Not going to catch Lambu, although he's just being shot at from everywhere he goes.
Yeah, they will get the res on Adder, but then he immediately goes down again from the mini.
I thought Lambu was going to get taken out there by that grenade, but he actually survived.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really close one. It's tough to read in these, like, by rocks and indoors if nades are actually going to get the flash, but Ghibli now, this isn't a smoke. I didn't even realize for a second. I was wondering what was going on, but kind of a little awkward fight there as Little Ghost does get full flushed, and Suchu's going to be able to clean that up, and right now Lambu trying to make something happen with a molly. It's not happening, though, as Suchu's ready to poke in. Lambu is aware. Oh, wow! Oh, my God! What awareness there by Lambu. You can see him doing the calculus in his head. He notices it. He's like, wait, I can just blow you up.
He's got all that math like flying around in front of his face. Sung Young with an AK has Volibear dead. By the way, that fight with Donawan and Tiamba did not go so good for Donawan. They lost one, which isn't too bad, but again, it just isn't clean for them, and they're kind of seem a little bit disjointed as Infantry is trying to fit their way in between two different teams. Maru and New Happy are going to be here, but New Happy is thirsty. They have been out in the desert for a long time.
They need some water, man. They're pushing on this position. Actually, it's a really nice shot there on Longsker. Even in the smoke, getting some good damage to connect with. Longsker's going to be going in with a kit right now, and Infantry, Wansai, going to try and provide some space for his teammates with a frag. Not able to connect, though, as HS taking some damage.
Non just making sure nobody's wrapping around the backside of that shed. That's his job, is to hold the angle, and now he should be able to open up. Tiamba has to try to make a move underneath the hillside of Donawa. Longsker did get knocked. That's a good grenade. That did a lot of damage here. And now Ming able to pop up and over. Lin able to get a headshot. Now the response. Whoa, wow. What a turn from Lin. Ming almost gets knocked for the cause here. Able to just barely get back behind the hill to safety. Grenade's going to come out, and Infantry, with a little help from some friends, is going to get taken down.
That was a really good flick there by Lin, but Infantry just not able to pull it together. New Happy just getting too much done in that position, and Maru's even coming in now, and we have another hardship to the north. Is we'll have to decide whether Maru and New Happy are going to fight it out for this little quadrant of the map, or if they're going to start making their rotation. And you see New Happy starting to rotate off to the side. I don't think they want a piece of this.
Well, it's because if they start pushing some of these hills, they're going to open themselves up to the teams around them. So I think for New Happy here, you have to either set up some smokes and try to get something going, or, like you're saying, rotate off of that. We'll see what they want to do. Genji is the shack. That sucks.
Yeah,
that sucks.
It's a really...
We'll just call it like it is.
Yep, it sucks. That's Renba going down to Pudding. I mean, you just know that there's infinite angles. As even Xiaoyang's going to be taking him down right now. And Maru's trying to find a way to rotate in. It is really tough terrain. New Happy's actually going to make the rotation on foot towards GEX's position. As they're just trying to find any ground right now. There is quite a bit of space before they get into the circle. Is GEX going to post up on the other side of this compound, taking the advantage of 4AM and Ghibli kind of having a little bit of a standoff on the west side.
Here's the thing for New Happy. If this fight takes long enough, they can actually backfill on this position.
That's true. You probably expect Xenon to rotate in and try and help out his buddies as well.
Well, that's the weird part, right? GEX left Xenon way out in outer space. Maru, oh god.
I'm not sure about this dip.
Well, they didn't have many other options, so because this part of the circle is just like absolute just flatness. It's so hard to find space. And once you start getting away from those Chumacera Mountains, it just gets worse and worse the further north you go.
Maybe it would have been a death trap, but I would have liked to see them try to at least maybe crash the compound versus Peril. Like, you get one knock and maybe you can try and hold it together in that side, but like you said, it's stuck between a lot of bad decisions. Have to make one of them.
You know, Donawa, also, speaking of bad decisions, they don't have good ones. Well, they don't have easy ones. I should say
difficult.
That. Yeah. New Happy, yeah, they did take this. I think they really are hoping that fight kicks off with GEX and the other teams in that compound in the east. Oh, no.
Oh, man, we've seen a lot of this week so far.
Oh, boy.
I mean, things just getting revoked.
Yeah, I mean, things just keep getting worse for Donawa. And now everybody's looking at this. Everybody knows where this was because they heard the vehicle and they saw the kill feed. They're like, oh, I know exactly where this happened.
How bad would it feel to get a knock after that and get wiped out?
Suck.
New Happy. They're still waiting for this fight to pop off.
They got a bus.
There's a little bit.
We're going to go solve some mysteries with Scooby-Doo.
Solve the mystery of who's in this compound is Zebiyan with a great shot there is going to get Savior, and actually GEX is falling right now. Only 2 players up for them as New Happy pushes in on this position, and they're going to try and make something work. HS on the bus. He's not solving any mysteries right now as he is knocked on the wall.
He's about to find out the mysteries of death there. Well, you know, he might be resible if they can win this fight. They're going to push inside. ZP, oh my god. What a repeat. Gets the head right away. He's going to try to push it. Isn't expecting two.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a really tough angle right there. Both sides of him. Ming's going to try and clean it up. Wisely coming in from the angle where he knows that they're all going to be on his left side and cleaning it up. But this Molly probably going to come in with a knock, and that's going to be it for New Happy. Ah, tough draw there, but they...
Almost worked.
Yeah, almost worked. They will get some points, right? That was GX going down? Oh, no.
Not yet, but, I mean, they did get a couple kills out of it. Yeah,
yep.
That's fine. I mean, you in the position New Happy was in, that's not too bad. I mean, of course, you're New Happy, and you probably feel like you could beat anybody in this lobby, but it was still a tough fight no matter what. These U-shaped houses are just unbelievably difficult to push.
Yeah, there's so many different angles. They're like little tiny mazes.
Yeah, and there's certain, like, that long hallway, there's a lot of ways that defenders can play with it to make your life just absolutely miserable.
3 different spots to peek. It's tough.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Looks like V7 going to take an opportunity here with Gray not to try and push this position with Jufu. Wow, what the hell?
Right underneath the car.
Some fancy driving there. 2 stars to be able to make it out of it alive.
That was what pre-nades there from Jufu. I mean, had that car not been in the air, that's whoever's in that car dead.
Yeah, Xiao UDD trying to make something happen right now with some utilities. And wow, these are some insane flashes. I don't know if he realizes how good these are, but V7 just perma-flash right now.
Oh my god, he sees
wow.
2. What an angle. What an angle. V7 might just be done here.
Xiao UDD just putting a clinic on and defending this.
Oh.
They were flashed for like 10 plus seconds. That was crazy.
It was gorgeous. It was absolutely gorgeous from Xiao UDD. Just perfectly played. Those narrow angles he was able to find on those heads.
Crazy shots.
You'll love to see it. Genji's still alive.
Yeah.
Like
the Shack team, they're making it work.
That's because everybody else is fighting.
They took pity on them in the Shack and now they regret it. All right, so we have Genji kind of all by their lonesome in the southwest. In the meantime, Pero posting up in this compound. They don't have too much of it in the circle. They're going to try and get their vehicles someplace safe, but not really much opportunity. They might just rove on out of here, and yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to try and find something, but it's very flat. You see this angle by Maxora. He has all the time in the world to get shots in, but it is a tough one. That is many hundreds of meters. I want to say it's like 150 or 200 trying to make these shots. As you see, even Anonix struggling to make these land.
That's a toughie. At that range, to get much. Now, they're just the edge of that compound is in. But Pero doesn't have long to kind of rest on their newfound housing. They will have to move forward here across the road, almost certainly.
Yeah, it seemed like all 4 of them almost wanted to get out of there, but they were just the sight lines were too brutal. They kind of had to do this 2-2 split, which maybe is not ideal, but it is what they're playing with right now, and kind of get a good idea of where all the teams are. As Pero, they control a lot of territory, but as you see with Mill getting knocked there, it's not coveted territory. It's really tough. There's not a lot to play with on that northeast side, and frankly, there isn't a lot to play with anywhere here except maybe Jufu's corner.
Yeah, you can see Helen is the sole survivor for Danawa and trying to get what he can out of this. I think for now, Helen revealed his presence. I think he should wait this out for some fighting to kick off and then see if he can make his move. What a heady!
Oh.
What a shot from Spear with the mini. Gonna get Aches left knocked. I think that's Resible maybe. Oh no, they could. Oh, Helen, it's Helen. He can see the feet.
He sees the feet.
AZ
now
one more.
Almost 1 bullet away from going down, but
just
Helen
one more.
Just not quite able to connect. I don't know if it's him missing the shots or if it's just the bottom of the hitbox of the vehicle is blocking it. Because you can certainly see it, but I think the bullets are actually getting trapped there. I don't think he's able to make that connection.
I think you're right.
It's a really tight angle.
I think you're absolutely right. I think there just wasn't quite enough space. With the way that sand angles up.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god, this is crazy. Oh boy. Oh wow. Well, great kind of knowing of the angle here for Anonix, that he's able to prone behind that and keep himself safe. Now, people are going to shoot the crap out of that and blow it up. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. X left was rezzed and immediately punished Anonix.
Yeah, well, you see that angle there he has from the Shack. I mean, it was smart by Anonix. It covered him from one side, but when you get to these open territories with all these teams pretty much in a 360 surround, like, you're going to be exposed somewhere if you're out in the open, and these teams, they know it. Genji's going to try and make something work with this this rock in a vehicle, but it's tough. This might be, I think it's actually a nade range, is it?
It is.
Oh, it is. It just barely is.
And so that's going to have to, push them back for a second, and they still got a ton here. Does Jufu. Plus, they were brought some by other teams. Yeah, Maxora's knocked. Spear is just prone in the back. Maxora, oh man, almost taken out. Now Spear is going to go for the res. Here comes some more grenades. They were waiting for this so they could go for it. Oh, it's just short though.
Yeah, I actually love this play by Jufu though. They're putting these smokes out to kind of create a tunnel they can run through to get extra momentum on the grenades. That's how they made that first one connect. Really smart play there, and that's going to be trouble for Gen G as Akelef is aware of their situation. He wants to get the points. He might get them too.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Akelef, 2 points right there. He's going to get Gen G, and right now, Pero, they're playing the open field to their advantage.
Yeah, this looks basically GG here for Jufu. It's going to take just a couple incredible shots to open any kind of space for them to win this game. As Pero, full control of the circle, full control of the angles, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Jufu just walks into the blue and takes a nap inside of it here.
Yep.
Well, maybe they're going to give this a go. You know what? Maybe they might give this a go.
I would really like to see them try. I mean, I always understand when these teams, they don't want to just surrender points for free. You know, they're playing the odds in their head. They're folding like it's poker. But love to see them put a good show of it. Xiao UDD's been playing really well so far this week. He is getting knocked, though, there by Ming. I mean, there's so many tough angles. Just see on the map. Xiao Yang does get a knock there on Akelef. That is the top fragger right now for Pero. He's been playing out of his mind. Trying to get the spray right there on Mill, not able to connect. AZ almost down.
That's a frag. He's done. Oh, he's able to get ahead of it. Swinging around the corner now. He has to fight. He doesn't have a choice.
I don't know about this kid. Maybe he has enough time, but the walls are closing in right now for Pero, and that nade is going to clean it up. Pero playing that perfectly, only losing one gun there at the end. That's going to be a big win for them.
Akelef fired up. You know, Pero's look good all day.
Yeah.
Just in terms of their kind of mechanics and their confidence, and it was only a matter of time here as our two-time 2021 PCS champions, Pero, are going to come through with a big win here and shoot themselves up the leaderboard.
Yeah, man. This was a team that was barely in the top 8 coming here into the final weekend, but they're doing a lot better now. They've been getting a lot of points, a lot of kills, a lot of placements, and even a win here. Really impressive stuff out of Petrichor Road. Love it to see it.
Yeah, they look really good. A lot of great maneuvers there. You know, Genji just caught out in open space. Jufu could never leave that compound. I mean, it was too good while it was good.
Yeah.
And then it left them, and then at that point, the rest of that circle had fallen apart. So they just, you know, they were stuck in a bad position.
This is kind of the double-edged swords of a lot of compounds, especially here on Miramar, is they're so good when they're good, but when they become bad and you get pushed out, it's like a death trap, because the reason they're good is the area around them is almost unplayable with how flat it is, how little cover there is. That once you have to get pushed out, it's you that has to go into that area that's strictly unplayable. And it didn't quite work for Jufu. They did get a lot of kills, I think, from that position. They played it as best as they could. But yeah, not quite able to pull the rabbit out of the hat there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Genji here, just not great options. I mean, the only thing I could think, you know, that Genji could really do different is just try to, you know, crash somebody. You know, but again, that's easier said than done. And there maybe, you know, it seems like maybe there's enough room there. Maybe you're just far enough away that Jufu can't get those grenades to land. But actually, it's just so tough for Genji there. I mean, the whole time that going from that shack and then in to stay alive as long as they did was rather impressive.
Yeah, I was going to say, they had a series of bad options, and they kept making the right decision. To even get top 3 and get the placement points there, having been in that shack is pretty miraculous, honestly.
Yeah, it is. Helen got a few extra points for Danawa, but again, Danawa kind of starts these fights out where they're really spread out, and then they, you know, lose a player or two too early on because they try to get away with these splits, and they're just not. If you're going to take these fights, if you're going to take those shots, you've got to have teammates who can back you up rather quickly in this lobby, because that's the meta. You know, the teams are going to team fight, and they're going to try to win by brute force. So even if they do suffer a knock or two, they can still win that fight, and then they recover fully.
Right, they still have as many guns as they need to take them out. Here we see some interesting stats from the top 4 teams.
Look at that distance track.
Yeah, new happy. Not a lot of Molotovs, actually. Only 3. Surprising.
A lot of frags.
Yeah, a lot of frags, a lot of smokes. Kind of what you expect here.
How did Danawa not even throw 1 frag? That's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, they
really
use a lot of smokes. We see that.
Yeah. Going back to what you said, though, about the way Danawa is, like, splitting, I think you're, like, really hitting the nail on the head here, because whenever they get in these fights, these initiations with 1-3 or more likely 2-2 splits, you can even tell that here in the second week, it seems like they're recognizing that this is a problem, because they're making the two players that aren't in the engagement are immediately trying to rotate and back their teammates up. There's no hesitation whatsoever. They just dive on it. But even then, if you have to cover like 200 meters in a vehicle, that's a lot of time. And not only that, but you're revealing your position to the opposing team, and you're also revealing that it actually is a 2-2 split. They confirm it. And if like you're coming in with 4 players and you hear those 2 vehicles coming up from the back, I mean, that's when like
yeah,
you hear like the cashier thing ringing, and you're like, oh, time to cash this check. Run and get those 2 kills. Even one knock there is huge.
Absolutely, exactly it. They're just a step too late in response to some of the maneuvers that the teams make around them. And so you can watch the end of the circle here as, you know, Pero just kind of gets into the center, gets enough space, and keeps Jufu and Genji on the edges so they're not able to push and really threaten Pero territory. Then Aixlef just, you know, runs out there and wipes out Genji. A great maneuver by him, great timing on that, and even though he gets knocked in the final fight, it really doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, Aixlef securing that flank and killing Genji allows Pero to set up this huge concave on Jufu. If that doesn't happen, then you have this whole thorn in your side, and suddenly it becomes a really difficult situation to maneuver. So Aixlef really clutching it out right there, cleaning up Genji nice and easy. Smart heads-up play, and then Pero, of course, just coming in for the kill. I do like that Jufu fought it out till the end, though, you know?
I appreciate that.
Did they get the flush there on Aixlef? I can't quite recall, but they might have even gotten a point for their trouble.
You know, I'm not sure if it came through or not. I don't remember in the kill feed if it came through, but that's a 20-point game.
Yeah, that's a big one. And Jufu, again, coming up big, too, 14 points. You take those, especially as the top 3 team.
Absolutely. You know, Danawa, it's slightly better here today.
Yeah.
Still, now you go over to Erangel, and now you got to start scratching your head a bit and going, well, okay, are we fighting over Yaz? You know, if you are, it's a coin flip. It's been a coin flip the whole time. I mean, you can literally just kind of, you know, it seems like each game it's somebody different. You know, game number 1, it was New Happy. Game number 2 is Danawa. And it just kind of has flipped back and forth for the most part. I don't know if anybody's keeping track, because I haven't bothered because it's been so close.
Yeah, I feel like maybe New Happy has won 1 or 2 more engagements, but
maybe.
It's never been clean. Like,
no.
you very rarely see any team, if ever, walking away with 4 players up. You're always suffering losses. It's always killing your tempo in the early game, making your rotations harder in the mid game. And Ming clutching it out there, 4 kills, 40% of his team's kills, 540 damage. Good game from him. He's been shooting out of his mind so far this tournament, especially here in the starting of week 2.
He almost clutched out the game before this one.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. They had to come back and keep popping. That's amazing. Petrichor Road is feeling it, and they bumped Genji out of the top 4. Genji slides down to 5th place, and now it's all China at the top. Tyloo, Jufu, Tiamba, Petrichor Road. It's going to round that out state. Oh, boy.
It is really tight, too. We have 1 team with 152, 2 teams with 148. 4 points separates all 3 of these teams from the lead right now, and that is tight considering we have like what, 12 matches left? 11? Don't.
Why are you doing this?
God damn it!
No.
I think I was right. I think it's 12. We got
I think you're right.
2 more than 10.
Than 10. You're
Basic arithmetic. Never
12.
do it on camera.
Good job. Well done. All right, so we're going to get the next one fired up here. Erangel is coming up, and I see the map is loading, so we should be up here pretty soon. Hope you're enjoying everything. Hope you're having a good time. I know we are. And look, it's still anybody's tournament. Nobody's run away with this by any stretch of the imagination. Tyloo has done much today, and they didn't do much on Miramar, which has been kind of their... I mean, they've been good on both maps, but, you know, Miramar has been really where they've shown. So coming into Erangel now, you got to feel like the other teams behind them, like Jufu, Tiamba, Pero, are just absolutely feeling good about this situation.
Oh yeah, they're gaining confidence, especially Pero too. I mean, they came into this on the right side of the leaderboard, as you said. They weren't there in the top 8, but right now they're playing very well. They're getting a lot of points. They're getting wins. They're doing everything they need to do, and it feels like, I mean, they're a force to be stopped right now.
Yeah, I mean, Pero's a scary team when they get hot. We've seen this time and time again in PCS Asia, that Pero just, once they start feeling it, they start putting up big numbers. Big time kills, wins to back it up. everything starts clicking for them and they start just rolling. Now, Donovan needs to get their confidence going, and I don't know if this is the right place to do it. So
yeah,
I don't know what their plan is for today. I have a feeling that we're going back to Yaz. I didn't get anybody who disagreed with me that it wasn't going to keep happening when I was bringing it up. So we'll see, though. You never know. As we get ready for Erangel here, game number 4 on the day. All right, give me my Flintstones vitamins now. I'm ready to have my Pop-Tarts and waffles.
Man, you're describing a really good morning. That's
I know.
my childhood right there.
Well, yeah, Pop-Tarts are pretty amazing. All right.
Maybe if I ate healthier, my brain would be more developed and I could do basic math.
No. I don't know. Well, that's probably true, but, you know.
All right, are we going to have a hot drop in Yaz? I think the answer is yes, but we'll see. It has been New Happy and Donowa going toe-to-toe pretty much every time, and yet here we go. They're both dropping again.
All right, well, I mean, something to do in the beginning of the game for us, at least.
Yeah, we haven't had too much action early game on.
No, it's been a little bit quiet.
Miramar has been quite quiet.
So this should be the same old, same old. I mean, just a fight over those apps on the western edge. That's been kind of the name of the game, or the houses, I should say.
The northwest.
Yeah.
The beach houses, yeah.
Yeah. We'll see exactly what it's going to look like. Plane path's pretty steep to the east, so in terms of circles, maybe we'll get another milli circle. We'll see. And there you go.
There's a lot in play, and this has been the story of the tournament so far is Donowa and New Happy just kind of going toe-to-toe here like a boxing match. More like an MMA match, man. This is like, you're just doing anything you can.
Yeah, they're just dragging each other to the ground and trying to grapple.
Salute's already down. Oh, no, Guman!
Oh, no.
Guman, run away! Oh, 3 cars all trying to run over! Guman!
They're trying to block for him. There's no way they
it's
get
like
this
a
res.
matador trying to run away from 3 bulls, man. It's crazy.
There's no way they're going to get this res. There is actually no way this happens. Oh, there was actually a pistol kill. Gumin got a pistol and got Xiao Hai.
All right, Nan. I can't believe he's not peeking this with a Vector. I can't believe it. I mean, that res is going to come through. Salute right now is right there.
Does he not know?
Maybe he doesn't. You got to know now. HS has got to be communicating this, right? He's just sitting on the door.
He saw the shadow. There's no reason not to.
Just peek.
I would just peek.
You know you want to do it.
I
feel like the devil on his
I
shoulder,
am
man.
surprised he's not peeking.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great angle. If they come over there, you're gonna wipe them. But
there it is.
He waits until they're both 1H.
Well, he waited for the res.
Yeah.
Well, okay, Helen at least offering some kind of response for Donowa, but how much will that be? Will it be enough? Is there, I think Salutes they're both on their second knock, maybe? Oh,
yep.
No, this is bad.
All right. 3 players knocked out for Donowa. Luckily for New Happy, man, they have 1 knock but no flush. So if they are able to, is that the pizza gun?
It is.
That's the pizza gun on Soul. Soul did say he wants to turn New Happy into Unhappy. I'm pretty sure that was him. But
yeah.
I think New Happy's getting even more happy.
Donowa into Sadawa? I don't know.
He's barely. Jesus.
That was really bad.
Zapion just barely not able to see Soul, who's groaning with a pizza gun over here. I mean, New Happy, they're hungry. They want to get this finish.
Well, he might try to, peek around the edge of this side, then reposition to the other. Or, nobody's left the house, though. He's kind of using, or was using, Helen as a bit of kind of his own ears, but that's no longer an option, and now it just comes down to his own senses.
Yeah, as it is. I mean, he's probably just going to try and rat one out and get one or two points,
Yeah, I mean, now the name of the game for Soul is just do damage to New Happy. Just make their lives worse. Just make this, even though you don't win this one, just for the next, couple games, New Happy's got to be thinking, oh, God, we didn't get out of that one cleanly. We should have. You get in their heads.
Yeah, he will be able to hear these footsteps move away. I think that's in audible range, so he should have some idea of what's going on, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't think we talked about the circle just yet, but it is very, very, very northwest.
Oh, whoa.
It's like 50% water.
That's an unusual circle for that plane path.
Yeah, man. That's a wild one. We're getting some interesting circles to start things off here on week 2.
There we go. Oh, boy. I mean, at least he's looking good while he's crawling. Gotten that sweet PCS6 skin.
If you want, you can go purchase some of these skins and
contribute
30% of that to the prize pool. Support these players. We want to see Soul get some more guns, get some more kills with a pizza gun, maybe support his career a little bit. It's actually, here we go, we have some real action right now with 17 rolling up on Tai Lu. Zhao Yang's gonna go down. These teams going blow for blow. 2 players down for 17 already, and man, they just get cleaned up. Tai Lu, are they feeling it again?
Maybe. That was a good start.
Players. That was 2 players from Tai Lu coming in, wasn't it? 2
it's
or
that
3.
same compound. You remember this happened?
Yeah.
Last time.
Yeah.
The same teams, the same result.
I think that was even just like 2 or 3 players out of Tai Lu just rolling up and absolutely melting 17, which is crazy.
17 tries to crash it again and just gets killed again.
That fight fight lasted like 10 seconds. Yep. Man, good one for Tai Lu.
I don't know what 17's doing there. I don't fully. I mean, it's already happened to them. It was them, wasn't it? Am I crazy?
I think it was these 2 teams. I'm not sure who was crashing, but yeah, that's.
I mean, we saw that crash in that exact same spot.
Yeah. It was definitely that fight, but I guess. I mean, it is a very coveted location in this circle. There is well,
you
not
saw
a lot
why.
of land space.
Right. Well, you saw why in the results of that game.
That's right.
All right. Well, it is what it is. I mean, I get it in some ways. Maybe the element of surprise. Maybe it's that whole. Well, if they did it once and it didn't work, surely. They won't do it again.
As it is, Seoul going to continue to try and rat it out over there. And yeah, as Nyan, in the meantime, all these teams making their rotation. This is just to the east of Tai Lu's new compound now. We're posting up over here by the plane. And a nice little garage over there for Ghibli to park their car in. And oh boy, this is what happens.
Oh my god.
Wait, did he get out of this alive? He must have, right?
I think so. You could.
Yeah, he's alive. He got out of this.
Dude, whoa. Those moves.
Look at these 2.
Oh my god, just breaking ankles. Oh my god. And then he gets the pistol.
He gets the pistol.
No way.
No way.
That was
the pistol shot that we were talking about. That's absolutely insane, human.
Oh.
All right.
Jeez.
I don't know if we have a prize for this, but we got to give him like $5,000.
Oh, yeah. I think it's the only pistol kill that I've seen outside of the Oz fight.
And like that was like on a car driving away from you. That was absolutely insane.
Just amazing play from G-Man.
I want to see that again. Can we get a double replay? Like,
yeah.
my goodness, like he was dodging cars left and right.
Soul's alive. Oh, God. Nan there does quite a bit of damage. Oh, he's done. Okay, well, there's a shotgun. He got a knock. He doesn't get any more of that. You can see some parting victory shots here done by New Happy.
Yeah. Flexing a little bit. I mean, this was a pretty resounding win to start things off here in week 2 with these fights over on Western Yaz. As New Happy is going to be very happy to take that. It's actually V7 rolling up on Jufu, it seems. Hong Kong's going to get taken out. Xiao UDD going down as well as Gray's going to return some fire there. That's Jongmu getting traded out.
I see we put the crazy in the water. It's
Does
great.
he not know
oh, God.
about Gomp? Because Gomp just mowed him down.
No, well, I think you just wanted to get up the stairs and just couldn't quite do it in time. Xiao Yang gonna throw a grenade into here, trying to push through off the back of that stuns. Got one around the corner, waiting for another at the door, hits the head. Huge pickup here for Xiao Yang. Looking to finish the job, closes the door behind him, has to heal, or at least try to, but also has to be careful of those stairs. If they come down, they go around the outside, try to catch him in the back. He's ready, though. Look at how fast he is. Reacting to this around the corner, holding the angle, and he's gonna win it.
Oh my goodness, Xiaoyang with 3 kills there. Gomp with a 4th. They're gonna clean up B7, and Xiaoyang absolutely clutching it out. 1v3. Phenomenal play, man. The situational awareness, just the way that he listened in on that. He knew where everyone was, read the audio cues perfectly, and just absolutely cleaned up.
That's crazy good. It's crazy good from Xiaoyang, and that's just heartbreaking for V7. Look at this. So the grenade is perfectly cooked. It's perfectly cooked in place. It's just they caught enough air that they were outside of the explosion radius. Because in case people don't know, the vehicles themselves don't block any grenade damage. It does not matter like if there's any car between you and the grenade. All that matters is the space between you and the grenade.
I just got to say this is brutal for V7 right now because we just get them 1v3'd and then we instantly go to a highlight of them getting mowed up again.
Oh, by the same team?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Man.
Wow, that is...
Xiaoyang again.
That is unfortunate. Xiaoyang is actually just...
V7's kryptonite.
Just taking him to town.
I love our production team instantly going to that replay after he 1v3's there right there. To jump to him getting... Jump to V7 getting absolutely destroyed again by Xiaoyang is just... Oh, it's brutal.
The timing is impeccable.
Absolutely brutal for V7 right now as they're sitting unhappily at 15th place. Rough go of things here in week 1 and the start of week 2.
Gen.G's got plenty of space. Just depends on where they want to go. I don't think they should get any knocks off of this drive. There should be more than enough room. Way less runs out of bullets. Doesn't have the extendo in that SLR, so I'm just seeing what he can do, and there isn't much to be done. As now we wait to see where the circle wants to go. It's probably going to go north. It's just a matter of where. Just centers up. Okay. So nothing unusual, and yeah, I mean, again, 17, I get it. That compound's really good. I don't know. I don't know.
You sound so exasperated.
It is. It's tough to watch sometimes when teams kind of make the same mistakes twice, you know?
Especially against Tyloo, man. You're feeding the beast.
Yes.
They're back in first. 156 to 152 for Jufu right now. And Tyloo, they just got to get the ball rolling again. We saw it in week 1. Once they caught fire, they did not stop.
New Happy's going to take their time with their looting in the blue, even into phase 2 blue. I think feeling comfortable enough with this circle that there should be space once they decide to make a move. Now, Gen.G, this is a really odd little spot for Gen.G here, State. This is tough.
Yeah.
I don't.
Sunyoung is right on top of him. We're not getting a shot of it, but Sunyoung's actually going to be able to take down Spear. Renba's going to get him back and return fire. Also, even gets a knock on Delax there with a nade. Really going blow for blow is Gen.G, and Maru is just one player remains for Gen.G. It will be Renba trying to salvage the situation, but Gok is rolling in on him. Oh, taking huge damage there, though, by that spray. Renba somehow gets into the shack. He's on 1H right now, and Maru Gaming actually getting eliminated.
I mean,
Ghibli cleaning up right now.
Yeah.
Saving Gen.G by the skin of their teeth.
I just am left scratching my head here a bit for Gen.G. They had, you know, I know there's no compounds in the middle of this circle, but there's more space. And they go for this shack, which is just an absolute just murder town. You know, everybody can see you down in this valley. It's really precarious.
Yeah.
And you can see that Ghibli just immediately just walked over the hill a bit and third-party the heck out of this fight and picked up 4 kills.
Yeah, they're getting a ton of kills, and now Gen.G is just...
Well, 3 kills. I'm sorry. Qmin got that kill early out of the game.
Yeah, that's right. But Ghibli coming in there and just cleaning up Maru, and now they know Gen.G. I mean, they're really bruised up. They only had 1 player up. They still haven't fully rezzed the team. They're stuck in a shack. Ghibli's looking for even more points right now. As you see, this angle that Heaven has is absolutely brutal. Gen.G's trying to make something happen with the smokes, trying to get the spear to get the res off, but he might even tick down. Maxora's going to make a sprint for it, but...
yeah.
Barely?
Barely. He'll get there. He'll get there in time. It's just a matter of whether or not Lambu allows this.
Yeah, Renba's going to need to re-smoke it, and he does.
But if Lambu kind of figures out where this is, a good grenade will be a lot of problems.
Yeah, he's got 2 frags right now, and Maxora wisely going to back off and let Spear just kind of res on his own so that only he will get knocked.
I think he saw Maxora leave, and he knows that the res happened up by this rock. But not in time.
Yeah, need a little bit short there, and Spear also gets a med kit off, it seems, all the way back at 100 HP. That's really nice for him. Gen.G is kind of salvaging the situation, but yeah, you're right. It was maybe not the best call to come all the way down here in the shack. I mean, even their vehicles are just not in the best of shape.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth, no doubt. And this is the problem with this shack is shacks can sometimes be fine, but if there's upward angles available to other teams around your shack, they can actually see down into them and just ruin you.
Yeah.
I mean, just absolutely ruin you. And so, you know, for Gen.G, that shack is rather difficult. Now, who knows? Maybe they are expecting teams to start fighting around them, and they can they can lock it down. But this is a hard shift and a half. And there's a couple of these mountains that are down here that are fun to play, State, in my opinion, like the outside of North George.
I'm right there with you. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting terrain. It's one of the things I like about this map so much is it's really hard to get kind of like screwed over by a position because there's so much more soft cover on this map. I mean, even Gen.G, actually, Ghibli kind of giving them some breathing room, and they're going to take it. These vehicles are smoking, but Gen.G luckily kind of threading the needle right here. They're going to be able to rotate out, and Ghibli actually right back on their heels, even though they're traveling on foot as Lambu might have an angle on them in a moment. In the meantime, New Happy rotating on the south of shooting range back into the circle.
Uh-oh. Lambu's still tracking this.
Telling you.
Oh, God, what a response, though, from Renba. At least enough damage. It wasn't much, but enough to keep Lambu honest.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get headshot from there.
No, but yeah, you're right. Genji had to stop to heal, I think, but Spear, they're going to put Spear in the less damaged car. Okay, I get what Genji did here. Because, oh, wait, no, it's still smoking. I'm wrong. I just couldn't see it there for a second.
No, I think like all their vehicles are smoking.
I think it's all bad. Yeah, I mean, that one's almost done. You can see the sparks coming out of it. So Spear, honestly, might as well just blow it up. I mean, if I was him, I'd just blow this thing up. Just let's turn it into cover. You know.
Yeah.
Your other two vehicles are still at least kind of functioning.
It's no longer effectively a gas can for another team to
yeah,
rail into and blow up next to you.
Exactly.
New Happy going to be just clearing out this compound right here on the east side. They will be moving in after this. Erangel total points #1 is Tyloo. And yeah, Tyloo, they did get their 2 wins on Erangel. I mean, we talk a lot about them on Miramar, but that's because they've been racking up the kills on Miramar. On Erangel is where they're getting the points in terms of placement, you know? And hey, that's kind of a good style. It's been working for them. They've been playing 2 kind of different like 3-piece styles on Miramar and then playing for placement on Erangel, and it's been really smart. That's why they're at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, we talk about them as being a really good Miramar team, but yeah, you're right. They've been great on Erangel. You can see they're our best team on Erangel so far. You know, stuff like that, feeding them 4 points definitely helps. Oh no, Savior. Oh, is he going to be ready for Xiaoyang down here? I mean, like, you always play this as a player like someone's down here, but so rarely is there actually.
Yep. Xiaoyang, the only remaining player for Jufu. Something like
just leave. He might just be like, it's fine.
Not worth it.
Yeah.
There's so many angles if you walk down that you don't know really where to peek. You have to have like the craziest flick reaction of your life.
Yeah, I mean, you can sort of smoke that door, but even still, there's angles that they can get on top of the boxes and stuff that can actually see you. So.
Yeah, and if they also like if they throw a flash too, it can be really tough because as soon as they see that smoke coming in, they know you're probably going to try and push it, and yeah, it's dangerous.
Yep.
Very dangerous.
Yep.
It's like a survival like horror game trying to go down into that.
It really is. It's like you're going into the basement and Freddy Krueger's down there, man.
Yeah.
And you got nothing but like, you know, your wits about you.
God, could you imagine if we had like some insane melee weapons in this game?
That'd be sick.
Imagine like claws that give you like double movement speed or something and just like go to town.
That would be kind of cool.
Zepian trying to get an angle here on Wayless. He knows that he's right there, and Tong actually with a really nice sightline here on SSR is probably going to be able to get the knock, and yep, does able to connect with that. SKS doing good damage right there is GEX. Trying to make the best out of this situation is Tiamba's.
Oh, they're going to hammer this.
They're going to hammer this, you're right.
They're done. They got the knock, and they're like, we're done with you. Oh, Maxora's done. Here comes 4 a.m. Well, not done, but he got knocked. 4 a.m. Driving around this, trying to find some kind of space. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Tiamba just start throwing grenades at the trees, finish what they started. Zennon and Savior. Yeah,
wow, that's
perfect. Just absolutely perfect from Lin Chun. And now things are very, very bad for GEX, who didn't expect this push necessarily as much as they should have, because
yeah, they were not ready for it.
Nope.
They got caught unawares, and Tiamba, they do not waste these opportunities, man. They clean that up, and GEX, they're gonna run out of that past Xiaoyang, and I guess go back to this shack. I think that's the original Gen G shack, if I'm not mistaken.
It's the murder shack.
It's the murder shack.
Yep.
Gen G now kind of fighting with 4 a.m. for this central position, but it's a critical fight. You really want, as either of these teams, to clean this up as quickly as possible because it is center. It is not edge. There are a lot of teams that could potentially get sightlines on you if this goes long.
Good grenade from Spear. Gets quite a bit of damage. Xiaoyang trying to rat this out as much as he can. Phase 4 blue is pretty difficult to deal with. He's only got a couple more first aids, so he doesn't have much more in terms of a window here. 30 seconds or so. Spear's going to get taken down. And now Genji, just one left here. Yeah, just Renba.
I would just shoot that car. That or a nade.
I would too. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the grenade. That should do it.
That's going to be it for Gen G. So 4 a.m. is able to clean this up, but you know, we were talking about it. It's really tough taking these fights in the middle because it's so easy to get 3-peat, and infantry now is creating a lot of trouble for them. Only one player up for 4 a.m. and even Wayless getting flushed there. Xiaoyang continues to try and rat this out, as you said. He knows that GEX is right on the inside, and he wants to get some kind of points. So he's staying in the blue as long as he can, but he is running out of juice. I think he's got like 1 bandage left and maybe a kit, so he's got to run for it. And you see him now on the map moving in. In the meantime, Tiamba, they are not done with GEX.
Poor GEX is just being absolutely picked on. You know, like bullies in the schoolyard right now.
Yep.
Savior here is just trying to find some kind of safety, and they're about to get kicked in the butt. Yeah, well, Savior got a knock on a Linshin. Okay.
Yeah, 7-7 on 1H as well. He's really low right now as Zenon's trying to make something happen.
Maybe there's a world where Xiaoyang just lets this go and just tries to survive even longer.
Maybe? I don't know what his med situation. I thought it was really bad.
It was.
Yeah, oh, he's just going for...
It is.
Yeah, he's just going to go for... Try and get some kind of point. Doesn't happen. So that is him dead in the blue. And this fight continues with GEX right now. Only 2 players up to the 2 of Tiamba. Actually, wow, Tiamba, somebody got flushed.
All right, Lambu opening up on New Happy's rotation. Immediately starts cooking a grenade after softening them. That's 1. Can he find 2? Both grenades are really, really good here, so they're going to trade. The rest of Ghibli trying to scramble over to help, but HS is actually flanked kind of counter to Ghibli's position here, and he's got an opportunity to make Yumin's life a bit of a problem. However, Heaven is going to be there for that res, and it looks like he's going to be able to stick it. In fact, I think both are going to be able to be rezzed, it looks like.
Yeah, it definitely does look like that. Ghibli playing this really well, man. Having a nice spread there is able to make this work with res and full flush, and HS kind of scratching his head. He doesn't have any good options right now.
Oh, I take it back. There wasn't somebody rezzing ZP on. I misread the map there.
Ah, yeah. But as it is right now, GEX gonna clean up Tiamba, so Bully gets bullied there. GEX finally cleans it up.
Wow.
Kind of a impressive feat taking Tiamba down. You know, Tiamba was just trying to get those points.
Yeah, I mean,
trying to get the easy kills, but GEX shows him up.
That's hard to do against a team like Tiamba. If they're taking that fight to you, you know, they're feeling it, and GEX ran away from that fight. Like,
yeah,
they lost 2, and we're just like, nah, maybe not.
Tiamba re-engages and gets wiped.
Well done.
Infantry and the Freaks right now, all the way here in the southeast, kind of struggling to get a position. As there is a bit of playable terrain here, but you don't want to get, you know, in the bog with these guys. Like, you do not want to have a protracted battle here. This one hill, it's tough.
You got USG on the other side, so that's a little bit. It's going to be a little bit tough for the Freaks. They're going to try to work the westernmost side of this hill. Volibear on point for infantry. They're going to reinforce with Wang Zai. Kind of a 2-2 split with a flank on top of the Freaks. Trying to see if they can direct these grenades here with the information they're given. That one comes up just a bit short.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, for a second I thought it was Volibear getting hit, but oh, nice nade there. Gets a lot of damage. No knocks, but a lot of players by the Freaks damaged by that one. And infantry, they're trying to find a nice wrap right now. You see Volibear is trying to set up something from the flank as Longsker taking a longer angle right there with the DMR, trying to get some shots in. No knocks coming in right yet. Seems like they are aware of Volibear's position now with that smoke, and the nade comes in, but a little bit too far. Volibear is about to peek through that EN with the nade, but wow, quick reactions right there. That's him taking Volibear out. The first knock goes in.
Hikari's trying to wrap around the side in the car. You know, the Freaks smell blood, and they are going to push. There is a response here from infantry. Akkad gets knocked. EN is going to get knocked by Lin. Hikari trying to stand tall, but he can't do it all. Lash, the last one alive, and he's going to go down. Infantry just barely able to scrape through in that fight.
And that's a really important win there for infantry right now, as the circle's going to go all the way to the southeast, so this hill suddenly becomes a very coveted position. The infantry with 3 men might be able to hold on to this one for a long time. That's a nice spot.
It's a huge win for infantry. Yeah, you're right. That's a really good point, is that spot's pretty valuable in this circle. This one, like previous ones on Miramar, a lot of dead space in the middle, so it's just going to be really, really tough. Ghibli, though, able to get through this with still all 3 up here, State. This is a really nice piece of work for them. They're going to kind of be able to try to edge their way down this hill. It's not ideal. You know, there's nothing that's super great in this circle, to be frank.
Yeah, Ghibli started off with not a lot of points coming into this week, but they're really racking them up, man. All right, Pero now.
Oh, God.
They want to crash this hill. They're getting ready for them. Lin is actually cooking a grenade, getting ready to throw it. Not quite able to connect right now as Longster is going to hold his position. Ake's left right on his heels. Longster does take him out, though. In the meantime, Wang Zai is going down. Oh, Longster gets 2 knocks, but he does get cleaned up right there by Ming. In the meantime, Lin's going to try and hold it down, but Pero seems like they're going to take this fight, and that's infantry getting bullied out of this now. Pero, if they get these 2 reses in, will have their full force, and Ghibli knows this. Heaven's trying to take point right now, but doesn't quite have an angle. Maybe thinks that this fight's a little bit closer than it actually is.
Yeah, it's CC and Tai Lu trying to drive in right now. Ghibli's just pinned down in the middle, trying to keep things safe for themselves, and they are going to get quite a bit of damage. I love that move by Peril. Oh, that's shooting by Heaven. I love that move by Peril because they took the best spot in that circle.
Yeah.
They didn't care that it was going to be dangerous and difficult. You know, in a situation like that, when you don't have anywhere else to go, you don't have any space to hide in, take the space from the other teams, and they do that so well. And now the grenades begin to ring in towards Ghibli. They are able to kind of sidestep a bit of the early damage. Heaven pushes up, gets the headshot, but can't find the knock.
Yeah, Pero playing this so aggressively right now. I absolutely love what we're seeing from them as they try to push in on this position. Tai Lu, in the meantime, is making rotation. You can see on the map, AZ going for a really wide angle to try and get more info as Akeslef gets a knock on Guman. Things falling apart right now as Ming actually does get popped there by Heaven, and Ghibli's going down to the back.
Yeah, all right. Well, Tai Lu has 2 left. They're trying to flank out, but if they lose one of them, they're going to go down quickly. Ming has been knocked, so it's a 3v1 now that CC has been knocked as well. Sia is well within grenade range here, so a couple good ones should spell the end. One, ooh, just bounced to the left. The other one comes up short, so there was an opportunity for Peril, but they're not able to close the door.
It's still 3v1 though right now, and Pero AZ with a great angle. It doesn't even need it. Akeslef playing out of his mind. A beautiful red dot spray cleans it out. And Pero is coming back, man. They did top 8 in week 1. Respectable showing, nothing impressive, but here in week 2, they are playing out of their mind. 14 kills. And they're in the top of the leaderboard. I think they're top 2, top 3.
They're second. They're second now.
They went from, what, rank 6 to rank 2 in like 4 games?
Something insane like that. I mean, just what a day for them. I mean, you can see Akeslef is fired up. That's back-to-back wins, right? I mean, that's just absolutely nuts.
They came into this with 91 points, and I cannot wait to see the leaderboard because they have been getting...
They came into today with 91 points.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. They're way up there now.
Wow. Well, it shouldn't surprise anybody. If you've been watching PCS Asia, you know what this team's capable of. There's a reason they won both of them last year. They might just do it again. They might go for the 3-peat, which would make them just unbelievable in terms of winning that level of competition that many times. Not many teams can do that.
That kind of consistency is tough, especially in a game like PUBG, man. There's a lot of randomness in every single map. It's why we play 30 matches. It's tough to find a clear winner after just a couple of them. Well, and Arrow doing this like over, if they could potentially do it over 3 tournaments, absolutely nuts.
It's unbelievable. It's unreal what they're able to do. And there's a reason. It's because, you know, these teams like them, you're seeing like the timings at which they make their moves. It's all about the timing and the confidence. Like, you see this with the other teams. I'll get to it after the break. Tell you what, we're going to hold on. We have one more break, guys. Then we got an Erangel, so 5th game coming up. We'll be back soon with more PCS6 Asia. Hello everyone, welcome to the PUBG Hall of Fame. As a player dreaming to become the PGC champion, I'll give you a quick tour. Let's take a look around. As it contains the history of PUBG Esports, there is no better place to feel the atmosphere of PGC 2022, which will be held at the end of this year. Are you guys excited for the upcoming events? Over here, there's an empty space. That's for the PGC 2022 champions. But teams must prep for the upcoming PCS6, the first step in the road to BGC 2022. Let's take a closer look. APAC, Americas, Asia, and Europe. These are the 4 regions for PCS6 starting in April. From 2022, PCS will be held for 4 weeks. APAC and America kick off the first 2 weeks, and Asia and Europe take place in the following 2 weeks. We had 2 days of matches per week last year, but now we will have 3 consecutive match days each week so you can enjoy PCS6 even more. For 2022, PCS will be held under the Super Point rule, just like PGC 2021. In 2021 PCS event, there was a weekly winner with prize money every week, and the champion was determined by the total prize money at the end. From PCS6, the champion will be decided by total points from all 30 matches. Total prize pool is $1 million. This will be divided into the 4 regions, each having $250,000 as a regional prize pool. Prize money distribution differs from each region, so please check out PUBGesports.com for further information. Our special prizes are back this year, consisting again of Kill Leader, Insane Squad, and All PCS Team. You can also support teams by adding on to the crowdfunding prize pool by purchasing PCS6 exclusive Pick'em Challenge items. As PCS events are a necessary step in the road to PGC, teams will not only be winning prize money, but also be receiving PGC points based on their performances in PCS events. And only the top 32 teams with the most PGC points will make it to PGC 2022. As we take our first major steps towards PGC 2022, who will come out ahead at PCS6? I'm so excited for this PCS, and I hope you are too. Don't miss out on PCS6, and we'll be back again for PCS7. See you then.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
And we're back, everybody, with PCS6 Asia. Only one more game to go, one more errand go, and then we're all done for the day. But don't worry, we've still got 2 more days to go after this. I'm paper thin, that's State. Pero, here they come. I mean, it was just an inevitability, and you know, you and I were talking a lot about what they were doing so well during this break, and it's right moves at the right time, State.
They're taking risks. They're taking a lot of risks. I mean, Infantry, when they won that fight, we thought that they had the best position on the map, and they did. And Pero recognized that as well, and they just absolutely dived the crap out of it. Like, they're like, we're going to take this spot. Thank you for cleaning it up for us. It is ours now. And they do it. They get the full wipe. All 4 players up, allows them to send AZ around the flank. And at that point, like, you kill Ghibli and it's game over. Just beautiful play out of Pero. They're coming to life. They're looking for the 3-peat.
They might do it. I tell you what. And you guys, there are Twitch drops and other things available, right? So make sure you've got your Krafton account connected to the Twitch account, and then you can get some sweet in-game stuff. Of course, you can buy the skins. You know, if you participate in the Twitch little game we have here, the little bingo thing, you can get some stuff. So, you know, a lot of opportunities for you to rake in some sweet skins.
You can do the pick and go as well. And of course, really want to
That's
recommend, really want to recommend that you actually do buy this stuff if you want to, if you're so kind. Because not only do you get the really sweet skins, and they are really nice this time at PCS6, but you also get to support the players.
Yes.
30% of those proceeds go directly to the prize pool.
That's what you like to see. That's what you like to see. And if you're a Petrichor Road fan, you like to see that.
24 points.
Back-to-back wins. Tyloo's right behind them in that game. But, I mean, in general, State, like, today in this tournament just keeps showing me that China is well ahead of Korea right now in terms of their IGLing is the biggest part of it. I mean, it's just they're just better. Because they take, like you were talking about here with the Petrichor Road thing, they found the best spot in the circle. They didn't have it. I think a lot of Korean teams would have just set up at the bottom of that, on the like southwestern edge of that circle, and just like taken trees and rocks and tried to like span out and control that space, and would have lost the game.
Yeah.
Petrichor Road is, like you said, just screw that. We're going to take the best spot in the circle, and we're going to win this game, and we're going to rake in a whole bunch of kills doing it. I mean, having that confidence is so important, and these teams have it in spades that you see at the top 4 of our leaderboard. I'd say New Happy probably has it too, but they're busy fighting in Yaz. Teams like Genji and Kwangdong Freaks are playing a different game. They're playing an old meta. They're playing for the center of the circle. They're playing to fan out and control territory too early.
In super format, I feel like the play style that we're seeing out of Tyloo, Petrichor Road, Tiamba, Jufu, it's the winning formula. This is what these teams have to do if they're going to win PCS6 Asia. We need to see adjustment out of the Korean teams if they're going to be able to compete, because even in week 1, when Genji was winning so many maps, they still weren't getting a lot of points because, like you said, they're playing for the center. They're not being aggressive. They're not taking risks. And it's taking those risks. And
weird risks, yeah.
Yeah, but like taking the risk that like Petrichor Road did, that's a risk that if you succeed, not only are you winning the game, you're doing it with a ton of kills.
Yes.
And that's a very important point because, I mean, kills, they're worth a lot of points.
And I love to see moves like this out of Petrichor Road because it's, like you're talking about, it's the winning play. Like, I see this way too infrequently on certain maps, like on Miramar in particular, or on certain games, I should say, is a more accurate description, where there's a winning move and nobody takes it because it's
Yeah.
dangerous. It's too dangerous. We're going to get cut down trying to breach this compound or crash this compound late in a game. Not early in a game. If you're doing it like 17 did, that's a whole different matter. But late in the game, like let's say there's one compound that's on the edge of that circle, but that compound is probably going to win the game, and you don't see teams crash it, even when they have vehicles available. You know, you saw Tianba, right?
Yeah.
They took out Petrichor Road. They did that earlier today because they had a good position to do it from, but still, eventually they made that play, and that's something you got to be aware of. It's something you got to be making these moves for. You got to be playing for kills in some respect, especially mid to late game. You got to be, looking for those edges, looking for those sweeps. I mean, yeah, sure, if you're gifted a middle compound and the circle just keeps falling on you, then you got to take it.
Yeah, we've seen Tianba do that before,
Sure.
the game with the smokes. They just got kind of gifted a couple of circles, and they're like, okay, we'll take that.
Right.
They hold their compound with 2 men, they win the game because of it. But more often than not, it's the moves that we're seeing out of teams like Tyloo and Petrichor Road, especially Tyloo last week. The way they're rotating, they're taking fights. They're taking risks, but they're calculated risks. And they take them every single game. And sometimes it fails, and that sucks, but that's PUBG, right? That's why we play 30 games. The times when it succeeds, they're getting so many points.
Yes.
And that's the reason why Petrichor Road went from like 91 points coming into today to like 140, 150, something
Yeah, they've got
crazy.
like a 50-point, 60-point day already.
It's absolutely nuts. Like, they went from being a top 8 team to potentially, with a good performance in this map, being in the lead.
Yeah,
That's
they could
crazy.
be. No, they're right on the heels of Tyloo, so we'll see what our last Erangel of the day has in store for us. I think we're about ready for this one. I can see the countdown on the map feed, and I'm like, well, we're gonna get the plane in the air. We should probably cut over to that.
Maybe. I think the viewers at home would rather see
maybe we have
us.
to restart the lobby or something? I don't know.
Maybe.
Well, I think there we are.
All
Here we
right.
go. I knew it. I knew it. They were
Wow.
ready.
Not even any transition, man. We're right into this thing.
I know.
We
I
see
was
the
expecting,
plane.
yeah, I was expecting that little like bumper screen there.
Yeah.
It happened. They bamboozled us.
We did get bamboozled.
And they crashed us, man. They crashed our
All right,
compound.
let's see. New Happy and Donawa. Yep, they're both going to Yaz. And man, this is we said it a lot in week 1. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's a city that's big enough for both of them. They just don't want to play. They don't want to play fair. They don't want to play friendly.
It's not happening, unfortunately.
Not happening. And at least for us at home and us casting the game, we'll have a little bit of action. Just
Yeah,
get it out. Like,
there's
I'm not
something
gonna
to talk about. Yeah.
I'm not going to complain about that, but I mean, Donawa, like, if you're not really super familiar with this team, I'm sure pretty much everybody has heard of Donawa, but they're one of the top teams in Korea. If they were playing on raw skill and they weren't having these fights early with New Happy, arguably the best team in the world, they would be a lot higher on this leaderboard, in my opinion. I mean, they definitely have the skill to make that happen, but they're just...
Oh, there's no doubt they'd be higher.
Same with New Happy, like at rank 6.
Oh, and think about that. New Happy is basically kind of going even with Donawa on these fights, and they're in 6th.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they're a little bit ahead now of Donawa. I'm not sure what the exact count is. Again, really? Let's see. Will Tyloo take that compound, and will 17 crash it? If it happens again, State, I'm just taking my headset off and I'm leaving, and it's all on you. I'm just done. I will have had enough.
We'll not
PUBG for
blame
today.
you. We'll boycott it. Oh! Oh my God, that was with a revolver!
Oh, CC.
That's absolutely nuts!
Oh no. Oh, that's just amazing. Oh
wow.
Linshu. Oh,
Linshu
no.
can't even be unhappy about that. That is...
No, you can't be, but...
What a carjack, man. It's like we're playing GTA. Yeah. You just like... with a revolver
It's like
behind
something
a
out
tree.
of Red Dead Redemption, man. The freaking revolver. Oh my God.
That's
amazing.
I did not expect to see that.
How
man.
about that? Back-to-back games where we get opening pistol kills.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's pretty sweet.
Both times on vehicles as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even like we're getting like 2 people land in the house, one gets a pistol and just gets the free kill. Like,
yeah.
That's nuts.
That's as good as it gets. All right, we're going to try the flank maneuver here for Zepion. We've seen this from New Happy, and then usually there's a maneuver by Donawa to counter this. It's been Helen previously, but Soul's pretty far out here, so he's going to maybe get eyes on this.
I think he might have actually just got... Yep, he knows. He knows. He's communicating this to his teammates right now, and they're going to move into position, and there we go. Lines up the shot, starts tracking it, and that's some good shooting right there. HS gets knocked down before he gets able to go to cover. Nan going to try and find some kind of angle there, but it's a really tough one. He's going to try and... He does have one smoke.
I don't know if that's good. I mean, if anybody gets in grenade range of this,
and you see Helen going for it,
I just think he's done. You got to win the fight before you can even think about this res, if you want my honest opinion. And you can see why. I mean, Helen's already maneuvering in position. Oh, he just can't control that spray good enough. So for now, you've got ZP though on the reflank here. So let's see if maybe New Happy can turn this around.
Yeah, really complicated situation here with players all over the place. And Zipiani's going to try and flank the flanker as Helen. Really exposed right there. Zipian mechanically just so good right there. I think he connected with like almost every single bullet on that spray. That was nuts.
Yeah, and see, this is the problem. The New Happy's just kind of, even if you get that opening knock, New Happy's kind of got, you know, backup plans. And now, you know, you're that was almost really bad there for Nan. He actually tried to go for the last second res, and Salute almost makes him pay.
Yeah, 6x taps right there with the AR is pretty nuts right there. Salute doing work with the Scar. That's going to be a lot of damage coming into New Happy, and they only have 3 players up now. 3v3 is... The situation continues to deteriorate for both teams, frankly. I mean, this is never the kind of position that you want to be in early in the game, but this has just been the story of Erangel.
I mean, if I'm GEX, I'm watching this.
Yeah, they are.
I'm seeing if I can pick up a free point out of this and then moving on with life. I wouldn't stick around here too long if I'm GEX.
Yeah.
And I don't think they will, just based on the nature of this team. Yeah,
and the
in
circle.
fact, well, yeah, but it's more the team than the circle. It is 100% just GX plays extremely passive. That's their style. It's what got them here. It's what works for them. It may not blow the doors off you, but you know what? That's their game. And I mean, they've been playing good up until now.
Yeah.
The last, I'd say 6 months or so have been pretty solid for GEX.
I mean, even be able to qualify for PCS6 Asia is an achievement in and of itself. And
yeah, sure.
Yeah. Just
they
takes
play
a couple
good at PGC.
Yeah. It's just...
Sometimes, though, they kind of, if they can't play just unbelievably good defense, they kind of fall apart.
Right, that's what I was going to say, is you kind of need to play perfectly to rack up a lot of points with that if you're going for placement. Because kills, I mean, you can always get kills if you're playing for him, right? Like, you will get a handful of kills every game, probably.
If you're good enough, yeah.
All right, here we go. 4 Angry Men kind of bullying Maru right now as they try to escape, and Xiaolu going for the spray. Not quite able to connect with the red dot. That is a really tough one. I'm going to switch to the DMR, but Maru all the way over this...
there's no way they're stopping to fight this, right?
No.
Okay.
They just lost momentum on the uphill, I think.
Okay. I thought for a second they were going to get out and go for it.
No. Not Maru.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Maru did that, I'd be rather shocked.
You saw them even run away on San Martin from the drops. Like.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep, and in the meantime, Donawa and New Happy just both kind of continuing, and actually we have GEX rolling up on V7 over here in Severny, and this is just kind of playing edge. V7 is aware of this, as you see Jonggu knows that somebody is in that one building all the way on his left, and GEX, they got to have some idea that somebody's here in Severny, and if they don't, I think they're going to figure it out really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Jonggu's probably going to wait for the last car and then open up. Yep, here we go. Oh my God.
What the hell? Whoa. That was incredible. That is not the kind of spray you expected out of Jonggu. That was nuts, but
yeah. And now, he doesn't get knocked though. Yan Li whiffed just enough. And the follow-up, not there with the SLR.
Man, that was really brave on 1H to go ahead and re-peek that with a nade. Props to Jonggu right there, probably feeling really good after that spray there on Zanan. And V7 right now, they're coming back on this position, and so is GEX. They do not want to lose any players here. Savior and SSR are coming back, but Savior taking a little bit of damage. Yan Li going for the spray here on Gomp, not quite able to connect with more than one bullet. Gomp going for a nade, he is cooking it.
Oops.
Oh, no.
Around the corner he knows, though, so he's ready with the angle. Pre-fires it, gets a little bit. The follow-up is there from 2-Star. Good help here from the Veronica 7 teammate as they are taking it to GEX. GEX with only 2 on their feet. And I don't know if they have any hope of getting to Zanan. I can't see. They have to win the fight.
I think they're going to try and bail right now.
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah, this has not been going well for them. Are they actually going to? Are they going to stick this out? No way, right?
No. They're leaving.
Okay.
They're just making sure that they're out of the gun sights. Yeah. They're out.
All right, so that's it for GX. We're going to try and rotate out of this. Some nice shot. Man, Jonggu's been really good with these. SSR somehow miraculously landed a shot on that. That's a tough angle in a moving vehicle.
It is pretty difficult, but these players are really good. But
oh no, it just keeps getting worse for GEX, man.
Shufu's just waiting with open arms, just like, yes, come to us, leave Severny. It's safe, we swear. Yes, this compound, nobody's here, we promise. Nobody here
Or
but us
GEX.
chickens. Yeah. No chickens to be found there.
Nope. Genji going to be rotating in now. Where is this? Just out of
Same thing.
Shooting range. Yeah, same thing. Hopefully they don't go for the murder shack. Just see you loving. I love seeing you like laugh at the prospect of them going back to that.
I mean, it just, yeah. I think they'll try something different. I would assume with Gen G they'll try something different, just based on history and the quality of the coaching staff and other things. They'll probably give it a different look. Rex watches. Ooh, I think they saw him. Yep. Yeah, they definitely saw him. So does he realize that? He's going to go for the tires, and they're going to use. Yep, he gets one. That's nice.
Yeah, that is really nice. Taking one tire down removes a lot of utility from that vehicle, and I think after he realized that he got spotted, he's like, okay, I'm going to do what damage I can, try and hurt your rotation. And like New Happy, they apparently don't even have another vehicle. They're going to drive in the blue to another car spawn in.
I think they got off the road just to avoid the noise of the metal on the concrete.
It's grating.
Yeah.
It's like nails on a chalkboard or something. It's
literally. Yeah, it's almost the same thing. Donowa as well, just going to leave the situation, and there's no bridge campers or anything.
This is probably the first time that Donowa and New Happy are both getting out with at least 3 players. I mean, it's been a bloodbath over here in Yasnaya. Like,
you might be right.
Because
I'm like rolling the eyes in the back of my head like it's going to help me remember, but it's not.
It's just been a meat grinder. I mean, players have fallen time after time again. It's gone a little bit in the favor of New Happy, but not to the extent that it justifies fighting. Just both of these teams too stubborn and too prideful to give it up. And
it doesn't answer any questions. This
no.
just brings up more questions. Like,
yeah.
Why not just do this in the first place? Why not just, oh, wow, look at this. All right, at least we get a very different circle here.
Yeah, we've had some really hard shifts. And
yeah.
I mean, you say that it could still really go to the southeast. No?
No, don't you say that.
Don't jinx it.
Yeah, you shut your mouth. We're going to the Zarky Fields, and you're going to like it.
I hope so.
State.
All right, Maru's going to stop here as Ghibli passes by. In the meantime, Genji. Actually, Maru, is Yaka going to try and bolt out of this?
Hell yeah. I would, but, you know, I'm a bolter, so.
I wonder what was in that crate. I don't know if anyone picked it up.
I don't think, unless somebody had already picked it up.
Yeah,
like before.
I mean, you get 3 teams driving by each other, and you really probably don't want to stop there.
No,
not like this. Not like this.
No.
Harrow. I mean, they've won 2 in a row.
I know, but I'm like rooting for them now because of how good they're playing today. Like, they're playing so smart. That should be Shanghai in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Ooh, Jungkook.
What?
No!
Oh, not like this. Xiao Yang just side seats him. Oh, Jungkook. They're going to try the drive. Oh, what shooting here. What a response from Gompf. Oh, God, the last game. It's the last game of the day. It's getting wild.
Yeah, it's getting wild. To say the least. My goodness, Jufu's out. Wow. B7. B7 coming up with the guns. I mean, Jungkook did get knocked there. I think he even got flushed, but I mean, he had that fantastic spray there in Severny, and then his teammates with a really great drive-by right there. Battling on the mounts, and B7, I mean, they're right there at the bottom of the leaderboard, but they're playing pretty well right now in this map.
Hey,
some nice shooting.
Go out with a bang.
Yeah, hopefully this gives them some confidence going into tomorrow.
Well, it's one of those things where you can learn some confidence because you're having a bad event, let's just be honest. But you start playing a little bit looser, you start playing a little bit more wild, and then that starts to work.
Yeah.
And then you kind of realize that, oh, we should have just been doing that in the first place.
Well, yeah, it happens when, like, the pressure's off, you know? You never longer, you don't feel the weight of the expectations because you, in a way, have already failed them.
Exactly.
But that's really nice because, like you said, you play looser, you get a little bit more relaxed, you're less nervous on the sprays.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's working for
And you're more
so far.
aggressive. You're more aggressive, which is actually necessary sometimes, like, in this, especially in this lobby.
Oh yeah,
you got to be aggressive. You gotta. I mean, okay, we didn't have this get crashed. 17 did learn their lesson. State.
Where is 17? They're at the they're at the compound right on the base of that hill, huh?
Yeah. The eastern.
The farm field one.
Yeah. I don't know. People have names for all these compounds, and I just can't be bothered.
I can't even remember my friend's name sometimes. Like I'm not gonna.
I can't remember my own name sometimes.
Oh no, we need something more than crayons for that.
Yeah.
Give you a name tag. We'll do that.
Yeah, ooh, that's a good idea. I like that.
All right, Donowa, they're going to finally rotate into the circle. They've just been hanging out by shooting range, taking it easy, and I mean, you can't really fault them. You've seen so many players get shelled out of their cars on the rotations here in this final map of the day.
Yeah.
And New Happy actually was on the On the mountain, this is like a classic Gen G move. I'm surprised
That's true.
Happy was doing this.
Old school Gen G move. Yeah, you're right. But this is well, I mean,
Gen G.
yeah. This
Also, like the mountain's like very little utility in terms of vision on this kind of circle, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean you might as well. The thing is all of South Georgia's still in, so
That's
you can
true.
even, you know, if you feel like you need more utility or something, you have the ability to stop and you know, gain some.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as long as it doesn't go east. I'm looking at you, State.
Well, at least, I mean that hill's already out of it, right? So it'll be okay. It'll be okay. We'll get some farm fields.
Oh, all right. I believe you.
It'll be Zarky.
Oh, Nan's just gonna like chase this down with his teammate with Ming Ming in there. Oh, Xiao Hai is like, nah.
Yeah.
Xiao Hai did survive that early knock though. He's still alive, so that's good.
Yeah, good for them. And New Happy just gonna be happy to take this forward position right there. That's gonna secure the bridge, make it easier for the teammates to rotate back in, and Tong taking some shots. A lot of teams trying to rotate. Maru's just kind of in the middle of all of this right now, driving past these fields, and like you see all these shots, you see the tracers flying as they try to make their way through. This is quite dangerous. I think D-Locks, I can't tell if that's dirt or the car that's smoking, but they're gonna post up here at this Wizard Tower.
It's the car.
It is the car indeed, both of them.
It's not good for Maru, but I mean, these Wizard houses are just so hard to hold.
Yeah, but take what you can get when you got 2 men up, right?
Right. Exactly. All right, well, I mean, again, Donovan only lost 1 in the fight this time. Oops, the Freaks were trying to make their potential move. And potentially...
How did he get knocked? Was that
he just
vehicles
got
again?
squished. I think he just got squished between the 2 vehicles or something.
Mm.
It happens. I mean, it happens to the best. Oh, that's an AWM, though.
That is an AWM. I want to see more of that. But in the meantime, 4 a.m. rolling in on these apps. They probably don't know these are occupied by infantry, but they certainly do now as Lin and Wangzai just rain down hellfire. And 4 a.m., Xiaohai and Wayless are just completely cleaned up. And LZ and Xiaolu are like, well, I guess we're glad we're doing a 2-2 split because we would be dead too. That's, yeah, not the best for 4 a.m., but...
It's awkward, yeah.
At least they got some intel. They now know those apps are occupied.
They know that?
Yeah.
In fact,
Silver lining.
Every building along the edge of North George is occupied.
Oh, yeah, look at that line.
Almost every single one.
You got 1 tenant per house.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the nature of a circle like this. That's the only safe stuff that's really safe. You know, there's a few spots out in the fields and around the hills, but that's it. No,
4 a.m. Not like this.
Oh, bad shooting, though, from CC. Uncharacteristically, a little bit off with that SLR. So Lou gets behind the tree. Is that going to make it?
We'll see. I think he's going to try and smoke to get over the edge. The nades are coming in. I mean, LZ is quite far back. He's going to be providing covering fire to the best of his ability, but Xiaolu just kind of trying to struggle to find some angle right now. CC knows he's going to be in the most forward smoke, so he's going to nade it.
Well, this is what makes these Chinese teams so scary. They just, any sense of weakness, and they just pounce. Now, Seoul is going to get the knock onto Heaven here. There was a grenade to follow up, but he was good enough with his barrel to rake in the point. And now Donawa in a full kind of spread formation against the Ghibli team as they try to figure out some way to readjust. We are going back towards this hill.
Okay.
It's not quite the same as the last game, but it's close.
Similar vibes.
Yeah, it's just not quite as east, so that's good. It'll be a little bit different.
Tyloo right now, controlling this side of the hill. New Happy, I think they want it. They really want to flush them out of this position and take this for themselves. They know 4 a.m. is already really bruised, and Nan kind of going in the forward position, but he's taking a lot of damage. They did get intel there on Tyloo, but they might sacrifice a player to do it, and you really want to capitalize on it. But the problem is that the players for New Happy, they're too far out. Maybe CC a little bit, or not CC, excuse me, but the player from Tyloo a little bit too ambitious there. Really hurts to lose your manpower there as New Happy.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're only down to 2 now, so they have to play a much more probably passive game than they'd like. Ghibli, I think, was able to take a kill off of Donawa, maybe 2 actually when I look at the feed there. So it's just Rex left for them. But Rex, I will say, one of the best in the business at ratting. Just stay. I know it's a skill. It really is. Oh, Mill. Oh my God, how did you survive that? Okay, now. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Max Zora.
Yeah.
Max Zora's gonna get the knock. See if anyone's able to steal this, and I think Lash just did. Poor Gen G. They're having a rough go of things these past couple of days.
Yeah, it hasn't really gone their way, no doubt about it. Pero does lose Mill out in the open. Yiming too. So Aches left in AZ. the A's. The A's are trying to figure it out for Pero, and they're on the edge, or outside of the edge of the new circle. V7 stuck up here with Ghibli. Tiamba shooting at him. They have to kind of pick a direction, and it's probably going to have to be a Ghibli.
Yeah, I think they should just dive on Ghibli, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
Take that position.
I don't think they have any other choice. They might be able to catch Gumin off guard here. I don't think he quite knows that.
Do any of them know?
I don't think Gomp knows. I don't think they know.
Yeah, this is just kind of awkward right now.
Oh, Gomp doesn't really kind of realize he isn't putting the pieces together in his head either.
I'm not sure Ghibli has much of an idea. I think they have a suspicion that this place is occupied, but they don't really know exactly where B7 is because we're not trying to gatekeep them right now.
You can see Gomp is like trying to be really cautious, check all of his angles. Now he's going to see Adder.
Okay. That should start getting the gears turning in the head there as he knows that Ghibli is 3 players up and there's 3 over here. They've been tracking their kill feed. They should know that it is Ghibli over here occupying this side of the circle with them.
Oh, they know. And Adder there is kind of sticking around behind that UAZ, and Gomp hasn't kept track of him fully. Now, okay, some shots traded here with USG, but then immediately the Freaks kind of helping Gen G out a bit.
Yep. Gen G right now, kind of an awkward split over here in these dips. Not the most safe position as the circle goes even further south. And
that should be the end of Pero here. That grenade, just short. That one's good. There you go.
All right, well, Pero not going to win 3 in a row, but they've got to be happy with their start to week 2, man. Going from 91 points, 93 points, something like that to 156 is absolutely insane, putting up close to 60 points on the day. And Gen G right now, they're also having a day to remember, but not for the right reasons, as they've been kind of getting gutted here, and Donuts just continuing to rain fire on them as Maxora gets knocked there by the vehicle. More nades coming down. Renba's at 1 HP, and you see the Freaks even rotating in. That might be disaster for Anonyx.
No, the Freaks might just cut by this. Anonyx, I was going to say, he's going to get run over if he doesn't hit these shots, and now he's dead. So Gen G is going to lose Anonyx in the Freaks rotation. It's going to be EN again, picking that one up, and now Freaks are going to try to take the top of this middle hill. This is a tricky position to manage. A lot of teams are going to be here. Now they're able to hold on against Tai Lu against New Happy. Excuse me, the colors are so similar for Tai Lu.
That trips you up sometimes, and that's going to be New Happy. That's going to be New Happy eliminating this lobby right now as Donuts tries to finish off Gen G. They really want to clean this up so they can kind of put this to rest and start moving in on the other side of the circle. They do not want to have to deal with this situation as Ghibli's Lambu with great shots there on Zelax is going to take him out. He spots where Yaka is and then re-peeks. 7 HP, sprays him down. Really nice shooting there by Lambu, and that's going to be it for Maru Gaming. The 9th team out in this lobby as the dominoes start to fall in these later circles.
I tell you what, USG, if they can kind of clear out Gen G and maybe they win a fight against the Freaks, they've got an opportunity to win this game. I think their best one so far in this event.
Yeah.
7-7 is Lambu on the edge, has Lambu dead. And Tianba, 2 members up, continues to roll on, but 17 Gaming looms as Kwangdong looks to just kind of solidify this hill. They have to use some smokes to cut off the angles of 17. And now Shiva is popping up. He's going to see heads to shoot, and he's going to go for it. Oh, no. The re-peek had to work.
Yeah, nice start on the spray, but not able to finish Hikari, and that's finally going to get him knocked there as Shiva's Akkad comes in with the covering fire. He's going to go back down and heal up as he gets beat really badly there by Americano with a lot of damage, but right now kind of a precarious position as we see Tai Lu trying to defend the push from Tiamba. I think, no, Tiamba actually sandwiched between Tai Lu and 17, excuse me, as 7-7's going to go down to the blue. I think they're just going to fold him right now as Chewy trying to make something happen.
Tai Lu's just keeping Tiamba at bay so that they can't, do anything and just put him right into 17 territory. Now they can take control of this eastern side of the hill. Meanwhile, USG really starting to hammer the Freaks here. Just Lash and EN left Lash under so much pressure right now from Korn. Can't get around the corner to even think about trying to res his teammate. That's probably going to be a bleed out there for the Freaks, but here comes EN. Korn down and almost dusted. Should be able to finish him in just a second, but he's lost track of where the other USG members are. Now, they're going to go right down and go for this res, but that's dangerous because EN might come right up over the hill, and 17 might think about trying to third-party this fight. Oh, a headshot on the EN. He's done.
Ah, that's going to be it right there. Americano with some good shooting right now in 17. They really want to get this as the Freaks are eliminated. 17 Gaming shows up to pick up the pieces of USG. They really want these points, but USG, they're already trying to consolidate. They're trying to get back down. Kane's already in the apps in the south, and they're going to try and get out of this position, but looking at the map right now, I mean, between 17 and Infantry, this is tough, and Americano's stuck in a smoke.
Well, Americano, if he kind of waits this out, might have an opportunity to catch him off guard, and he's getting a little bit of help from Infantry now. Those grenades are not going to be quite into him, and the smoke is a little bit deceiving there from the X-ray because you could see through it, but it's actually rather thick.
Yeah, Infantry right now giving Americano a little bit of breathing room. He's actually, he's getting Molotov. That's going to be it.
Yeah, I saw him.
Longster got to catch him, and Longster almost gets knocked there, though, by the return fire. I don't know if that was from Kane or from someone on 17, but man, a lot of action here in the southwest side as Tyloo really just has the entire map to play with.
Yeah, you can see that Infantry's tunneled onto Kane to make sure that he's not able to leave that apartment and be a problem for them. Tyloo, though, has a lot of control. Let's see what they can do with it. We've seen that kind of kick teams, get teams to be a little bit kind of off guard. They think they have so much control of the circle, they think they have so much control of the game, and then they just get kind of picked apart one by one. They're just not able to hold their flanks well enough. Now, Kane, there's just no reason to leave this. I mean, I don't like to see it, but there's no reason to try to play this any longer.
Got to know when to fold them, and that's going to be it for Kane. Actually, no. He ran in. He kidded and ran in. He's going to try and play it out. He's going to try and get some more points. So, Kane, he is a survivor. He's going to come back here on Infantry. We thought he was tapping out for a second, but no. Oh,
okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, well, he catches everybody off guard, but 17 still watching this, and they're going to take him down.
Yeah, well, he did get a point.
Yeah.
You take those.
Yeah. Oh, Lin, come on, please. Please. Lin, make my day. Just start popping people with that AWN. That would just absolutely be a great finish to today.
Yep, so 17 right now. They do have a 3-1 split right now as 17 goes all the way here on the north compound. He will be able to get some intel, hopefully on Tyloo, who has a really wide spread on the map. You see right there in the bottom left on the mini-map. And in the meantime, I think these guys are just going to kind of wait, see where this circle goes. Maybe a little bit of peeking, but you gotta wait and see what the ideal position is going to be on the next circle once this pops.
Well, Infantry just kind of needs to death ball. And then they're going to have to pick a side one way or another.
Yeah.
Based on this next circle. They don't have to go anywhere. That's even better.
Yeah, that is better. We'll see Little Ghost now getting in his dossier. He's going to go.
I'm waiting this out if I'm Infantry. Just hiding. Just letting 17 and Tyloo fight each other. Just, I don't need to move, so you guys have to. Have fun.
Yeah, especially with Tyloo having covered so much ground, it's really likely that they're going to butt heads with 17 at some point. And then once that starts, it might just kind of cascade into a fight that Infantry can start 3P'ing.
Yes.
I think you're right. It's the way to play it. Really good shooting there. Actually going blow for blow.
Yeah, but the bad news for 17 is they are far worse in trying to get that res on a Lil Ghost. Tongs has a teammate right next to him to res him. So Tyloo there. Now that, look at all this level 3 gear, though, for Infantry.
Oh, my God. AWN to Mark 14.
Oh. All right, well, let's, they're looking to push space because they know there's reses happening. Yeah. So they know they have the time to likely get away with this. Show puts Zhao Yang down, feels confident, but not going to be able to best Sia, who headshots him in return.
Yeah, and Infantry, they're moving as a unit right now on the eastern side, flanking from the south. CC knows this. He's going to try and go back north to reconvene with his teammates because they only have 3 up. They're going for a res even. And Infantry taking as much opportunity as they can here. Nade on CC. Oh, that was good.
Lin. Ooh, actually, okay. Lin had to prone there. A little bit of pressure coming in. They're trying to buy enough time for Longsker to get in position for this grenade. Should be good to go. Wow, they're actually going to go for that res on a Little Ghost.
That's unbelievable.
Meanwhile, Longsker's grenade must have not been quite on the mark, but Wang Zai able to get going with that Mark 14.
Oh, my goodness. It's like Saving Private Ryan. 17 Gaming. Resing that teammate, bringing him back into the life. In the meantime, Infantry right now moving back from the south. They're controlling a good bit of space right now as all the teams kind of collapsing from their spreads into centralized locations. They know that they want to have their full fighting force up, and as soon as these engagements happen, they want to be able to bring all guns to the front. Oh, such good shooting, though, by Xiaobei.
All right, 17 looking really, really good right now. If they can keep Tyloo off their left flank, they should be okay. Sia's trying to spray, but tough to do with that 4x scope. Just a little bit too far, and grenades start to come in here from Longsker. He wants these points. He's got Tongs pushed on the backside of it. Sia's in the blue. There's not much he can do. He might be able to heal through. Nope, not going to happen. And now it's 17 versus Infantry.
Yep, 4v3s. Infantry's over here on the northeastern side. Engagement comes in. Xiaobei takes only just a little bit of damage right now. Now Infantry, they do have a Mark 14 and an AWM, so they have really good guns even though they're down on numbers right now.
Could be the difference maker. No doubt about it. I mean, you hit one good AWM shot, you know, that's a game changer potentially. So we'll see. Lin take his time on the edge. It is phase 8 coming shortly. And Lin can just kind of scoot the top edge of the blue here, make sure there's no flankers coming around for 17. Right now, the name of the game for 17 is watch for flankers. So these teams kind of know each other pretty well.
Yeah.
Know that, you know, Infantry might try to just group up and try to brute force one side and see if they can get it done that way, and 17 is ready for it. So,
yep, both teams just trying to play the slope to their advantage right now. 17, I think they're feeling a little bit more confident in this northeastern side because you see them spreading out just a little. Show he's still watching the flank, making sure Lin's not going to try and come do anything tricky as the rest of the team continues to rotate counterclockwise. We'll see, though. Infantry, they control a lot of space on the map right now.
It's just going to come down to kind of, I mean, the center of the circle, right, is going to be right on top of this hill.
Yeah.
Phase 9 has to go dead center, and so it's just going to be almost right at the exact peak of the hill. So both teams are going to kind of have a pretty even footing in terms of timing. However, 17 is now making their move. Wang Zai, it's going to be on him. He has to come up big here for Infantry if this fight happens.
See if he can get an angle to spot Little Ghost. He might have been able to see him from that jump. It's really tough here with this rock and the grass. Oh, they know where Wang Zai is. Somebody spotted him with a jump.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Yeah. Oh! All right, though. That's a good engagement. He gets a headshot, a lot of damage in. No knocks yet, but Infantry, they need this. They need this good engagement, but no, that's Wang Zai going down. Xiaobei, the flank. 17 fanning out right now as Longscore's trying to spray down, but not quite able to get these knocks. Finally does get Show. 3-on-2 right now is Infantry. Longscore again, another headshot on Xiaobei. He's getting great damage in right now.
One of the best in the world is Longscore. We've seen this before where he's able to pull off miracles at the end of games. Now, stuns coming through to buy a little bit of time here for 17 to continue to edge along the front of the blue. And Xiaobei going to re-rotate off of this. Wang Zai has been cleaned up, but still, you know, if Infantry could just find one more knock, they might be able to get this done. But Lin, he's so weak. Longsker trying to win. Lin gets one. Longsker gets another.
Longsker with a repick is able to get the knock right now, but it's 1v2. He's got to clutch it. Wait, 1v1? He's got to clutch this out.
Oh! A bunch of damage done, but I think it was to his teammate.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Xiaobei actually there, but the molly right behind Xiaobei. It doesn't hit him. Longsker still has some stuns left. Xiaobei's going to see him peek on the left. Longsker on the right. Longsker catches him in the back, and he's got him.
That's it. Longsker, man. Xiaobei goes for the really wide peek. The Molotov flushed him out, and Longsker clutches it. Man, you see the hype right there from Infantry. 3v4, they clutch it out. Longsker with some fantastic shooting. Pretty much every gun from Infantry getting some good damage in there, good sprays. Not able to get the knocks all the time, but getting the damage in that they need for their teammates to finish it off. Excellent teamwork.
Yeah.
What a fantastic win.
Longsker, he's got clutch in his veins. We've seen it time and time again. And that, folks, is why he's widely considered to be one of the best in the business. He's always coming up big for his team, and why Infantry refuses to part ways with him. He is so, so talented. And that right there is just kind of a exclamation point on a historied and storied career.
That 11-kill win is going to bring Infantry up to 6th place. Always happy with that because, I mean, as we've seen today with Pero, if you're in that top 8 and you have one good day, you're in striking distance from rank 1.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. This is just it. You need to have one big day. That's it. You need 60 points or 50 points in a day, and you can really change your position in the standings. So that's, you know, still 10 games to go, but a lot of those teams have to have kind of big days. Like, only one team can really have that big of a day. You can't really have two teams. There just isn't enough points available to have two teams that have like 50, 60 points. I mean, I suppose it could theoretically happen, and it probably has. You know, somebody's in there in chat. Yeah, this tournament. back in 2020. And I'm just like, I didn't watch that one.
You're right, though. It's tough. I mean, it's the reason why Pero walked away with so many points. We did have other teams get a lot of kills and wins, but Pero certainly getting the lion's share. I mean, going from 91 to like 150, something crazy like that is just absolutely nuts.
It's a great day for Pero.
Yeah, great day for a lot of these teams. We had a lot of
Chinese teams
weren't necessarily at the top. These kind of mid-range Chinese teams from week 1 kind of showing up big and making the top 8 really interesting.
They're inevitable. They're all so good. They're all going to have those days where they just pop. You give them any breathing room, any kind of footing, and they start just taking a mile. You know, you give them an inch and they take a mile.
Yeah.
That is what makes them so good.
I think the takeaway for me, now that we've wrapped up day 4, is that the Chinese meta right now is just superior to the way the Koreans are playing the game.
It is, and it always has been.
I think there has to be some kind of adjustment from teams like Gen G or Danawa.
Yeah.
I mean, Danawa is pretty much out of it now because they've been hot dropping Iznyaya so much. Gen G really the only Korean hope. Of course, this event, PCS Asia, has been won by China every single time.
Yeah, Gen G needs to play edge and they need to play aggressive.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. You know, you just don't have, you know, they tried more of a center circle kind of thing today and it just didn't work, you know, for various reasons. And they need to, you know, they need to feel like they are good enough that they can just start taking fights and winning fights, because they are. And they just need to have the confidence to do it. So, you know, Danawa and New Happy are just kind of, in some ways, write-offs. I mean, I guess there's a world where New Happy does something where they pop off on Miramar, or give up on the fight or just start winning the fight in Yaznaya really convincingly. But Danawa pretty well out of it, most likely. I don't see a world where they're able to put up 100 points in 2 days.
No, that would be tough.
Yeah.
That'd be more than tough.
I mean, and then you got to keep Tai Lu, you know, down somehow. I don't know. Hard to see a world where that's happening.
Lin getting that kill on Suju, we actually didn't see it on screen, but that was critical to setting up this clutch here for Longsker. Just fantastic. That was the Molotov, forcing him out of that tree and forcing him into the open. Because as soon as you know that your opponent is wide peeking like that in the open, he has to cover both sides of the rock. You know, you just peek one angle, you scan from right to left or left to right, and you just mow him down.
Yeah. It's just great usage of the utility there from Longsker. Molly stuns, you know, to give himself the time and space he needed. Infantry, 21 points. You know, the Freaks having a decent game, 9 kills on it. A pretty solid game overall. Tai Lu again, though, putting up good points. 17, not bad at all. Ghibli at 9, USG at 9. Not bad.
Not bad. Tai Lu had a little bit of a slow start here in week 2, but I think at the end of the day, they're still on top, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure we'll see the leaderboard before we close things out.
I think they are, yeah.
It's very, very dangerous, very close. Of course, Longster going to be your MVP from that match, clutching it out. 764 damage on Erangel is quite a lot.
And it's pretty good. He's pretty good.
Half of the team's damage.
He's pretty nuts. Yeah, that's, wow. Half of the damage is incredible.
Yeah.
That's a ton, and a really good game for infantry there overall. And he's only 36% of the kills. So that means they had quite a few kills in that game. Yeah, I mean, just incredible stuff. All right, there you go.
Tai Lu still at rank 1, 178, but there are a lot of teams in striking distance, and they're all Chinese. Tianba Esports, Jufu, and Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road, after only having 90-something points coming into today, top 4 now. All these teams have a chance to take it, and I mean, even Gen G, if, like you said, if they start playing better, maybe they play edge, they get more aggressive, they get more kills, more points, they have some big days. They got a chance to bring this back for Korea, but right now, just looking like Chinese dominance.
Yeah, I mean, this is super settings, and typically the teams that put up the most kills win.
Yeah.
That's the way it works. In the super point settings, the kills are the heaviest part of the prize pool. So, all right, guys, we're going to have an interview. Let's hand it over to our host.
PCS6 Day 4의 주인공 역시 타이루였습니다.
The fourth day winner of PCS6 is Tai Lu again. We'll have an interview with Tai Lu's Chong Chong. Hello, hello, congratulations.
네, PCS6 3연속 종합 1위에 달하셨습니다. 소감 한번 들어볼게요.
You guys have been the first for the last 3 days in PCS6 Asia. How do you feel about that?
굉장히 기쁩니다.
We're just very happy about it.
오늘 미라마에서 미라마에서는 약세였지만 사실 에란겔 두 매치에서 정말 많은 포인트를 쌓으면서
You guys didn't get a lot of points in Miramar, but succeeded in maintaining a lot of points, and Erangel especially. You know, you guys weren't picky about the different maps, but why do you think you're especially better at Erangel? Is there a specific reason for that?
虽然你们在艾然格中表现得特别好，那你觉得这个理由是什么？
就是米拉玛没打好，可能就是我们上来前几把有点放松了吧，然后细节没有做好。艾伦格打得好，就是我们紧迫起来了，因为后面的队伍都追上来了嘛，然后我们也感到了压力，然后就做好自己的，做好细节就行了。
미라마에서는 저희가 조금 디테일적인 부분에서 놓친 게 많아요.
We have missed some disappointing moments in Miramar,
많은 팀들이 점수로 이제 쫓아오는 상황.
and we knew that other teams were coming up in the leader points also.
노력했던 것 같습니다.
But because we were able to put in more effort into Erangel, we were able to accumulate more points, I think.
저는 타이로의 에란겔 하면 이 팀이 이제 생각이 나더라고요. 참 17게이밍과
I think when I think about Ty Lu's Erangel matches, you guys have a lot of competition, rivalry against 17 Gaming.
교전으로 자오양 선수를 잃기도 했고 또 20매치에서는
You know,
17게이밍의
especially in match 20, you guys had a big fight against 17 Gaming.
하시고 또 17
How do you think about 17 Gaming?
어떤 말을 남기시겠어요?
And would there be a specific message that you would like to leave to 17 Gaming, especially to them? You know, since you guys meet them often as rivals.
第19场的时候，跟在第20场的时候都有点有困难，跟他们相对的时候，那你对这个团队觉得怎么样，或是你有对他们想要说的话吗？
我想对他们说的就是，那个甲泽库还可以继续来，我们每次都是4个人在里面，你们来就行了，我们等着他们。
우리는 계속 기다릴 거고 저희는 두렵지 않다고 말을 하고 싶습니다.
We'll keep fighting them. We're not scared of them, and we will fight against them.
주셨고요. 그렇다면 타이루가 생각하는 또 다른 라이벌 팀이 있을지도 궁금한데요. 지금 뭐 템바 e스포츠, 주프 그리고 패트리코 로드, 젠지까지 지금 바짝 추격하고 있는 팀들이 많습니다.
There are a lot of teams right behind you guys. If you had to select one specific team for a rival, you know, there's Genji, Tiamba, Pero right behind you guys. Which team would it be that you guys would select as one rival team?
就2、3、4名都是竞争的对手吧，我们打好自己的就行了。
2, 3, 4등은 다 저희의 라이벌이라고 생각해서
We think that all second, third, and fourth place are all rivals to us, and we'll play our best of our ability.
좋은 경기력 보여주실 것으로 예상이 되는데요. 마지막으로 팬분들에게 한마디 그리고 내일 경기 각오 남겨주세요.
You guys will perform well tomorrow also. Would there be a message that you guys would like to leave to your fans?
就感谢粉丝一直以来的支持吧。相信我们会打好的，明天加油。
팬분들께는 이제 저희 계속 응원해줘서 너무 감사하고.
Thanks for cheering for our team.
계속 저희를 응원해줘서.
And because of that, we are performing better.
그리고 저희는 내일
And tomorrow,
더 노력하겠습니다.
we will try to perform as much as possible.
축하드리고요. 인터뷰해 주셔서
Thank you for the interview again, Chongchong.
谢谢.
Thank you once again.
All right, that does it for our interview with Tylo, this time CC. As we call him, he has a name that's a little bit different. That's the pronunciation of those letters in Chinese. Not even going to go for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, long story short here, they don't even consider Genji a threat. Did you notice that?
I did
left
notice
that out of that.
That was a little bit of a diss.
No, I mean, look, so far so good for Ty Lu. A couple more days to go to hang on to see if they're able to maintain their lead that they've been able to establish for quite some time here so far in PCS6. And yeah, more exciting action to go. We'll be back tomorrow, guys. Same time, same place here with PCS6 Asia. Thank you so much for tuning in. EU's coming up later. Make sure you tune into that too. We'll see you tomorrow.
I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, I cannot be stopped, no, I cannot be stopped, no, I cannot be stopped, no. muscle, get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah, believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I'm like a dog, I do the muscle, get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to